30 seconds till the session will be skipped to race session with 2 minutes of wait time, so just be ready for that.
Drivers from 25 different countries over the course of 4 seasons so far of racing. It's Project Endurance, and the 5th season kicks off here in the 8 hours of Shanghai. What a fantastic place to start off the 5th season of one of Assetto Corsa's biggest endurance leagues. Bringing it to you live here on the English commentary stream for the very first time. It's me, Reese Gardner. Got Finnick alongside me in the comms box. We're going to be taking you through the first 3 or 4 hours of this race before we hand off to the rest of the crew for the rest of the race. Nick, this is fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this one. We have an 8-hour race here at one of the premier world circuits coming up.
One of the more popular circuits designed by Herman Tilke, or Herman Tilke, I can never remember how to pronounce it. Qualifying happened yesterday, 1900 CEST. We whittled down the field to, in the pre-qualifying in the days previous, down to, I believe, entrants are 42 entrants for today. And we've got a couple cars, GT3s, most popular being the Mercedes AMG, but we have an Audi, we have a Lamborghini as well. And I'm excited. We got some cool racing going on, multi-class racing. The top division, the hypercar division, is fully spec, so they are all running the same BMW chassis. So I am interested to see how that will turn out, because you and me, we've casted a lot of these before for different leagues, and oftentimes they have multiple hypercar types, and it ends up seeing one running away from the others. So I'd like to see some more close racing with the setup they have today.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look at those stats down on the bottom of the screen. 90 teams have signed up for this season of Project Endurance. If you want a breakdown, there's 122 drivers signed up from Poland. Of course, Project Endurance, a largely Polish league. 85% of the total entrants coming from Poland. 21 foreign drivers as well. Now, Shanghai is making its debut this season in Project Endurance. It could have made it earlier. It was scheduled as the replacement for Suzuka back in Season 3. But aside from Daytona, every single track we're running at here in Season 5 is being raced at for the first time in Project Endurance. So the drivers will be thinking a lot about how to overcome the issues they're going to face here. Some new tracks that they may not have raced too much on before, and they're already lining up on the grid. There it is, the safety car going to pull everyone away here for the opening round. Almost all of the prototypes and almost all of the GT3s out on the grid at the moment. There will be a couple of formation laps, and then we'll be able to get things going here for the 8 hours of Shanghai. There is the prototype field pulling away. This is going to be so much fun. Starting on pole position in the hypercar class is the number 61 Apex 1 entry, and we also have Apex 1 on pole in the GT3 GT3
P10,
class as
16,
well. So I think those
P11,
Apex 1
8,
teams will
9,
be looking
1 is
for
the
a
Picha Corleone.
successful start to this
P12,
opening round of the
32,
season.
P13.
Okay, we have 3
4,
entrants
6,
from Apex 1 in the
P14,
hypercar
71,
division.
P15, 97,
Joining them,
P16,
if I
81,
take a look at my handy spotters guide,
P17, 665,
we have
P18,
AOT
17,
Turtle Beach at
P19,
the
157,
second place
P28,
grid position, and other teams joining them. SD One Vision Esports, number 17 entry, number 16 entry
can now
is
form
the,
their
let me see if I can pronounce this,
positions.
Saigalka SD team,
And again,
GLS
the order
PXN
for
Racing in the
GT3s,
32
P1,
and 42 cars, Apex 1 as we
number
already said, 51,
P2,
61 and 71
Racing,
entrants, 775 Esports in the 75, Team Delta Infinite in 81, AOT Turtle Beach, as we already mentioned, sitting second on the grid in the 91 entry, Park Motorsport in the 97, 99 is OC Racing X Lopen, and rounding out in the hundreds, SD One Vision Esports in 117, 157 is Pro Endurance Team, 175, Petronas Cintium SD Team, RaceSpot QS 446, 665 Wojol Racing.pl, 731 Mystic Wojol Team, 891, excuse me, I do not speak Polish, Kisiata Ma FIA Corleone, and 899 Kisiatama Fia Capon. I think they're the same team, but just different entries. Apologies for my butchering pronunciations. I'm American, as you can probably tell.
Of course. Well, Mikolaj Kaztalan is currently in the safety car. I am, of course, from Australia, so my familiarization with the Polish pronunciation is not exactly on point either, but we will do our best over the course of this race. Have a look at the stats down there. 8,867 laps completed in pre-qualifying for prototype in hypercar. GT3 drivers completing 9,500 laps. I mean, the teams have been working so hard just to even get into this league. The competition is high.
Indeed, it is. I've been excited for this one since we got news that we were going to be casting this in English a couple months back. Lots of work went in onto the back end of it, and this is a very big league. It's a very big opportunity for all of us here on the English commentary. Of course, myself and Southpaw bringing you the first 3 hours of this as they are coming down the back straight now, getting some temperature into the tires.
Yeah, very long back straight here at Shanghai. As you mentioned, Herman Tilke designing this track, and it certainly follows the pattern for all of his Formula One circuits. It's defined by long straights going into heavy braking zones. So I think in terms of traffic, it should be relatively easy for the hypercars to get past the GT3s, but there are certain sections of the circuit where it is going to get difficult. Turn 1 is an incredibly quick corner that slows down into a double hairpin section. That's something that the prototype drivers are certainly going to have to look out for, because the GT3s, well, they have to use all of the road on the way through there. The hypercars, they can alter their lines a little bit more mid-corner. They have more downforce. They can take their way through very nicely. So the field is starting to form up here, and it looks like we're going to be going for one more formation lap behind the safety car, and we'll be able to get this race going. It's a nice view of the Inclex here at the Shanghai International Circuit. This is the view coming into turn 1 from the safety car, and you can see just how difficult it would be to tackle these turns at speed.
Yeah, these first 2 corners end up getting the best of me oftentimes in the simulator. I know I'm not the only one like that, or who has issue with them. Very difficult corners to start out the track, and as we make our way in towards the rest, we get some sweeping left-handers in towards the next braking zone, which is coming up shortly.
Yeah, we're checking out the GT3s at the moment, making their way through the first couple of turns, and you can see just how much lock they're having to put on here. Of course, part of that is making sure that the tires are warmed up, but the opening sector here at Shanghai has so many corners that you got to crank on all of the lock for. This hairpin coming up here is certainly going to be one of those places where you'll see a lot of outbraking maneuvers. It's very easy to mess up your throttle application on the way out of turn 3.
As we are completing the second formation lap, we can go in through the GT3 entries in starting order, which I should have done for the hypercar, but I forgot to. Starting in P1, Apex 1, number 1 entrant. P2, Maka Racing, number 905. P3, number 222, FNL RT. Number 775 in P4, which is the 775 Kisia Tia Mafia. P5, number 31, Cubic System. P6, number 98, OC Racing X Lifeless. P7, number 907, Park Motorsport. P8, number 666, Wojo P9, number 203, Grid White Tigers. P10, number 41, AOT Turtle Beach. P11, number 79, WRS Interstellar Midas Racing. P12, number 21, AOT Elmar. P13, number 28, Sunset Outrun. P14, number 820, Team Delta Infinite. P15, number 794, Grid Racing. P16, number 217, Sligalka One Vision Endurance. P17, number 12, Kirito Racing Esports. P18, number 20, Squadra Corsa Overcrest. P19, number 18, Team FDRS by Overcrest. P20, number 246, RaceBot Academy. P21, number 46, RaceBot Emeritos. And P22, and the final car to qualify, number 275, Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team.
Indeed, we've got a few cars in the pits at the moment. The PISA teams, their race direction. My apologies. We do have a couple of teams that are starting down in the pits or all the way down at the back. The Sigalka SD team among one of them, and we're hearing that the 905 will be pulling into the pits after the first couple of laps because unfortunately they don't have the drivers to complete the race, which is going to start momentarily. Apex 1 versus AOT Turtle Beach, and we already have a crash at the back of the prototype field as things get started. This is going to be some trouble for the GT3s right off the bat. Got to make sure that you get cleanly out of there, but the prototypes have managed to get going. The GT3s just slowing up there to give that incident time to clear before they get going, and Apex 1 will lead the way. Maka Racing in second place. This is a very close battle here between the Mercedes coming into the first turn. Already a slight bit of contact on the way through. There's a big battle going on behind for the minor positions in the top 10 as they all fan out to try and find as much grip as they possibly can. For now, though, it is Apex 1 leading the way in both categories.
As we see the splits starting to come out, half second between P8 and P9, another half second between 9 and 10, and further down the grid, Apex 1 leading both of the packs right now, but we see a couple of the hypercars have fallen behind the GT3s off that very messy start.
Yeah, very messy indeed. We have the teams involved, the Petronas Cintium SD team and the Skigala SD team, unfortunately all the way down at the bottom right now. For the time being, though, it seems that the rest of the prototype field are ahead of the GTs. Purple in Sector 2 for Apex 1 at the very front of our prototype field. They have made their way to the top on pace, and they are trying to stretch this gap, but they have to be careful. It's already the end of lap 1. They're using all of the curb on the exit of the final turn, and it's not much of a lead here at the end of lap 1. We've still got 7 hours and 56 minutes to go, and it's looking very competitive at the front.
That's 1-2 complex. A little bit easier with the higher downforce, higher grip cars. As we see some moves being made up on the inside. I believe that was... I need to check my spotters guide again. Excuse me. The One Vision Esports making some moves further up the grid, and a little bit of a battle further behind them.
Yeah, this is looking very interesting. It looks like the Park Motorsport number 97 as we see one of the GTs come into the pits. I think that might be the 905, not too sure. But, oh dear, that looks like a prototype a bit further back than we expected, just for a flash there. It's pretty much all Lamborghinis and Mercedes here in the GT3 field, but it looks like the cars are very well matched. The number 12 Lamborghini trying to make up some places here. Number 12 looking like they have some extra time to make up. Two Team Mercedes cars up ahead of them. Got to be careful on your way through these opening laps. Everyone's trying to just get into a rhythm here. It's all about rhythm when it comes to endurance racing.
Excuse me, I needed to take a drink. We've got... One second.
All good. Here we go then. All the way out into turn one again. That is lap 2 completed for the prototype, the hypercars. And of course, all driving the same car, but with slightly different settings. The 775 Esports team trying to chase down the cars in front here for 4th, the OC Racing X Lopen team. Of course, OC Racing is a sim racing YouTuber who does hardware reviews and the like, has partnered up here for an entry into Project Endurance. They're starting to lose touch here with the top 3. I reckon the 775 crew is looking to get past pretty quickly because Apex 1, AOT Turtle Beach, and the second Apex 1 car in the number 51 starting to really cane it there at the front of the field. They're gaining a lot of time. Oh, hello. This is looking like a bit of a palaver in the GT3 class. This is an interesting battle indeed. One of the Mercedes going off there on the right-hand side of the circuit. That looked very awkward coming through the last few turns. Gently does it on your way into turn 1 here. The grid racing car right in the midst of all of this. Let's be gentle on our way into turn 1, people. This has got to be... oh, goodness, the Lamborghini going hard into turn 2. Gently does it. The One Vision Esport easy does it through these very quick opening corners. And this is a turn where mechanical grip is at its impetus here. The GT3s, they have to take so much on the way through those fast corners at turns 5 and 6. We'll keep our eye here on the prototypes. The Park Motorsport sister car in the hypercar class trying to fend off for 13th place. Team Delta Infinite has been working their way forward a bit, and it looks like the Apex 1, number 51, might be having some technical issues on the way down here. I've noticed them popping up and down the timing sheets a couple of times, but here we are then, the battle for 12th continuing, moving a bit further up the field. The battle for the top 10, Apex 1 in the 71. Got 3 cars in the top 10 right now. Could be 2 very shortly if the number 11, the 731 Mystic Warrior team ends up getting a better run coming onto the very long back straight. This is a lovely battle between these 4 cars, and if anything, it is a battle for 7th place effectively. Now is the time that the slipstream comes in, and Apex 1 will be hoping that they get off the corner as nicely as they can. A stint here in the prototype should last about... Oh, that's a big dive there from 5th place. The 775 Esports car getting up into 4th in the midst of all of that. And that certainly looked difficult, as it looks like everyone's slowing down. We're under full course yellow. Gently does it. Have to slow down, keep your position. There has been a big incident out on track, and we're not quite sure where it's come from. We will endeavor to find that information. Seven hours and 50 minutes to go, and the race has been neutralized here. Evidently, potentially, a problem in the GT3 class. Looking through the timing at the moment, and it's not seeing many cars out of position here. I do notice that the Race Spot Academy 246 is in the pits right now. I don't know if that is if that has anything to do with what's going on here. The 175 Petronas Cintium SD team has been in the pits 4 times. They pitted on lap 4, my apologies. Currently down in last place. I'm not sure if they are the ones that brought out the yellow, but we tour ourselves around just for the moment. And it looks like the full course yellow has been, oh goodness me. Okay, few things are frozen here at the moment. and we are back online. We do apologize for the slight technical issues that we experienced over the last 10 or so minutes, but we are back. And, well, after that brief full course yellow period, man, the Apex One team in the lead of this race has absolutely stretched their lead. They currently are in front by 2.5 seconds over AOT Turtle Beach. This is quite the drive that the number 61 is putting on right now, Nick. They are doing everything right in their pursuit of the win in the first round of Season 5.
Their other teammates, the second Apex One entry, number 51, also sitting in third place right now, currently sitting 1.4 seconds and closing in on AOT Turtle Beach. So we're going to see how that battle will shape out in a little bit. Either way, it's a nice start to the race for the hypercar class.
Yeah, aside from that issue that we had at the very start with the drivers at the rear of the prototype field evidently having some issues getting off the line, it's been a pretty clean race in the prototype class, and we're still not entirely clear on what the cause of that full course yellow call was, but it looks like just about everyone has found their way back out onto the racetrack and is trying to make up time here with 7 hours and 40 minutes left in the race. We keep our eye here on battles as the hypercars are now in the midst of the GT3 pack. The battle for 11th with Team Delta Infinite giving chase here, coming down to the Pro Endurance team in 11th.
Shanghai International Circuit, not one we've seen a whole lot on the F1 calendar over the last couple of years. That keeps getting canceled, but I believe we actually return to Shanghai this year on the F1 calendar, if anyone's following that. As we see some hypercars getting through GT3 traffic right now.
Yeah, there is quite an interesting dynamic here between the hypercars and the GTs. Of course, long straights means that the hypercars have plenty of time to get by the GT3s cleanly, as Team Delta Infinite has well and truly demonstrated. And well, the Pro Endurance team looks like has made their way past and into 11th spot. We keep our eye here on the cars down in 27th overall. This is the 666, the Woyol Racing.pl entry in the Lamborghini, chasing down the Mercedes of the F&L RT team. Now, this is an interesting fight. It seems like the Lamborghini is looking very good on corner entry, but on the exit we'll see who reigns supreme, and it looks for the time being that it is the Mercedes, but I think that might change depending on how hard they're making that car drive.
A little bit, we were talking a little bit earlier before the race about the GT3 cars. The Mercedes AMG happens to be the more preferred option this time around. Now the cars are running a bit heavier in race trim than they were in quali trim, which should even out the field a little bit more and maybe favor the Lamborghinis through these corners, as we were seeing. But I mean, these Mercedes AMGs, we've seen them in other races that you and I have commentated. They are very, very quick on the straights, very slippery car design, as we see a couple of LMPs passing by that Lamborghini and now making their way to the Mercedes.
Yeah, indeed. Looked like a pretty clean sequence there. Keep our eyes here on the number 794. That is the Grid Racing entry. Fighting their way up here. It seems like they're outside of the top 10 at the moment in the GT3 field, but you see that this battle in the GT3 midfield is... Oh, there we go. There's the move that we just saw at the hairpin. The Lamborghini going for it on the Mercedes, and it seems like they have made their way past. So Woyol Racing in that bright yellow machine going for the Daniel Ricciardo move at the hairpin.
I don't know if you want to say something like that with the season Danny Rick's been having this year. As we're seeing further up, the Mystic Royal team up against RaceBot QS.
Yeah, this is the fight for 9th place at the moment, and man, the Mystic Royal team looking fast right now. Look at what they're doing there, altering their line on the way into the right-hander. They're trying to maximize the exit onto the back straight. Seems like they just haven't been able to get the traction that they want, but this could be the move that they need to get into the top 9. Gently does it on the way in, defensive from RaceBot QS all the way over to driver's right, and that's a big defense. They make contact in the braking zone. These guys are racing hard pretty early on for an 8-hour race.
Very hard early on for the 8-hour race, but RaceBot QS staying ahead, but getting to the GT3 traffic. Mystic Royal actually ends up getting on the correct side of the GT3 and makes the pass, taking the advantage of the traffic. We're now down back the main straight, and another team's coming in. Team Delta Infinite making a move on RaceBot QS on the inside of turn number 1.
This is so interesting. This, I mean, the traffic already introducing the dynamics. And a little bit of a slow exit there for RaceBot QS. They had to give that up to the Pro Endurance team entry, which was the car that really took advantage of all of that. But Mystic Royal team, they have made their way up into the top 9 as they were presumably planning. They have got a lot of time to make up to Apex 1 in 8th spot. That is an 8-second gap that they have to make up. And with the cars being as close as they are right now, Slipstream is going to be their enemy. You don't want to be the front car in a pack.
No, you don't be a front car in the pack, but also the dirty air through these corners makes it pretty difficult to get grip, especially with these new spec hypercars. They are better at following in the corners than the old LMP1 spec, but even then, just getting in the dirty air, requiring so much of the underbody downforce. You got a low pressure zone coming in from the cars behind or in front of you, excuse me. And as you're following, you have less air to move under your own car and create that grip that you need through the corners.
Yeah, of course, the hypercars do use Venturi tunnels to an extent. They produce quite a bit of their downforce through that underbody airflow, but there is enough of a disturbance when you're running through fast corners that you still have to keep your eye out for the front end going. And now it is up to the Pro Endurance team to try and gain their place in the top 9. This is a really nice battle, and it's only for the midfield positions in the prototype class. The number 81 team Delta Infinite, they were the big losers out of that battle. I think with everything that's gone on for them, they might have to wait for the first pit cycle to try and gain something, but they do seem quicker than RaceBot QS right now. That team is having issues putting the power down out of these slow corners.
Seeing another move potentially being made as we head on to the backstretch. Hold on, I had my track map incorrect. We are not headed on to this backstretch yet. Some GT3 action happening further back. I believe this is Grid White Tigers making the overtake.
Here we go. Down into the hairpin. Oh, yeah. It's interesting. Don't usually see lockups in GT3 cars. They use anti-lock brakes for the most part. Evidently, anti-lock brakes have been turned down in this battle between the 217 and their sparring partners. Now, let's see what the red Mercedes can do to overcome that gap. Looking at the 222 right now, and that car being the FNL RT team, they've had quite a few adventures so far in this race. On come the headlights, and look who's in front of them. That is the Royal Racing Lamborghini, and might be a signal to them that they are looking to work their way up.
Taking a look back at the hypercars, still the same running order that we had seen previously in the battle for 9th place. Mystic Royal team staying ahead of Delta Infinite. Sorry, of Pro Endurance team, excuse me. RaceBot QS staying ahead of Team Delta Infinite. They've gotten about a second gap Well, that is closing as we get into these first couple corners of the track. Really, really challenging corners to drive in the sim. I'd imagine even more difficult with just the high horsepower that comes out of these hypercars. Keep on saying LMPs. They're not LMPs anymore.
Yeah, indeed. I think we're still very much in 2000s and 2010s endurance mode, aren't we? We've commentated a few other events using cars from the past of endurance racing, and yeah, I mean the hypercar class has been around for a couple of seasons now, but it does take us some time to get used to the new terminology. Keep an eye out for this battle for the lead, because they are working their way through the GT3 traffic, and they've just made their way past the Royal Lamborghini. Slight lock up there for Apex 1 in the lead. They could be under threat from AOT Turtle Beach.
0.2 second gap, increasing a little bit as we head out into the main straight. Turns 1, 2, and 3. As we've said before, very difficult corners. Kind of my favorite Tilke corners, actually, are of the ones that I've seen or had the pleasure of sim racing on. I mean, it's just, I think it's a really cool complex. I keep saying it.
Yeah, there are some excellent complexes around this circuit. Looking at the Lamborghini for WRS Interstellar Midas, these guys are running just outside the top 4 in GT3. Under threat for 5th position, it seems, from the AOT Turtle Beach Mercedes, the number 41 behind them, who's got some prototype traffic that's just come through. Got to be gentle on your way into this left-hander here. It's all about compromising your speed through the fast right-hander to set yourself up for the exit through these left-handers, and the race leaders will be making their way through nice and cleanly. Meanwhile, this is looking pretty close. The number 20 Lamborghini chasing down the Mercedes once more. Now, the number 20 is all the way down in 37th overall. They're looking to catch one up here on the Move Center SD team car. So 36th and 37th overall, and whoop, there's the Race Spot QS car making its way through, and that's quite a close battle there. Team Delta Infinite right with them, and that's 3 prototypes in the midst of this, trying to make the move as the Park Motorsport 97, and there's been a coming together. Contact between the 81 Team Delta Infinite and the 97 Park Motorsport entry.
They're able to get away a little bit more cleanly now, but Racebot QS has taken advantage of that and has started to pull away from Park Motorsport and Team Delta Infinite. That's it. Further up, Pro Endurance team has pulled quite a bit over Racebot QS, now 6.6 seconds between them. Some more moves being made. Team Delta Infinite trying to stay ahead of that Park Motorsport entry, but they are not making it easy for them.
Yeah, Park Motorsports, the drivers certainly taking advantage of the palaver, working their way through the GT3 traffic. I gotta wonder, what can you do in a situation like that? I mean, I've certainly raced in other endurance leagues as a prototype driver, and I know the struggle when you've got cars up ahead of you, GTs ahead of you, and you've got another hypercar driver bearing down on you like this. You got to try and search for every gap you can, and it looks like they're doing that pretty well at the moment. Not much else to be said regarding that battle. 3 there.
And we can see 2 different approaches to the corners. Park Motorsport taking a little bit more of a geometric racing line here, but Team Delta Infinite has been later on the brakes and taking a little bit of a tighter line. And what on earth? This is not NASCAR, my friend.
Full course yellow.
Runs allowed.
Full course yellow again. There's been an incident somewhere around the track, and I'm not too sure what it is. It looks like the Team Delta Infinite car
do not exceed 80 kilometers
was
per
slowing
hour.
down for the full course yellow, and I don't think the Park Motorsport car quite got the memo.
Green, green, green. We are racing again.
So there we go. Positions changed again. Back to green flag racing, and Team Delta Infinite resumes their running position. It was a very short full course yellow there.
Looking further back. Mercedes versus Lamborghini. Up in the top half of the GT3 standings, AOT Turtle Beach going up against WRS Interstellar Midas. We see the Lambo getting a bit of a better exit on that corner and now pulling ahead on Main Straight as we head towards turns 1, 2, and 3.
This is the battle for 7th and 6th in the GT3 class, and that's going to be another thorn in the side of the AOT Turtle Beach team. More prototype traffic working their way through. And where do you go if you're the prototype driver in this situation? You can run wide like the Lambo just did, but it does compromise your exit somewhat. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a GT3 driver in this situation. You've got hypercars coming at you from all sides. You have to be driving as much in your mirrors as you do looking at the car ahead.
Hold on one second. I think I need to take care of something technical real quick, so if you can keep going.
Yep, keeping our eye on this battle here. The number 20. Squadra Corsa over Crest. They've got the Move Center SD team up behind them, and this is for the midfield in the GT3 class. They are rapidly losing time to the cars ahead. They need to take stock of their situation and maybe wait for the pit cycle once more. So just for everyone's benefit, a stint here in the hypercars will take about 40 minutes. The GTs can last about an hour, possibly more, over the course of a fuel tank. So we're far away from seeing the first scheduled pit stops for a lot of these drivers. Have to just get into your rhythm, make sure that you're keeping the car clean and you're not losing time unnecessarily. Speaking of losing time, a little bit of 3 wide down the back stretch would certainly put paid to that. And oh dear, almost 3 wide on the way into the hairpin as well. The number 28, Sunset Outrun here, has got FNL RT keeping them very honest, and it looks like the OC Racing X Lifeless car, the white and blue Lamborghini up ahead of them, has certainly made good use of that fight between them. FNL RT though trying to get up the inside here into turn 1, and it looks like they've just managed to get it done on the Grid White Tigers Mercedes, the number 28, keeping their job nice and clean just for the time being. But these battles, they are lasting a long time, and if you're a driver in one of these teams, one thing on your mind is, please get me out of this. I need some clear air. I need to make up some time. Keeping up with the hypercar lead, meanwhile, AOT Turtle Beach, they've lost a bit more time to Apex 1 in the very lead of the race. And the number 61 seems to have been working the GT traffic a little better, and you can see just how hard on the brakes they are pushing. They are leaving puffs of smoke at every opportunity. Meanwhile, the battle for 9th, I mean, we checked in on this before. It's still not over. Pro Endurance team and Mystic Royal team into the slipstream down the back stretch, and it's defensive here. Earlier on the brakes, just a little for Pro Endurance team. And Mystic Royal tries to make the move here, but they are forced out wide. That might be a matter for the stewards to have a look at. Obviously, if you're racing as close as you are in the first part of a race, the name of the game is to just keep your car clean. There's no telling how much damage a lot of these cars have, and the prototypes are generally more aero sensitive than the GTs are. Meanwhile, the number 42, this is the 5th place running car in prototype right now, the GLS PXN Racing entry. They're dealing with a few ping issues. It looks like they have the highest ping in the field at about 87 to 88, so need to keep an eye on them. They won't want to get too close to other cars. The 41 AOT Turtle Beach Mercedes, meanwhile, fighting for 5th. in GT right now. They've got the WRS Interstellar Midas Lamborghini up ahead of them. And this will be an interesting fight indeed. Middle car and a 3-car pack. Slight lockup of the brakes as they make their way into the hairpin, and they've got some friends. Prototypes coming in and making their moves. It looks like the Race Spot QS car is in the midst of all of this. But everyone giving each other a good amount of space. That's nice to see. They're not pushing it quite as hard as they otherwise would, and it seems like the Lamborghini has given the prototypes all of the racetrack there. They're not losing much time to the cars ahead, to the cars behind, sorry. They're having to make just as much room here for the prototypes. There's contact again. Oh dear. And that might be a matter for the stewards as well. Certainly wouldn't be happy if I was in the Lamborghini's position, getting bumped wide in a braking zone. And the Mercedes finds its way past through contact. AOT Turtle Beach, well, they may have made their way into 4th in GT thanks to that, but I don't know, man. The stewards will probably be having a little chat about that. In any case, Grid White Tigers entry coming down here into the hairpin, chasing down the Mercedes up ahead of them. And I mean, it's one thing to try and get a straight exit out of the hairpin. It's another thing when you have a car that's actually taking the racing line in front of you and getting a slightly better exit. So many opportunities to use slipstream, but they don't often come easy. I think all of the teams will have trimmed out their cars as much as they can for as much straight line speed as they can get. The GTs, they do have some aerodynamic dependency, but nowhere near as much as the hypercars do. And the Outrun Mercedes, it seems, is putting on a great defensive drive right now. These guys racing a bit further down in the GT class. They're currently running in 8th, on board with the 9th place car. And yeah, they are having issues here in the first half of the circuit. Not much they can do. They'll be hoping for a better exit coming onto the back stretch, and maybe they can have another go at the hairpin. See the difference in lines as well. Wider line for the White Tigers. But it seems like the Outrun Mercedes is able to keep up the pace. I'm very interested to see that. And I suppose what that tells me is the grip level across the circuit is quite consistent. Meanwhile, the Race Spot QS team has got Team Delta Infinite still filling their mirrors as they make their way into the first turn. Bit of a closer battle in prototype as this one. The OC Racing X Lopen car chasing down the 665, and that is going to be a change for 13th position in the prototype class. And it looks like they might just use the GT, the lone Lexus in the field, to complete the maneuver and make it stick. Got another prototype up ahead of them. There's plenty more to come here. I don't know if that's for position just up ahead of them. The 665 Royal Racing car. Yeah, this is the battle for 12th. We're racing with the OC Racing Lopen car there. Meanwhile, the fight between RaceSpot QS and Team Delta Infinite. This is for the last position in the top 10. Once again, GT traffic making things a little difficult for the prototype drivers to work things out between them. That's a nice exit though. Very nice drive out of the corner there for Team Delta Infinite. Can the number 81 make the move on RaceSpot QS for 9th spot? 9th has been one of the most hotly contested places in the hypercar class all race, and defensive from RaceSpot QS. They will keep the position but you can just tell a big move is potentially coming. Maybe they're hoping that they can make Race Spot QS use up their tires a little more, and that might make things easier for them down the line. We are getting up to the point where we might see the hypercar class work their way into the pit lane. It's starting to get to that point. They'll be running low on fuel. The tires will be wanting a bit of a reprieve as well. They've been working very hard throughout these laps, and what a beautiful onboard view of the opening turns here at the Shanghai International Circuit, seeing what kind of lines you can take. Obviously, Team Delta Infinite were looking for a better, straighter run through the corner. Meanwhile, yikes, this is looking like an interesting fight in GT3. The Royale Racing Lamborghini, this 666 here, it's got the Park Motorsport Mercedes up ahead of them, and then the Interstellar Midas entry. There was a bit of back and forth between those two, and it looks like the AOT Turtle Beach car has taken advantage of that and is skipping away, but that's way too hot of an entry there for the 666 Lamborghini. This is the fight
they go sideways.
Oh no, that's a spin there, and that is the 907 Park Motorsport Mercedes having to cut across the track to get back going, and the driver at the wheel of the Royal Racing.pl Lamborghini probably feeling a little bit sheepish right about now.
Apologies for having to leave there. A little bit of a sneak behind the curtain. The way that we are currently running both an English and a Polish stream at the same time is through use of an RTMP server that I set up, and there was some lag happening on the Polish stream, so I was trying to diagnose that while that action was going on. Thank you very much for dealing with the race in the meantime.
My pleasure. There's been some very interesting fighting going on, mostly for 9th place in Prototype and for positions just outside the top 5 in GT3. This Royal Racing Lamborghini probably got a bit of damage to the front left after that unfortunate hot entry into turn 1 that took out the Park Motorsport Mercedes. And I don't mean taken out as in they're out of the race. They're just down a couple of positions and have lost some time in the meantime. But now we see the blue Lamborghini, OC Racing X Lifeless, starting to round them up well within slipstream range. Got an Audi up ahead of them here. Need to keep an eye out for any further incidents ahead, because they seem to be coming thick and fast.
Yeah, this GT3 class has been lots of fighting between Lamborghinis and Mercedes. We haven't seen Lambo on Lambo action yet, so we'll see how these two cars stack up against each other. Further up, there is some hypercar traffic making their way through as it is. I mean, taking a look at my timing board, it doesn't look like there's a single part of the track that has clean air for anybody at the moment. It is just all full of traffic all the time. Most of it currently centered around this turn 1 complex. As we take a look further forward into the hypercar category, Team Delta Infinite still chasing onto RaceBot QS for that 9th position. They've been in this position for quite a while, and they've been keeping RaceBot honest for the time being, but they are starting to pull away down the main straight.
Indeed they are. And it looks like RaceSpot QS has found some pace after their issues earlier, and I think that has something to do with the fact that they haven't encountered GT3 traffic for quite some time. We look elsewhere in the prototype field. Meanwhile, this is 5th place, GLS PXN Racing, driving very well right now. And if I can bring up the qualifying results, well, the GLS PXN racing car started in P7, so they've got quite a bit more to make up if they want to make an impression here. But regardless, up 2 positions, and you still got 7 hours of the race remaining. Car looks clean. I think they'll be very happy with where they are right now.
Yeah, about 3 seconds between P4 and P6, and right smack dab in the middle is that GLS PXN racing hypercar.
Oh, there's a move.
Still, there's a lot of GT3s up above. I think this was the GT3 battle we were watching earlier between the two Lamborghinis, the Royal Racing, and I got on the losing side of that battle. The hypercar is really making it difficult for these GT3s to race against each other as they complicate every single maneuver through these corners, especially at the beginning and the end in sectors 1 and 3 is where we see a lot of this action happen.
Ooh.
Further up ahead, though, race spot QS barely holding on Team Delta Infinite.
They used the Mercedes there to help them out and box in the Team Delta Infinite car. Well, that's some very good multi-class racing using your head style of driving there, but you can see that the Delta Infinite car is looking very quick through turn 1. Do you see how much time they made up there through the long right-hander? They're obviously focusing on their corner entries.
Indeed they are with the corner exit. Still better for Team Delta Infinite as they make their way up to the next series of turns of the hairpin. Making way past some GT3 traffic. Yeah, very dicey. They're very late on the brakes for directly following. And we see Racebot QS able to get ahead on corner exit after that mistake from Team Delta Infinite.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty incredible there. They came so close to running into each other as they... Oh, dear. Who's that they just made their way past? One of the Mercedes there that had to get out of the throttle a little bit and make sure that they didn't cause a bigger accident. Shows you how hard the prototypes are racing when the GTs are just getting all kinds of messed up when they come through.
I mean, they're racing hard. I mean, this is only towards the end of the first hour of an 8-hour race, but it looks to me that a lot of these LMPs are just jockeying for position and trying to pull some gaps on each other as we get halfway through what is the first stint for a lot of these drivers. 8-hour race, up to 4 drivers per team per the rules, minimum of 2 drivers, but I expect second stint's going to be happening in about an hour as we continue looking at this battle for 9th place. Further up ahead, though, GLS PXN on 775 Motorsports. They're looking very racy.
Yeah, that they are. The 775 esports car is... Oh, hello. Here we go. Side by side.
That line is better. No.
Oh, yeah, had to pull back in. Obviously not quite enough confidence to go for the move up the inside. They know that they have the back straight coming, and that once again is their best chance to make their way through. The 775 esports car has been losing time to PXN Racing and the 891 Kisita Mafia Corleone machine. But I think there's a little bit too much space between them for any meaningful difference to be made in the slipstream. They're going to have to wait a couple more corners to get this one done. Is there anything that PXN can do here? They had to get on the brakes early. They had to get on the brakes early for the GT3 ahead of them. And look at the amount of smoke being thrown up at the hairpin. So many drivers pushing hard into that corner. And oh, here we go. That's an opportunistic dive there from the 891. Looks like they've made their way past the GT there, but they have lost a lot of time to the 775 esports car in 4th spot. Meanwhile, checking back down to that fight in GT3 we were keeping an eye on, the OC Racing X Lifeless Lamborghini that recently made their way past the Royal Racing.pl 666. That's the bright yellow car behind them. Oh man, there's so many nice liveries in this series. Just as a side note, I've been very impressed with the skill of the painters in each and every one of these teams. Some very striking paint schemes out there. Unfortunately, I think for the Royal Racing car, it's been damaged a little bit over the course of this run.
Contact with that Mercedes AMG a little bit earlier in the race. And OC Racing X Lifeless is starting to pull a little bit ahead now, but keeping them honest is that Royal Racing number 666 entry. And behind them, an AMG looking to perhaps capitalize on some Lambo on Lambo action. This is Park Motorsport.
Yeah, and Park Motorsports is the car that was turned around by the 666. Oh, whoa, okay. That is the Race Spot QS car. Oh dear, looks like there's been a coming together between them and Team Delta Infinite. That was a massive crash, and that's almost the second time that the Park Motorsports Mercedes had to take to the runoff area. Fortunately, they got away with it, and it looks like Race Spot QS have gotten away with it too without much damage, but still, they've lost valuable time, and now they are behind the OC Racing X Lopen entry, the number 99, who will have to be going defensive soon if they've got the fire in their bellies over at Race Spot QS. Look at the weaving down the straight. Even the GTs are trying to snatch some slipstream off the prototypes.
Love to see multi-class racing.
Oh no! The OC Racing Lifeless Lamborghini, I think there'll be a bit of red mist descending in that car. That looked like a bit of an unnecessary incident.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like one of the hypercars just didn't, or took a little bit too much space and forced them off the track there.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a miscommunication between the classes, and the problems are continuing. Losing the rear into turn one. I mean, they were hit by the hypercar, and then they clobbered the Armco barrier. I think there's some problems with the rear suspension on that number 98 Lamborghini now.
Clear.
And they have fallen all the way down to 29th place overall, as they were fighting with Wolio Racing and got ahead of them earlier. Gonna have to make their way back up through a myriad of Mercedes AMGs if they want to get back towards the front of their class. Still, we have a little over 7 hours remaining as the battles continue throughout both classes.
Yeah, it looks like we're looking at the number 42 right now, the GLS PXN racing car. Kasper Mariansky is the driver at the wheel of that car, and he's trying to make his way past the 775 coming into turn one. Is this going to work? It is. Manages to get the move done there. Mariansky definitely putting his car exactly where it needed to be, and they have moved their way up into fourth spot now. Beautiful stuff.
Now they need to make time on the second of 3 Apex 1 entries in the race. They are about a 7-second gap behind, as the top 3 separated by about 8 to 9 seconds. Apex 1 sitting atop AOT Turtle Beach. We saw some action between the two of them earlier on, but Apex 1 has once again improved that gap to the second place entrant.
Yeah, Apex 1, definitely the class of the field so far in the 8 hours of Shanghai. First round of Project Endurance Season 5, and man, we have got an excellent season that's coming up for you all. Really quite a few high-class racetracks we're going to be racing at here. Hockenheim is going to be the second round, and there won't be as much room for close racing there, especially in the final sector. The rounds to come, apart from Hockenheim, include Istanbul, Circuit of the Americas, Portimao, and Daytona. Very nice selection of tracks here for Project Endurance. Look at the tires there, meanwhile, on the 775 esports car. Is that graining that I can see? I think those tires are near the end of their operational life.
Yeah, these drivers have been racing very hard.
Just like that. Oh, no.
I think you may have Master Curse. He's trying to get out.
That is
a bit of an unsafe re-entry, if I may say so myself.
Yeah, I think once again the stewards, who have already been kept quite busy in this race so far, will be looking at that as well. I mean, I understand why he flicked it into reverse, but there were cars coming on the racetrack. You got to be careful when you're re-entering around a hairpin that actually has a blind entry there at turn 3. So I might have. Oh dear, they've just gone straight off again. Yeah, I mean, the way the tyres were looking, I was certain that there wasn't going to be much grip available for the 775 esports machine. They are now down to 7th spot. Apex One, number 71, having made their move thanks to the spin. So now we keep our eye here on the 907, the Park Racing Mercedes, and these two cars on screen at the moment, Mercedes and the Lamborghini in front of them, they are no strangers to each other. Remember, we had that big incident earlier where the 666 piled into the 907 coming into turn 1. This could be their opportunity to get back past.
You know, the final race on the calendar you were saying was the Daytona Roval. It reminds me, there are actually a lot of tracks, as we see a pass being made. Petronas Centium SD team on top of RaceBot QS. They have just been falling in positions after that crash earlier. And look at this, just the gap from the Petronas Centium SD team. They're absolutely dominating RaceBot QS right now. But I wanted to ask you, of the American Roval tracks, because there are quite a few of them, which one is your favorite?
Oh, it has to be Daytona. I mean, that is the iconic Roval, really. I think the Charlotte Roval has a little bit of, you know, a nice, unique nature itself, but I tend to prefer Daytona.
I prefer Indy personally.
Oh yeah,
you get some great races at Indy. I honestly prefer the old version of the layout where they actually went up on turn 4. Of the oval itself instead of kind of cutting inside of it, but it's just such an iconic track. Such a great venue. I fully intend to see both the Indy 500 and the road race in the preceding weeks during May in my lifetime, because it's such a historic track.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a case to be made for Indy as well, though I would prefer it if they used a couple more turns of the oval. That's part of the reason why I like Daytona so much. They're not afraid to use the banked corners. I just want to make a point regarding the 775 esports car. Well, they have now jumped into the pits, and I think this is about the time that we're starting to see the first pit stops for the prototype class, and we're also seeing a few more coming from GT3 as well. The 246 Race Spot Academy car currently has made their way through. Grid White Tigers is currently in the pit lane too, taking the first of their pit stops. Now, this is something that we need to highlight. This is a multi-driver series. There are drivers sharing the same car, and where we've had the information to give, we have told you which drivers are in the car. There is a spreadsheet that we have, but for the majority of teams, we're not actually sure who is in the car at any one time. That's why we've been using the team names to refer to them. But in order to change your drivers and allow for teams that are competing with only 2 drivers versus teams with 4 drivers, that's why long pits are a thing, Finnick. We've experienced long pits before in Assetto Corsa leagues, but the essential explanation of it is drivers have to take 4 long pits over the course of the race, and that basically equalizes the competition between drivers, between teams with 2 drivers and teams with 3 or more.
Those long mark the beginning and ends of some of these stints for some of these drivers, but you know, it's all in the name of good competition.
It is.
Because unlike in actual endurance racing, you can't just jump out of the car and let somebody else jump in immediately.
Yeah, there's
That's
a lot
just part
of
of the race.
yeah, a lot of coordination required for the teams. They've planned out their driver stints, figured out, you know, how long can the car make it over a tank of fuel and a set of tires? Are we going to take the liberty of not taking tires at a pit stop and potentially save some time? You know, that is the question. I do believe, though, tires and fuel may be done at the same time. I can't say for certain, but still, we're going to be seeing some good trades here in the pit cycle here. So Apex 1 number 71 is currently in the lane. We also see that the 899 Kistia Mafia Capone team is in there too. Race Spot QS, the 446 in the lane too. Finally, after having lost all of the time that they had on those not as fresh tires. And we'll be keeping an eye on the lap times as well to see if there are any teams gaining on those new tires. We haven't seen pit stops for the majority of the GT3 class though. Apex 1 still leading the way in the number 1 in 20th overall. And of the cars that have already pitted, well, SD1 Vision Esports, that's a hypercar down in 35th overall. They had to pit around about the lap 4 mark, but Squadra Corse Overcrest, the number 28, is currently exiting pit lane. They come out in 38th overall. 2 laps into their stint now are the Grid White Tigers cars in the number 203. So this is that car.
Speaking of on fresh tires, 775 Esports, they set a new best time of 148.217, or new personal best time of 148.217 on that previous lap. They are making up about a second, but it's really closer to 2 or 3 seconds on the WolioRacing.pl car ahead of them. So those fresh tires are currently gaining about 3 to 4 seconds per lap at the moment versus these deltas. Further up on the grid, we're seeing Apex 1 is losing a lot of time their personal best. They just clocked a 150.477, which is 2.5 seconds behind their personal best. And actually, Apex 1 51 is behind them because we have another pit from AOT Turtle Beach now.
Yeah, the number 91 in the lane. Same for the Petronas Cintium SD team prototype. They're going to fall down the order outside of the top 10 as the battles continue in the GT3 class. Lexus having to make way for Mercedes here. This is the Cubic System machine having to fight off with the 775 Kistia Mafia machine, and this is for just outside the top 20 overall. This is an interesting battle. They finally caught up after a long time out of it, and the Lexus will defend into turn 1. A slight wiggle for the Mercedes. It looks like a slight contact on the way into turn 1. I mean, the car's all loaded up at that point, and if there is contact, well, the grip of the car just gets overwhelmed. Back to the fight between the 907 and the 666 briefly. They're just coming out of the final corner now on the right side of screen, and we see lots of drivers from the prototype class in the lane. Kistia Mafia Corleone, GLS PXN Racing, both Apex 1 cars up the top of the hypercar field, 61 and the 71 both in the lane right now. Who is going to win the battle of the pit stops there?
Now, the pit stops are relatively standardized just due to the nature of sim racing. We'll see who's taking a long pit stop versus a shorter one at the moment. Remember, you only have to take 4 of those long pit stops throughout the race, but you do want more tires, as going an hour on tires at Shanghai International Circuit will do a number on them. Interesting, we have the one Lexus in the field today, as looks like a Mercedes having a bit of trouble with a pass coming their way on one of the LMHs. No, it's
Indeed.
interesting to see Alexis on the grid. You think of WEC and you think, oh, the Toyota GR010, three-time winner of World Endurance Championship, and obviously Lexus being their Western luxury car brand, but also the high-performance cars from Toyota end up being Lexus's outside of Japan. And it's seeing a prototype team do really, really well at this prototype thing, and then having their consumer side not doing nearly as well in terms of the number of entrants is always interesting to see where these kind of resources go for these teams.
Yeah, indeed. I've always had a soft spot for the Lexus, and actually, funny point that you brought to my attention when you pointed out Lexus is Toyota's luxury brand. Well, the names, the fictional names that are used for these cars in the sim, the Lexus is called the Lux. So I think that was an interesting thing to point out.
Staying ahead of that Mercedes AMG of Cubic System. But Lexus currently sitting number 2 in the class at the moment and trying to hold off Cubic System, or less than 0.3 seconds behind. A little bit of contact, pulling through the turns as they make their way towards the next hairpin.
Yeah, there's again, most of the GT3s haven't come in for their first pit stop yet, so these drivers are reaching the end of their tire life and almost getting into the back of the Lexus is the Mercedes. This very intense battle for second place in GT3 as things stand. They are a long way behind the leaders Apex 1 and the Mercedes there. I think we just saw them going through the hairpin in the foreground. They have a gap of 17 seconds as the Lexus goes defensive into the hairpin. Is there anything the Mercedes can do? Try the over-under. Might be difficult with a prototype coming up on them. The hypercar, are they brave enough to make a 3 wide onto the way into the final corner? They are. It looks like just enough power and speed to get it done, but that has crossed up the Lexus a little, and now the Mercedes has the inside for turn 1. That's where you need to be.
No slipstream though, so it's really just a matter of who's got the more powerful engine going in. Setting up wide on turn number 1 is the Lexus, and moves into the back of the Mercedes, loses some speed as we head towards turn number 2. Looks like Cubic System are going to make that move stick, move up into second in class behind Apex 1, still 14.5 seconds back. That 775 entry really struggling on that straight. And through these corners, you can see just how difficult it is to get the mechanical grip necessary for these GT3 cars when you've lost that much tire wear over the course of the first hour of the race.
Speaking of tire wear, I want to point out the leaders of the overall race, Apex 1. They are going incredibly long, aren't they? Actually, no, my apologies. They pitted 2 laps ago. Sorry about that, everybody. The RoyalRacing.pl hypercar, the 665, looks like the only car in the class that has yet to come into the pits. And, well, actually, they've just made their way in. So, just like that. There we go. The Mystic Royal Team 731 into the lane, and the 665 RoyalRacing.pl car putting some fresh rubber and getting the fuel tank sorted on that car. The gap for the lead is currently 8 seconds between Apex 1 and OC Racing X Lopen at the very front of the field, and actually further out to 12 seconds now. It looks like the gaps are a little bit different on the live timing on my end.
Well, so based on the timer board that we're seeing right now, OC Racing X Lopen, they pitted on lap number 8. So even though they're technically in second place right now, they still got to pit in a couple of laps. So the effective second place is a Kisiata Mafia Corleone entry, as AOT Turtle Beach appears to have taken one of their long pits for that previous pit stop. They ended up behind Kisiata Mafia Corleone, and they're about 2.5 seconds behind them right now. So even though the gap between effective first and second place is still around 20 seconds, Apex 1, they still have to take a long pit, and currently, after the long pit in sequence would be AOT Turtle Beach.
So that's your update on the long pit sequence there as the Mercedes off track. And that is the 873, it looks like, if I'm reading the numbers correctly. Looks like a position lost to their fellow Mercedes there. Coming down the back stretch. Lamborghini in front of them is the OC Racing X Lifeless car, which we saw having some rear end issues before. And looks like they've gotten back up to speed nicely, but these Mercedes are looking incredibly quick, even at the very end of this stint. We still owed a pit stop from the top 7 in the GT3 class. Apex 1 still continuing on, and Cubic System and Kisyatar Mafia keeping their eyes in for the second place battle. Only 2 seconds between those two, as side by side on the way into the hairpin, the number 20 Lamborghini making its way past, and number 20 is somewhat down the field a little bit. Looks like a couple other cars going for the pits up ahead of them. So pit cycle complete now for the prototype class, still owing pit stops from the top of the GT3 field.
We have a new Apex 1 going 147.555, new fastest lap of the race, and they're currently delta about half a second up. They just went purple through Sector 1 as well, as they make their way in towards Sector 2.
Yeah, this is some stonking pace right now from Apex 1 and the leaders. Oh no, that's a coming together between those two Mercedes that we saw battling a little earlier. And so now the Grid White Tigers car is going to have to get back up to speed very shortly. Grid White Tigers, I mean, they were some of the first in the GT3 class to pit. They pitted 7 laps ago, and this stint so far not going too well for them.
Going too well at all. I'm just taking a look at this Apex 1 entry. Didn't go purple in that second sector, but they are looking to maybe hit a 146.9 on this lap. As we take a look further back, SD1 Vision Esports sitting among the GT3s, last overall in the LMH category, behind Sigalka SD team. Apex 1 and the GT3, though, staying ahead of those two in the meantime. And Apex 1, number 61 entry, did not set another purple, and ended up being 147.7. I'm sad. Lost a lot of time in that third sector.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, still purple in Sector 1, though, which is some damn good pace indeed from Apex 1 in the lead. Keeping our eye on the number 16 here, the Skigalka SD team down in 20th overall. This team pitted 2 laps ago. They are on the same strategy as SD1 Vision Esports, which is a... how far ahead of them? I'd say
66 seconds at
yeah,
least.
66 seconds at least. Yeah, that's quite a gap to make up. I'm noticing that the number 1 Apex 1 car is actually ahead of them on track, so it shows you how much time they lost in the pit cycle, potentially taking one of their long pits. Not too sure about that.
775 Esports have actually made their way back up through the rest of the hypercars, and they're looking on the rear bumper of... Oh, that's actually not AOT Turtle Beach ahead of them. That's one of the further back LMPs.
Yeah, that's the Team Delta Infinite car, I think, the number 81. So they're in 11th right now, and yeah, I think looking at the gaps, yeah, it's interesting to see.
Oh, double
okay.
purple sectors 2 and 3 from the number 61 entry as we see a nice weaving through traffic from SD1 Vision Esports. It's not really traffic. Apex One was ahead of them, but they are now officially ahead of all the GT3s again. We have a new best lap, 147.250 from the number 61 entry.
Yeah, some fantastic paces finally into the pits. Coming for the Apex One leader of GT3. So let's see how they execute this. They are followed in by second place. Now, does the Lexus end up following them in? The 775 car is going to stay out for at least one more lap here. Interesting to see.
I'll see if they're going to be able to push for that lap. Might take a look at the deltas, but in the meantime, you can only sit and wait as the pit cycle continues. Does the overcut or the undercut work better at Shanghai? Does it really matter for the first stop of a 8-hour race? We shall see.
I mean, my gut tells me that traffic management, considering the incidents we've seen so far, is going to be far more important for where you place. I mean, these endurance tires, they can last quite some time, and if you've been looking after your tires, then maybe you'll be able to gain something. But I always go by default. The undercut is probably going to work a little better.
We're on board with 775 Esports number 75 entry. 0.4 to 0.5 behind AOT Turtle Beach. AOT Turtle Beach, they've not had the greatest of starts to this. They fell quite a bit behind Apex One and then took a long stop. So even though they are currently in 4th place, their effective placement is somewhere between 2nd and 3rd. If 775 can get ahead of them, though, that long stop may not have been the best choice from AOT Turtle Beach. 775 continues this push towards the number 2 starter.
And they're looking pretty quick too. They did a personal best sector 3 there. They were a bit down in the first 2 sectors though. I think part of that was negotiating GT3 traffic like what they're about to encounter here. So the AOT Turtle Beach car is going to be the one coming up on them first up, and it seems like a pretty easy move against the Mercedes for the both of them, but it looks like another hypercar up ahead of them there. Is that the Kissatia Mafia Corleone car up ahead of them? I'm not too sure. Looks like the gap is about 3 seconds to the car ahead for position, and that looks a good sight less than 3 seconds, so I think that's a lapped machine.
I think that might be the race spot QS.
In the SS.
It is.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow in 3, 2,
in 3, 2, 1, and
follow the delta.
There we go. So the race has been neutralized once again. Once more, a crash that we have not been able to catch. Don't know how long this full course yellow is going to last, but hopefully by that point the incident will be cleared and we can get back to our green flag racing. And the green flag is flown as soon as 2 Mercedes come together.
2, 1.
That's a bit awkward. And just in time for us to go green again, they get back up to speed.
775 Esports, they're not happy about that. They ended up having to get behind a bunch of GT3 traffic compared to AOT Turtle Beach. They've fallen more than a second behind after all is said and done. Hold up, my timing boards were incorrect. They are trying to get through LMH traffic right now, out from behind the lapped cars and continuing down the front stretch. Right behind AOT Turtle Beach, but another lapped LMH gets in between the two of them. Not getting clean air for the fight quite yet.
No, certainly not. Race Spot QS in the 446, the red car there. They're running all the way down in 16th place right now. And looks like 2 laps down, so unfortunate for them. Oh, and they make contact there coming into the hairpin. They will redress the position. But again, it looks like just some miscommunications between a lot of cars here, as that is the Audi off, the lone Audi in the field. That's the Skigalka SD team, number 16 there. No, sorry. Was looking at the wrong place on the timing screen. Not too sure if there was contact involved in that. The AOT Turtle Beach car down in 41st overall. That car's been having quite a few issues over the course of the 1.5 hours of this race that has been covered so far.
Team Delta Infinite making some time up on Park Motorsport in the middle of the hypercar class. That 9th place has been contested a lot throughout the day, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, 9th place has been the most hotly contested over the course of this entire race so far. Team Delta Infinite, we're right on board with as they try to chase down Park Motorsport here. In slipstream range, but they won't be gaining very much in a straight line that far back. Let's see how aggressive their entry to the hairpin is. Now you see that they are making up a little bit of time on the way in, but maybe a little bit ginger on the throttle on the way out. They might be hoping to take advantage of this slight bit of GT3 traffic that they're encountering at the moment. Yep, see that little tap of the brakes there? That is a tiny bit of extra time that Team Delta Infinite will be looking for, and they have the run coming down the front stretch.
Unfortunately, they didn't make too much time up on that front stretch, but they've got a lot more speed going into turn number 1 as it continues to wind down, making the left-hander. And whoever gets the better exit here will have the run into the hairpin. Looks like Park Motorsport will be able to keep ahead for the time being.
Yeah, that's the Lexus that they're making their way past. So the Kisiata Mafia car, they've just come out of the pits and they are down the field. Remember that they made their way up to 2nd spot. They were fighting for 2nd. Well, it looks like they might have taken one of their long pits because they are quite a ways further down than I expected them to be.
Still, this battle for 9th place, keeping it very interesting and very clean. Making their way towards the back stretch. Who gets the better exit there?
Snatch a little slipstream off the GT.
Slightly.
Oh yeah, here we go. It's got to be defensive. Oh,
they can't quite make the pass on the straight. Now they're 3 wide with the GT3s.
Oh,
making the
here we
back.
go. Oh, can't get it done.
Just barely. They used a lot of tires for that too. They're back onto the front stretch. They have the run going into turn 1, but they have to move to the outside. Gonna look for the pass on turn 2 potentially.
Oh yep, deep for Park Motorsport.
Again, gets the inside line, and Park Motorsport runs way wide. They end up losing this place to Team Delta Infinite.
Still more GT traffic to contend with though, and it seems like they're starting to come back. Yeah, it seemed like Park Motorsport was having a lot of trouble with corner exits there. They just lost a lot of pace, and look, they haven't lost anything really. They are gaining once more. This fantastic fight. This has just been going on for ages, and I don't think it shows any signs of slowing down.
It is an 8-hour race. We are about an hour and a half into it. 6:31:33 on the clock. Taking a look into the GT3s and some Merc-on-Merc action. It's further up the field. 775 is right on the heels of AOT Turtle Beach.
Yeah, this is starting to gear up as well, isn't it? 775 actually pitted 3 laps earlier than AOT Turtle Beach, and you know, traffic notwithstanding, I think maybe they looked after the tires a little better, which explains their pace. Their last lap time, let's double check this now, was 1:49.0. Yeah, half a second faster than third place right now. And with more GT traffic to contend with, they've got plenty of chances to make up even more of that time. But they're on the outside, coming through the right-hander. Gets back onto the racing line nice and cleanly, though, to continue the chase.
More GT3 traffic to contend with, and AOT Turtle Beach places the mark right between them.
Oh, that's going to be some time lost there for 775. The GT3 protecting the inside of the corner. And of course, if you're a GT, you have every right to run your racing line. It's up to the passing car to make the move cleanly. Unfortunately, 775 have just undone the hard work that they did over the last few laps there.
Some Merc-on-Merc action further back in the field. I believe this is the number 246 entry, Race Spot Academy, trying to make their way past FNLRT.
Correctamundo. And a little prototype interference there is going to make more space between the cars. These drivers are fighting over 6th place, it seems, in the GT class, and oh no, it's all gone wrong there for FNLRT. Contact with the prototype on the exit of the turn, and they won't be very happy with that. They've just lost out massively.
Yeah, it looks like they ran out of room, maybe not enough grip, maybe took the corner a little bit too quickly. But the hypercar was pretty much on the edge of the space there, so bit of a racing incident, but they have to keep on trucking, as it were.
Yeah, well, that's the name of the game in endurance racing, isn't it? Keep on trucking no matter what. And there's a few teams here who are still looking for a little more out of that.
I had a really terrible idea. What if we had an endurance race of NASCAR Truck Series trucks?
Oh Lord,
Keep on
perish the
trucking.
thought. Oh dear. That's
just lose the rear end every single corner for a whole 2 hours. I mean, 2 hours is an endurance race for those things anyway.
Yeah, make it even better. Ban tire changes.
Yes, of course. That would make a lot of sense.
Oh God, that'd be fantastic. Look forward to seeing that idea in action. So the cars in the hypercar class that are way off at the moment, as we keep an eye on this fight here between Delta Infinite and Park Motorsport. Park trying to make their way back past into 9th. Further down in the hypercar field, all the way down in 30th overall, the SD1 Vision Esports car. That's the 117, and the 117 started in P4, so that's certainly not the race that they would have wanted from the very outset. And it actually looks like when I was not looking at the production feed, the move was made. I do apologize for that. Team Delta Infinite now back behind Park Motorsports. Now, how much of an effort are they going to put in to get back past here?
We're keeping close through these turns. Looking towards the inside of turn number 3, maybe actually the dive towards the outside, seeing the GT3 traffic ahead. Pulling in towards the hairpin. 3 wide.
Oh man, the closing speeds get me every time. These guys are driving on the ragged edge.
Now, meanwhile, Apex One, number 61 entry, they have pulled nearly 30 seconds of a lead right now over Kissiata Mafia Corleone. It is very striking how well they've been able to run away with this race thus far. And now they're pulling even more of a gap. A little bit further back, 775 Esports has actually closed the gap to AOT Turtle Beach a little bit, but they lost it in traffic. As we're looking at Park Motorsport versus Team Delta Infinite, they are continuing to fight for this 9th place, neither of them wanting to give an inch. We saw Park Motorsport getting the better end of the exchange earlier on, but they're onto the backstretch, and it looks like Team Delta Infinite had the better exit in the slipstream going into the next hairpin.
Yeah, are they close enough for a dive, though? No. If there's more than a car length between you and you don't have the confidence in your tires, then it's probably not the best of ideas. We look further up here. This is the battle for 5th. Apex One in the number 51, the car that was running a little bit further up earlier on, currently engaged in the battle with GLS PXN Racing. Remember, that team started in P7. So they're back to roughly where they should be on qualifying pace, but I think they've been racing exceptionally well so far.
And fairly clean between these hypercars. Of course, first race of the season, we've got a couple bugs, lest we forget the start of the race, but even further back, Park Motorsport and Team Delta Infinite, they are keeping each other honest through the first couple turns of the track.
Oh, that's a little bit wide on the exit there for... Oh, hello.
Oh, Apex One?
Yeah, they were trying, weren't they? They were trying with GLS PXN, but defensive from Apex One, and they immediately drive past the Mercedes through the final corner and put a little bit more space between themselves and GLS PXN. Now, this might just bring in the number 71 Apex One entry. I mean, everywhere you look, there's something going on, isn't there? Oh, look at this. That's a good run.
They're going to go for the outside, maybe go for the switch around move that we saw them make earlier. Late on the braking from both.
No, no, no.
Oh, no.
So both Park Motorsport cars in Hypercar and GT3 have had issues where they've been hit around by a passing car. And I mean, the circumstances were a little bit different there. Looked to me like Team Delta Infinite were, they were trying to stay alongside on the exit and maybe box the Park Motorsport car in on the inside. Once again, the OC Racing X Lopen car, a car that we haven't talked much about, taking advantage of that situation. They've moved their way into 9th now.
See what the stewards have to say about that one, but was a bit unfortunate for Park Motorsport. They just haven't been having the best of luck today. As a little bit further up the field, GLS PXN Racing have fallen behind the number 51 Apex One entry, now 1.5 seconds. So they've used up a lot of their tires on the second stint, 22 seconds-ish, or 22 minutes-ish, until we get to our second round of pit stops. And what a lot of teams, I will assume, be their first driver change of the day.
Yeah, so first, second cycle pit stops being encountered here for the GT3 class. And looking at Race Spot Academy, I think the 246 maybe pitting a little bit earlier than they expected. The car that's been out there for the longest time has been the Team FDRS by Overcrest entry. in the Audi number 18. So,
oh, GLS PXN, they were right on Apex 1 there.
Yeah. So trying their best to make up the place here, but it seems like every single attempt they are making, it's just not working out.
So many GT3s on track, but they've got the inside run and actually make their way past the GT3 traffic.
This Mercedes up ahead could certainly spice up the fight depending on what line they take coming onto the back stretch. Doesn't look like the Apex 1 car is going to be that inconvenienced, and neither is the GLS PXN car.
Yeah, it looks like Apex 1 got a better acceleration off the end of the turn and really didn't have to deal with the GT3 all that much. Taking a look further back, RaceBot QS, they have been losing positions all throughout the day. If I take a look at my starting grid, RaceBot QS, they started in P13, they're now P16, and trying to claw their way back some of those lost positions over on Pro Endurance Team. 157 entry, they started the day P19, so they have made up 4 places throughout the course of these first hour and 40 minutes.
You're wrapping a parcel there?
I don't think that was me.
Oh, wasn't it? Oh, must have been our producer. Perhaps working on something else in the background there. I heard some sticky tape being reeled out. In any case, we'll move past that little distraction. No apologies necessary. A little bit of fun. Always like to have those little things happen. Wanted to point out regarding RaceBot QS, if I can remember correctly, they were one of the cars that was involved in that coveted 9th place battle earlier on in the race. So I think maybe they've switched drivers, and the driver currently in the car potentially not quite
well, they took a lot of damage.
Up to pace.
They crashed out of that fight,
true.
Didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Okay, cool. Yes, my brain sometimes stops working. So I'll defer to you, Finnick, about that. We keep our eye on GLS PXN here, who's still trying to make their way into the top 5 versus Apex 1, and 775 Esports, up in 4th place ahead, is making their way into the pit lane. So we have the next pit cycle starting here for the top of the prototype hypercar class.
Very early for the pit stop, 775. They went 22 laps on their second stint and 23 on their first stint. So they have been very aggressive with their pit stops. I assume this is going to be a driver change for them, but we'll have to take a look at our records when that happens. Still, it is a long race, and perhaps they want to go longer on these next couple of stints because they have spent a lot of time in the pits for the start of the race.
Yeah, they're going to be working their way up pretty much all race here, and you know, like it being an 8-hour race, you do have a lot of time to work your way up, but you have to be perfect, and you have to take advantage of full course yellows when they happen. Make sure that you're avoiding contact with GTs or hypercars, depending on what you are looking for. As into the pits here, we're seeing the Team FDRS by Overcrest entry. That's the car that I mentioned earlier on, was the longest running out of all of the GT3 class so far. It looks like 28 laps or so that was completed on tank for them. So we shall see where they filter out when things all come out. The Kisiata Mafia Capone hypercar, meanwhile, is currently in the pits as well. They've just exited it from what I can see, down in 17th overall, as this fight is still not over at all between Team Delta Infinite and Park Motorsport. This time it is for 10th after they had their unfortunate coming together a few laps ago.
And Park Motorsport, they really want that place back. Feeling perhaps it wasn't necessarily the cleanest of overtakes from Team Delta Infinite. Of course, the team that got the better end of that, if I remember correctly, was not 775, that was OC Racing X Lopen. Ended up pulling ahead after that incident was said and done, and now they are about 4 seconds, not 4 seconds, about 6 seconds ahead of the teams that they passed earlier. 775, obviously, they had gone into the pits, so they are not on the same cycle as the hypercars that are around them. So ignore them in your standings right now. They don't exist. They're just in a magical place where they're racing people, but also on a completely different strategy from everyone else.
Yes. You often see a few cars like that in an endurance event, just misleading you when you look at the timesheets and think, oh, why are they there? Oh, that's why. Never ends for me. Obviously more used to commentating more sprint racing. I haven't done much endurance commentary, so this is a nice little change for me. Keeping an eye on the OC Racing X Lopen car, one of the few non-Polish teams in the hypercar class. This is a Dutch team, and they have been the ones that have taken advantage, I think, over the course of many incidents that have gone on in the prototype class. The number 99 started P5 and they've been working their way up ever since, and I think despite having a bit of an incident early on, they've managed to race cleanly and be gentle with things. Meanwhile, it looks like the 891 in the pit lane there, the Kisuta Mafia Corleone machine, after 57 laps completed so far. Looking at, it seems about 25 to 30 laps is the typical stint for a hypercar here.
Yeah, we're seeing from personal bests, Delta's ranging about anywhere from 2 to 3 seconds for all our top runners. Taking a look further back, Park Motorsport trying to make their way past traffic. They got stuck in the GT3 traffic trying to catch Team Delta Infinite, and hold on, who's in the pits? Who do we take in? It's Apex 1!
Oh yeah,
They're
that's
taking
the
their
overall
second
leader. Yep, taking their pit stop at the end of lap 58.
And AOC Turtle Beach inherited the lead there. Who else took a pit around them?
Well, looking at how many laps it's been since they've pitted, the cars that are closest on strategy are actually the 51 Apex 1, GLS PXN Racing, and the 71 Apex 1 entry. So keep an eye out for them. The Petronas Cintium SD team is also technically on the same strategy, but they are down in 11th place right now, so probably not a factor in the battle.
Of course, 775 Esports was the first team to pit out of the hypercars, and making their way past OC Racing X Lopen on much fresher tires.
Yeah, it's amazing the sheer amount of pace that you get when you bolt fresh tires onto one of these things. They do last a while, but by the end of the stint, you're just waiting, ticking down the laps for that fresh set. We'll see if the number 99 can keep up here, but I would expect the 775 car to start driving away here. 3 laps into the stint so far. This is about when the tires will be fully switched on.
OC Racing X Lopen keep losing some time to 775 Esports, but 775 had to make their way through traffic, weaving in and out of GT3s, mostly Mercs today. I have to give a shout out to my lone JDM in the Lexus, which started out really good. They were holding second place for a while, but had an incident earlier on. Let me see where they're currently placed. They're currently in 31st overall, the other 775 entry. Fallen quite behind after holding second place in GT3 for a while. We're on board with Grid White Tigers right now. Racing up against Grid Racing.
Yeah, so I think 2 team cars here who will want to try and negotiate each other cleanly. I just had to pause for a moment to listen to the sound of these Mercedes. I've always been a fan of the Mercedes engine sound. I've been to the Bathurst 12-hour in real life, I think about 4, maybe 5 times, and the Mercedes was always one of the best cars to have run by. The deep, throaty German V8 just shakes you to your bones.
So, between the Bathurst 12-hour and the Bathurst 1000, which is your favorite?
12-hour. There's
it's
no
not even
question.
Close.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I just like the vibe of the 12-hour better. I mean, I've never been to the Bathurst 1000 in the real world, but you know, I've heard stories from people who have gone there, and I feel like the atmosphere of the 12-hour is a bit more suited to someone like me, who's you know, who goes a bit more for the GT racing sort of mindset. And you know, I never really got into the Ford and Holden tribalism in the years that those brands competed in V8 supercars. I don't know. I just like the international flavor that the 12-hour brings, and the vibe of the event is a bit more chilled, a bit more open.
I mean, fair play. It's a Bathurst 1000, man.
I prefer to watch it on
Such an
TV.
insane race. It's a bucket list race for sure for me. Indy 500, Bathurst 1000, 24 Hours Le Mans. Those are my top 3 races I want to go to in my lifetime. 3 different disciplines. We see the Petronas Centium SD team fighting against Park Motorsport.
Yeah, Park Motorsport, they've been having quite a few adventures. And the Petronas Centium SD team have been steadily working their way up after some issues earlier. They've been sort of outside the top 10 for the majority of this race. Remember, they did start in 8th place though, so obviously some problems for them early on that they are quickly trying to rectify. And well, they are on 5 lap fresher tyres than the Park Motorsport entry, and also we have seen the Park Motorsport car have a bit of contact, of course, with the Team Delta Infinite entry, and a couple of spins and slides besides. So hopefully, when their pit stop eventually comes around, they'll be able to get into a rhythm themselves and keep things up from here.
You know, thinking of Petronas, whatever happened to the Malaysian Grand Prix? That's such a great circuit. I wish we raced there more often.
Sepang is an underrated circuit, honestly. It's one of Herman Tilke's best tracks, and I don't think you'll find anyone who disagrees, as that is the GLS PXN racing car making their way into the pits there, the number 32, after being involved in the battle for 9th at some point, now falling further outside of the top 10. Let's see what the fresh tires ends up doing for them at the conclusion of their 59th lap. There's quite a bit of space now between lots of the prototype class competitors. AOT Turtle Beach still continuing on there. It was a slightly earlier pit for the 61 Apex 1 car. They've only just come out of the lane. It's been 1 lap since they pitted, coming up to 2 laps now. Get the feeling that might have been one of their long pits considering how far down they are.
We'll see how long it takes. Parks Motorsport in the pits as well. We are approaching 2 hours elapsed out of our 8-hour race. And 2 out of our 3 hours commentating together for our shift here at Project Endurance Season 5.
Yes, there's been a long and storied history of Project Endurance over the years. Of course, it being the 5th season of this championship, we've had plenty of drivers compete from 25 different countries, mostly, of course, from Poland, but we also have the UK, Italy, Panama, Netherlands, Thailand, Colombia, a couple of Australians competing as well. There's some history for 666 Woyol Racing. They are racing in a Lamborghini in the GT3 class this season, but they were the Hypercar champions in Season 2 and Season 3. And this season is the first season that does not have the LMP2 class. It's just gone down to Hypercar and GT3. From Seasons 2 to 4, it was Hypercar, LMP2, and GT. There's a lot of history yet to be made in this series as well.
We are with 775 Esports, who are under fire from the Mystic Woyol team. Currently sitting 0.25 seconds back. I'll take a look at the pit strategy. Mystic Woyol, 23 laps since their last pit. 7 laps since 775's last pit. Of course, they were the first ones into the pit lane. So a bit surprising to see Mystic Woyol keeping pace with 775 here. As we take a look at the last lap, something's not right. I think 775 passed them, and I just missed them. So the other way around.
Yeah.
775 getting better on better tires.
Oh, yeah, you say better tires, but man, that was a huge lockup from them coming into the hairpin. A lot of smoke being kicked up there as they're being chased down by the Mystic Woyol team. And, I mean, 775, they only pitted 7 laps ago, but it seems like they're having a bit of an issue keeping the grip up there. Checking in with the leaders here, AOT Turtle Beach. Well, 147.8 is their fastest lap. 149.0 is their last lap time. The 61 Apex 1, which of course is on those fresh tires, and they were the overall leader for the majority of the race. Their last lap time about 2 and a bit tenths slower than these guys out here. I think AOT Turtle Beach are just taking advantage of the clear air before it's finally time for them to come into the pits, which should happen sometime in the next couple of laps, unless they've been doing some sneaky fuel and tire saving.
Well, there are 63 total laps and 27 since their last pit, so they've been going, what is that? 35 laps? 33, 35 laps on each stint, so they're going a bit longer. They've been able to save the tires a bit more on a different strategy than what we assume to be the leaders at the end of the pit cycle, which is that Apex 1 team. But as you've mentioned, they've been losing a lot of time in traffic, although they just hit a 148.9, which is the 149.6 of AOT Turtle Beach. So using those tires to their advantage and making up some of that time that the clear air afforded AOT Turtle Beach.
Yeah, but remember, in general, the 61 Apex 1 car was far enough ahead that they should be able to resume the overall race lead when the rest of the class cycles through. This is a problem for the Grid White Tigers entry. They're having to fight with the 775 Lexus.
I think AOT Turtle Beach might be trying to shorten the race or to take one fewer pit stop this race.
Yeah.
They've taken the longest stints out of everybody. 28 since their last pit. The 71 Apex 1 is on the same strategy, 29 since their last pit. And GLS PXN 27 since theirs, but everyone else sitting 25 or fewer. The only other team on a similar pit strategy looks to be Team Delta Infinite. 32 since their last pick. They're in 64 laps now, which means they're probably due for another pit stop as well. But the 61 Apex 1 entry might be taking one more pit stop than some of the other cars in the hypercar class.
Oh, okay, that looked a little awkward there. That was the 775 car making their way through on car 775. It might be a bit awkward between what I presume to be team cars there. Very wide, meanwhile, for the Grid Mercedes there. White Tigers now behind the main Grid Racing team. So
Yellow flag in turn
keep
1.
your eyes out. Yellow flag in turn one we're hearing. Now that's a potential issue further up the field. Track is clear, so I looked briefly at the track map just to see if there was anyone stopped there, and I didn't see anybody, so not sure who that was.
Yeah, so AOT Turtle Beach looks to be doing 35 laps a stint. And Apex 151 entry seems to be going a little bit longer. I'm trying to think why the 61 entry pitted so early compared to the others.
Yeah, I'm wondering why too.
They're gaining time now, but it's gonna bite them later on when fatigue starts to set in for the drivers and they're on their final stints.
Yeah,
they've got to go longer.
Yeah, I don't know. It's it potentially could have been a last-minute scheduling issue for the driver that was in the car at the time, and they had to come in early to get to a real-life commitment. Not too sure. There's any number of factors that could affect when you take a pit in an endurance race, and they don't always have to do with the strategy of the race itself. Meanwhile, the number 81 hypercar, Team Delta Infinite, is in the pit lane. I saw them come in a few moments ago. So they have made it to lap 65, and I can't remember the last time they pitted, but they've been working themselves very nicely. They've got some good gaps to deal with. They've been in there for a while. This might be a long pit. Also in is the 157.
Racepack QS.
Okie dokes. So for the drivers and teams competing outside of the top 10 in Hypercar, it is time to come in again. AOT Turtle Beach in the lead have made their way onto their 30th lap.
Yeah, so all the top four in the running order right now have yet to take their second pit stop. They are all sitting 29 plus laps, 29, 30, 31 laps since their last pit stop. So they're going very long, probably looking 33 to 35 laps each stint. and 775 Esports are on a completely different strategy than everybody else. We'll see if the gamble pays off for them. They're on 11 laps on their current set of tires. So at the end of this pit cycle, I actually think they're going to end up in the lead because Apex One pitted behind them and they are further back 7 laps pit time since their pit.
Yeah, they'll have a lot more work to do through the middle phase of this very long race. We're currently into the final hour of our stint here as commentators. We will be handing over at the top of the hour to Luca Casale and Luca Centorbi. So we will welcome those guys in very soon. For the time being, we wait with bated breath to see out of the top 4 cars who decides to blink first, how long they're going to go. The 71 Apex One entry currently on their 32nd lap, and I'm not seeing much in the way of hinting at a pit stop for them just yet. On the same strategy as the Patronus Cintium SD team down in 8th in prototype right now.
So the 3 cars to look at right now, the current leader, AOT Turtle Beach, have gone 149.346 on their, 149.346 on their last lap. 775 Esports, the 75 entry, went 150.189. So they are almost a second slower than AOT Turtle Beach, even though they're on fresher tires, and even though they should be ahead at the end of this pit cycle. And further back, 61 Apex One, which is the leader of that pit cycle, did a 148.430, so they're sitting 0.6 seconds per lap faster than AOT Turtle Beach, but their tires, once AOT Turtle Beach are pits, are going to be 10 to 15 laps older.
Yeah, look for a big pace difference between them then. I mean, you think it's a pretty big pace difference now. Just wait until they're on those super old tires. SD1 Vision down in 20th place right now, entering their 20th lap since their pit stop, and they are currently the last prototype on track before you get to the GTs in terms of position. A lot more work for them to do. Meanwhile, the 275 we briefly check in with is a Lamborghini running very wide out of turn 1, and a bit of grass being used by a Mercedes to try and get around them. Trade for position there, I would presume. Coming into turn 1. As clean as you like on the pass itself, but what set it up, probably not. So the 275 is... what position are they in? They're down at 38th overall, and that's a long way down in the GT3 field. The Kirito Racing Esports car 2 seconds behind them here in this number 12 Lamborghini. These drivers have been fighting so much for what is ultimately the minor positions. Kirito Racing started in 17th in GT3, and the Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team, the 275, started last as, oh no, that's the Kirito car around. And they'll have to try and get back onto the track cleanly here. It's a dangerous spot. They got cars approaching at speed through some very high load corners. Looks like they've managed to work themselves out there.
They have not had the best of days. We saw them in an incident within the first hour of the race, fighting for position towards the top end of the GT3s, but that purple and green Lamborghini just has not had the best of races thus far, but it is a long race, 8 hours long to be exact. Of course, not as long as our season finale, 24 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be a massive undertaking for all of these drivers, not to mention the organizers and ourselves as well in the commentary box. We're going to need all hands on deck for that one.
Still, for the first hour and a half, 2 hours of this race, we had non-stop battles throughout GT3 and Hypercar. We are finally at a point where we can rest a bit. So now I have to ask, what racing have you been watching recently? How has the non-sim racing been for you?
I actually haven't been watching much real racing, to be completely honest with you. Haven't been able to pay for streaming services as of recent, so I haven't been able to catch much live, so I can't really answer that question right now.
Didn't you watch the Aussie GP?
No, I didn't. I looked up the results, but yeah, I can't afford KO right now, so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss.
yeah, I saw it was a pretty good race, so you know, might have to sort that out in future. We'll keep our eye here on this battle. The Petronas Cintium SD team now catching up to OC Racing Lopen for 6th place in prototype, and OC Racing on the younger tires here, but they're getting caught up, and GT Traffic is playing its part, as is to be expected, but man, the pace from the Petronas Cintium SD team is pretty stonking right now. 175 trying to go better than their starting position here. Remember, they started in 8th in Hypercar. OC Racing Lopen, meanwhile, started in 5th, so they've been steadily falling back just a bit over the course of this race. They had their issues early on. They fought their way back up, took advantage of a few incidents in front of them. The same, I think, can be said of the 175, which we ride on board with. This could be another tense prototype battle coming up here with 5 hours and 50 minutes remaining on the clock. Don't run into the Lamborghini. Good stuff. And away they go. Exit slightly compromised, so they'll have to wait for a little more from that. We check in with the 51.
Yeah, they've gotten almost within a second of AOT Turtle Beach. They are on the same pit strategy here too, so whoever blinks first is going to have to make a mad dash and scramble to stay ahead of the other come the next segment of the race. AOT Turtle Beach, they had been falling behind quite a bit after starting second over the course of the last couple pit cycles. Remember, they are the leaders of their current pit cycle. The top three, excuse me, all yet to take their second pit. One of them had pitted already. I believe that was... I'm taking a look now. Who's got the fewest laps? It's Team Delta Infinite. Pitted 3 laps ago.
And it looks like the 71 Apex one is in the pits right now. So that explains why they're falling behind. And the number 61 will move ahead of them. Remember, the 61 Apex 1 is the pole position car and the one that led the way for the majority of this first part of the race. And into the pits, both AOT Turtle Beach and 51 Apex 1 go. Cut the inside of the pit entry, get as much of a run into the lane as you can. Be careful not to lock up the tires too much. And now it is a battle of the pit crews. Now, will either of these cars take a long pit is the question.
So, if I remember correctly, AOT Turtle Beach ended up taking their long pit on the first pit, or at least that's what it looked like based on where they came out in the order. This will, and actually GLS PXN Racing takes their pit here as well. So The leader now will be 775 Esports on a completely different pit strategy to everybody else. It really now boils down to, can these cars end up ahead of the 61 Apex 1 entry, who are the leader of the first group of cars to pit in the this second stint.
Yeah, that is the question. The 61 still holds the fastest lap so far out of anyone, but their pace has not been reflective of that recently. Their last lap was a 1 minute 48.7, which is still quicker than what we're seeing from the front runners right now, but not quite the dominant pace that we were seeing early on. So now the 775 Esports car, which we're looking at right now, is on its 17th lap since their last pit stop. Like you say, Finnick, they are completely off sync in terms of strategy. Question is, will it pay off for them when we get to the very end of the race?
And the two cars behind, the 731 Mystic Royal team, 33 laps since their last pit. They're on 72 laps now. And OC Racing X Lopin in third place, 28 laps since their last pit stop, so they can maybe push a little bit longer. But GLS PXN, Apex 1, and AOT Turtle Beach, the 42, 51, and 91 entries are yet to leave. And coming out of Sector 2 right now is the 61 Apex 1 entry. Remember, these three took a gamble going a bit longer than Apex 1 or the 61 entry. If they can end up ahead, then they will be sitting pretty, else it'll be very tight, because they are continually in the pits. Petronas Centium SD team also taking a pit right now.
899.
61 entry now on the backstretch.
Blue flag.
Okay, it seems a blue flag warning being given to one of the Kisiatar Mafia cars. Not the one that we're looking at on screen, the Lexus chasing this Mercedes, the Cubic System number 31. These two cars, no strangers to each other. They were battling quite closely before the first pit cycle. Now they've come back together once again. Wait for the Lexus V8 to spool up on its way down this short straight before the chicane and the big sweeper onto the back stretch. That's the overall race leader that's just made their way past right there. And since taking their pit stop, the 775 has been steadily finding their way back up the field. They're currently in 8th place in GT3 as things stand. So everything getting back in sync there for the Lexus team, and also the 31 Mercedes up ahead of them. We'll keep an eye on that battle to see if there's any more that eventuates from it. Looks to me
battle
like
pit lane now.
Yep.
Apex 61 Apex 1 ended up ahead quite handily over the 91, 51, and 42. Looks like AOT Turtle Beach got the better on the pit exit. So they'll stay ahead of the 51 Apex 1 and the GLS PXN. As we take a look at some GT3 action further back.
Oh, yes. Hello. That's the inside move that the Kisiatar Mafia team were looking for. They are now past the 31 Cubic System Mercedes, and now they're focusing on the Team Delta Infinite Mercedes just up ahead. They have been losing time steadily, and there's some prototype traffic here that could spice up the battle a bit. Up the inside goes the Lexus. Big outbraking maneuver, knocks the Mercedes wide, and then there goes the 31 to take the position and take advantage. They might be able to find their way back past the Lexus if they don't get back up to speed.
They were able to get back up to speed as we're heading further down the track. But now it looks like you're, because I've been keeping up with the pit stops while this has been going on, it looks like your running order on the main strategy is Apex 1 currently sitting at the front Kisiatia Mafia Corleone, then AOT Turtle Beach, and then Apex 151 will be in 4th place of all the people who are not on the 775 esports pit strategy. We'll see if the 75 entry can keep this pit strategy going for them, as they are very far off sync of everybody else.
Yeah. And 775,
second stop and go penalty for
Apex
car
1,
number 899,
61.
Jota Mafia Capone. This is incident note number 3.
Oh dear.
And
That's a bit of an issue
just
there.
heard that from the stewards. Kisiatia Mafia Capone has to take a 10-second stop and go for, I believe, ignoring blue flags.
Yeah, seems that way. Kisiatia Mafia Capone are down in 16th place in the hypercar class. And evidently, some teams have not been a fan of their attempts to stay ahead and avoid losing laps. I mean, it's understandable if you're in that kind of position. You want to try and not lose more time than is necessary. But if you've got cars in the same class lapping you, then you do have a bit of an obligation to get out of the way.
Hasn't been the greatest of starts for them. As we take a look at the 51 Apex 1 entry, duking it out with AOT Turtle Beach. These pitted on the same lap, as they are 1 and 2 on their strategy. The difference between them and 775 Esports is about 19 laps on those tires, and between them and the 61 entry is about 15 laps difference between AOT Turtle Beach and 61 Apex 1. So we'll keep you posted on that as the race continues, and we'll see which pit strategy ends up winning. It is a long race, 8 hours total. It's such a long race to start the calendar off with, though.
Yeah.
I think the longest that we have done, you and I, has been a 6-hour race. We did a 2-hour stint on, so as we see Mystic Woyol coming into the pits.
Yeah, they stopped in the fast lane, though.
775 did as well.
Okay, I think this is a driver change and a long pit potentially for them. Yeah, they're just trying to lose as little time as possible. You don't have to drive all the way to your pit box to get that sorted. So yeah, if you don't know how endurance racing in Assetto Corsa works, it's sort of a bit of a hacky way to kind of make driver changes possible. They pull over and say back to pits, and then the other driver of the car connects to the server, and then the long pit is applied. So that equals things out. At least that's my understanding of it. I usually come from iRacing broadcasts, so the way it's done in Assetto Corsa is still a little bit foreign to me, but you know, as long as you know about long pits and the like, you're pretty much sorted.
Quite the battle for... looks like 7th place is really 3rd place right now, between AOT Turtle Beach and Apex 1. This 51 entry has been on the heels of the 91 for a long time, ever since a couple laps before they took their pits. OC Racing X Lopen has inherited the lead from 775 Esports in the meantime, but they, alongside WolioRacing.pl, are the 2 remaining cars to pit in the hypercars. And we're getting some pits from the GT3s now. Maka Racing now in the pits alongside FNL RT. These GT3s going for longer stints, it looks like, than the hypercars have been throughout this race.
Yeah, seems like, yeah, if anything, a few laps longer than the prototypes. Of course, the hypercars have smaller fuel tanks, So while they are faster cars, they do tend to complete the same amount of distance on a single fuel tank. Always interesting to find out about the little details of how endurance racing works. Meanwhile, WoyolRacing.pl 665 in the prototype class, also Mystic Woyol team in 775 Esports in the lanes. So OC Racing Lopen has assumed the overall race lead, but we should expect a pit stop from them in the next few laps, and the number 61 Apex 1 entry will certainly look to take advantage of that. The AOT Turtle Beach entry here, the number 91, still embroiled in this fight with the 51 Apex 1, and they are both on the exact same strategy as we pointed out before, so it's out and out racing between those two prototypes. And here comes the number 61.
Keeps them honest. On the same strategy as well as the 32 GLS PXN, who are we currently observing on the heels, currently saying 0.87 seconds back on the 71 Apex 1.
Yeah, now question is, will they be able to catch up here? Because the 71 Apex 1 trying around the outside of turn 1 here, not always successful at Shanghai. You basically got to get to the inside of turn 1 as soon as you can. This is a very intriguing battle.
GLS PXN. They're cutting down this lead, but it looks like one of the lapped hypercars is creating a bit of a slipstream for the 71 down these straightaways. So GLS PXN Racing, the 32 entry, just hasn't been able to make up any time on corner exit.
Yeah, indeed. This is probably... I mean, in some ways it could be a blessing in disguise, because it looks like the lapped car is maybe just as quick coming down the straights, so could, you know, get in the slipstream, save a bit of fuel, maybe make up a little extra time on your rival. But I think if you end up spending more than a couple of laps in there, it will get a little frustrating. So let's see if the battle concludes here at the hairpin. Immediately moving out is the number 71, and it looks like GLS is going to do the same thing, picking up 2 slipstreams in a row, and that's a bit earlier on the brakes. Oh dear. Gets a hit from both ends.
We're back on the inside corner, though. Position behind the GT3 now.
Oh dear. Well, they're both past the lapped car, but at what cost to their track limits? You can see how aggressive the GLS car is being. They want this place. They want to get past. They tried to take advantage of the traffic situation, but just couldn't get it done.
Looked like they had it for a second, but as they come out of the opening turns of the lap, there's some more slipstream to get away. What really impresses me about prototype cars is just how late on the brakes they can get compared to these GTs.
Yeah, they can get incredibly close. The braking distance is so much shorter in the prototypes, and they're carrying a lot more speed down the straights as well. You got to have so much confidence and really know your car to be able to negotiate a group of GT3s if you come across one.
I just saw both Apex 1 and GLS get ahead of 775 there. I'm not exactly sure what's happened to them, but they have fallen significantly behind after their pit stop.
Yeah, they have indeed. They've already completed one lap, have 775. I'm not sure what's gone on there either. Oh, goodness me. That's a big defense there from Apex 1. They both lock up, and it looks like the GLS PXN number 32 is finally by. That would have been a bit stressful for them, I'd imagine. Could it be the over-under here from Apex 1 as 775 is back in the pits?
I'm very confused now. But
No, wait, was it 775 back in the pits? That's them
no,
behind
it was
them.
OC Racing X Lopin that went the pits.
Okay.
So now 61 Apex 1 retakes the lead.
Okay.
And after the pit
Had a
cycle
heart
is done,
attack.
it's the 61 of Apex 1, 891 of Kisiata Mafia Corleone, and then AOT Turtle Beach, which started second in the race, has fallen back to third.
Right. So there we go. Obviously getting my misidentifying of cars out of the way here, and hopefully I'll be able to identify them properly as time goes on. We're approaching 5.5 hours to go, and it won't be long before we have to hand over to the next phase of our English commentary crew here. Of course, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is the first time there's been an English language commentary stream for Project Endurance. There is a Polish language stream running alongside this one on the Project Endurance YouTube channel, so make sure to do all of the social palaver, like, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. We'll be bringing every round of this season to you live. And it's been a very entertaining race so far to kick off the 5th season of this long-running Endurance League.
Man, I love the sound of that Mercedes. Every time they pass one of them on the straights.
Yeah. Absolutely. I suppose it's a good thing that there's so many Mercedes out there. The Mercedes and the Lamborghini have been the most popular of the GT3 class. We do have an Audi, we do have a Lexus, but aside from that, it is an ocean of Italian and German machines. Keep in mind as well that the 5th season is one of change. Look at that down the bottom of the screen. Daytona is the only returning track from previous seasons here, as we keep an eye on the onboard here from 775 as they try to catch up to Apex 1. 6 laps difference between these cars. The 775 car has completed 3 laps out of the pits. 9 laps completed for the Apex 1 car ahead, so already seeing a little bit of difference here between the two cars. And once again, seeing what I think is a bit of graining on the tires of the 775 car. I'm wondering if they decided not to take tires in that last pit stop. Unless that's a trick of the light and I'm misinterpreting what my eyes are seeing.
I mean, it looks like graining to me, but not taking tires on a pit stop and on a long pit stop in an endurance race would be very suspect.
Yeah, look at the difference there briefly on the onboard. Very clean looking tires on the Apex 1 machine, but seems like they're having some trouble keeping 775 behind them. That car's looking incredibly quick, isn't it? The Apex 1 car is just scrambling to try and defend here.
They are now on the main stretch. 775 looks towards the outside.
Oh no.
And is off.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. But GT3 traffic. That's the Kirito Racing Esports Lamborghini that they're making their way by. The number 12 down in 38th overall at the back end of the GT3 field. Running 4th last of the cars still running out there. And in fact, basically of all the cars currently running, basically everyone who took the start is still running right now. We haven't had any retirements yet for mechanical or otherwise, which is really good to see.
Well, reliability is the name of the game for endurance racing.
Yeah, certainly it is.
So before this pit cycle, the 61 entry was about 30 seconds up on the 891. Now it's about 45 seconds, 43 to 45 seconds difference between those two. So the 61 entry was able to do more on those fresh tires than the extended stints of Kisiyata Mafia and AOT Turtle Beach, but we still don't know if they're going to be able to go for the same number of pit stops as the 61, or if they're going to have to make an extra pit stop compared to the rest of the top 5.
Yeah, that is the question. Lots of questions here. I mean, there's so long to go in this race. We don't have the technology to read the minds of the teams, so any decisions that are made now will obviously be paying off much later on when the race eventually concludes. And this is truly a global league, isn't it? We've got a global commentary team for English. We've got global drivers, you know, from Poland to Australia and everything in between, all competing in this league. The race is going to end at 4 in the morning my time, which is why I decided to take the start of the race here.
We'll just work overnights, so I'm going to sleep after this as well. On the east coast of the U.S., sitting in good old Atlanta, Georgia.
Indeed, not far
I
from
must
Road
make
Atlanta.
a correction here. I thought Kisiyata Mafia was on the same strategy as AO2 Turtle Beach. They're actually on the same strategy as Apex 1, the 61 entry. So they're about 15 laps difference in tires, 14-15 laps between the 61 and the 91, the 891 and the 91. But at the same time, the 61 entry is still almost a minute ahead of the second place entry right now. It's basically the entirety of Sector 3 between first and second place as it currently stands. I mean, they lost the position to GLS and Apex 1 earlier on, and they just haven't been able to take it back. Even though they're on fresher tires, it just seems like they've been treating them much more harshly, and they seem to fall off quite a bit faster for them than the others in their class.
Yeah. I mean, 775 are certainly quick, aren't they? But they just haven't been able to take advantage of that in the midst of everything. Here we go. This might be the opportunity for 775 here. Altering of the line thanks to GT traffic. And that
Making their way on the backstretch now. Better corner exit coming in from Apex 1, but they got to slow up for the GT3.
There we go. Full power onto the backstretch. They're close enough for some slipstream, but probably not as much as they would like. Oh, but they are looking aggressive coming into the braking zone.
Though.
Yeah, and a GT3 battle up ahead too. Lambo versus Merc. This could be a factor depending on how quickly they catch them up. Oh, the Apex 1 car to get on the brakes earlier for the Lamborghini.
Seems like they got the better out of the corner exit, but the slipstream is facing 775 towards turn number 1. Just going to stay right on the tail into the turn with the ever-shrinking Apex.
Oop. Hop up the inside of the Mercedes, which becomes the outside for turn 3. Both of them get the power down nicely, and they're back in clear air again for a short while.
Some smoke coming off the tires through that turn. going to see another move. Potentially on the backstretch, although once again, Apex One seems to be getting the better out of corner exits. They take pretty similar racing lines, but it looks like 775 sets up a little bit wider. They're getting the power down later on this going out of the backstretch as well, and Apex One's just getting the better of them on corner exit, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming back at the end of the straight, but by this point, they're too far back to get it done, but they're going to try it anyway. Oh, a little contact on the way into the hairpin. It's such a tight corner, that hairpin. It's the slowest on the whole track. I can't believe that these cars even have the lock-to-lock steering ratio to get around it. Some of the lines I see them taking, but it looks like 775 are dialing in the pressure. Yep, there we go. Inside of turn one they go, and they are through. Can they keep it to the inside, though? You go wide even a little bit in turn one at Shanghai, and the car behind will be right there to pounce, but it looks like they've managed to escape.
And with that, they are now ahead, and they're pulling fairly clear of Apex One right now. Went up 0.8 seconds, but the gap shrinks and grows as the lap goes on. 775 Esports, they started the race in P6. They're currently in P6 as well.
Yeah, they've been, all things considered, having a consistent race. We're still not sure exactly why they ended up in the specific track position they're in, because we thought for sure that they would be a little bit further ahead. But regardless, they are where they are, and they have to make the best of it. Now that Apex One is behind, you know, they spent all of that time defending. I don't know if they have much left to fight against 775, despite you know, still having quite a bit of life left in those tires. Moving down into GT3, this is the Delta Infinite Mercedes with the Sunset Outrun Mercedes, I believe.
30 seconds stop and go penalty for car number 775 Esports for safely join to the track. This is incident note number 9.
Oh dear. Okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's for the 6th place car that we were just looking at, that had just made the move on the 71 Apex One entry. Unsafe re-entry onto the racetrack for them. And a 10-second stop and go. That's going to take them right out of the battle for the top 5.
Stop and go, they said.
30 seconds.
30
yeah,
seconds.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that might take them outside of the top 10. Who knows? Depends on how much service they will take at that pit stop, or whether or not they have to take serve the stop and go separate to a pit stop for service. Into the pits comes the Outrun Mercedes.
I love this paint scheme.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely adore it. Plenty of nice looking paint schemes in this this league, in this series. Apex Ones, meanwhile, you know, maybe a little splash of color here and there would be nice, but I don't think there's anything wrong with a straight up black and white livery.
What's your favorite livery of all time?
It's too many to count, mate. I mean,
any racing series. I'm not gonna say just WEC.
Yeah.
Any racing series.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, too many to count. So many that I love, you know, like the old Golf liveries from the late 60s, early 70s. I do have a soft spot for Renault's Formula One livery in the early 2000s. I love the blue and yellow mild 7 scheme. I think Ferrari have done a fantastic job with their F1 livery this year as well. The Porsche Pig livery has been suggested by our producer, and I would agree. I love the pink pig.
Favorite is the Lancia Martini and Rossi livery. Just an absolute classic from the world of rally racing.
Mm-hmm. The Lancia Stratos Alitalia livery is one that I have a soft spot for as well. Nice geometric livery for a geometric car.
Yeah, that's a fun livery as well. What's another one I'm a big fan of? I mean, this is mostly just because I like the car, but the livery was so striking, was the 787B livery.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The orange and green renowned livery. You don't see orange and green much as a combination, as that's a bit of a problem there for the Mercedes. Oversteer on the outside of turn 2.
AOT Turtle Beach trying to make moves on GLS PXN Racing. I believe they lost this position, actually. They lost this position to GLS PXN. They also lost the position to the 51 entry Apex 1, though we missed earlier, so they have been falling very far behind. They were in 3rd place after the end of the stint, or after the end of the pit stops. Now they're sitting in 5th, and it looks like they're losing time to this GLS PXN car, although as I say that, they're trying to claw the position back as best as they can, but the car looks a little bit skittish, if I may say so from these onboards.
Yeah, it does. Definitely having some problems. I mean, these hypercars are difficult to drive at the best of times, but considering that they are on the same pit strategy as AOT Turtle Beach and even the 51 Apex 1 ahead of them, I'm honestly not sure what the go is for GLS PXN as the Apex 1 entry goes for it. Sorry, that's not the Apex 1 entry, is it? My apologies. Keep getting cars confused. It's getting a little late for me. Do apologize. Riding on board with car 820. The Team Delta Infinite Mercedes down at 32nd overall, trying to chase down the number 20 Squadra Corsa Overcrest car. You can tell that the rear-end attitude of that Mercedes is quite pointy. Seemed to be drifting on a little on the way into turn 2. So the AOT Turtle Beach car, that's the one that I misidentified as Apex 1. Still trying to chase down GLS PXN number 42. Let's see how skittish this car is looking now as they make their way towards more GT traffic. Judging by the closing speeds, they're going to catch them up at the exact wrong time here, coming into this chicane. At least, oh man, just enough space.
Lambo.
Yeah, and forced wide is the AOT Turtle Beach car, but you know, sometimes the outside of a corner isn't the worst place to be. You can get on the power a little straighter and you can carry that momentum onto the straight. So they might just be able to do that. Still, they would have lost a couple of valuable car lengths to GLS PXN. Remember, this is the fight for 4th place in Hypercar right now. And it could very well become the battle for 2nd once Apex 1 and Kisiata Mafia Corleone make their way into the pits. Interesting to note there, our top 2 prototypes, they are on their way to their next pit stop. 31 laps completed for the leaders, Apex 1, and the 891 having completed 32 laps. We should expect them in any time in the next 3 laps. The max stint that we've seen from a prototype is somewhere around 35 laps, I think. Now, these are the leaders here. Do they come into the pits this time? They do not. They've decided to stay out for a little longer. But of course, there's about half a stint's worth of distance separating the state of their tyres from the state of those behind. And how that's going to work out towards the end of the race, we have no idea. It's dependent on so many factors, including full course yellows, potential penalties, driver schedule having to be changed around. It really is like, you know, that's one of the reasons why I love endurance racing. You can't just predict what's going to happen. In a sprint race, you can certainly have a better idea of how things are going to go towards the end. But in a race as long as this, there's so much more to take into account. And at some point, I just end up stopping guessing.
And we're able to we're able to keep it chill, you know, chill down a little bit. Petronas Cintium SD team in 9th place, currently looking on the rear end of Mystic Royal team.
The 175 occupying, guess what, 9th place, which is the position that we focused on so much over the course of this broadcast. But it is the battle for 8th now, catching up to the 731, coming into the hairpin. And that's a bit later on the brakes. They'll draw alongside. Have they overshot? No. They've been able to pull it up and stay ahead. That was a great pass.
It's pretty difficult and very bold to make. But they were able to stay out ahead at the end of it and make the corner. Now Mystic Royal is a whole second and a half behind Petronas Cintium SD team. Now 11 seconds behind the 71 entry. We take a look at deltas. They are currently sitting a second and a half faster per lap than the 71. So they may look to make the move on the 71 entry before the next round of pits.
And the next round of pits will be starting momentarily. Apex 1 and Kishita Mafia Corleone both having completed 33 laps each. Oh, that's a bit wide there for the 731. Mystic Royal, unfortunately, losing touch there fully with the Petronas Cintium SD team.
And with that, I believe our stint has come to an end.
Yeah, I think so. With us concluding our first commentary stints of the season, Finnick. Thanks very much to the team at Project Endurance for bringing us on board here for the first ever English language broadcast of the Project Endurance League. We're going to hand over now to Luca Casale and Luca Centorbi. They're going to take you through the next few hours of this live stream. So from myself and Finnick, really appreciate you. Stay watching. There's still plenty of this race to go. The 5 hours of Shanghai. The 8 hours of Shanghai, sorry. One more mistake to end things off. Yep.
See ya.
Yellow flag in turn 1. Okay, green flag, green flag.
So thank you guys for having us on now. Now it's Austin for me, Luca Cintobi and Luca Casale in the 8 hours of Shanghai. Now we're in the 5-hour mark. 3 hours have passed and we're looking at the Apex 1 of the 51 car right now on the camera. So there's a battle here for first place. There's just about a 2-second gap between these two cars here. So Luca, what are you looking for in this race?
I mean, it looks like so far there's going to be a lot, and well, I mean, there already has been a lot of battles, and this fight for first, although I believe they are within the same team, both Apex 1 cars, maybe they can get closer and give us some entertainment for the stream.
Yeah, I mean, we are here only 3 hours in. It's probably a mentality of each of these drivers. There's been some driver changes already, but
Blue
you
flag for car
can't
number
go
41
full out.
of the Turtle Beach. Blue flag for car number 41.
Yeah, you can't go all in already. It's just 3 minutes in, 3 hours in, I apologize. You can't just sweat all your power already out. Sometimes you just have to drive slower, maybe keep up your mentality up, so if there's a battle up later in the race, you have all the power you can get and fight strong.
Yeah, I mean, so far I believe there's a battle cooking in the GT3 field. The Mercedes go down the inside, going both wide, bit deep, bit of contact as the LMDHs are now coming through. Hopefully there'll be no mess into the final corner as he tries to send it up the inside, but just backs out the last second. Bit wide on exit from the car ahead, and now there's a little bit of a gap forming. You have to try catch back up and try and re-overtake that.
Yeah, I mean, being in the GT3 class, you can't only have your eyes on your opponent, you also have your eyes on the mirrors at all times. As you here, the BMW just all creeping up onto the Mercedes. Just, you sometimes have to keep your line, but also when you're fighting, you want to look for opportunities, and it can end in a hefty disaster if you just don't check your mirrors at the right time, in the right moment.
Yeah, with the LMDH is just every second there's a new one on their way past you. You have to be so careful not to try and get in their way, to not cause any contact, especially when you're battling someone. I mean, you're just more focused on your own battle, and these LMDHs can come out of nowhere, and it really surprises you. I mean, I've done Bison, and it is scary just randomly seeing an LMDH in your mirror, sending it down the inside. But so far, it looks like everyone's doing quite a decent job of lapping and being lapped and dealing with that.
Yeah, being the LMDH driver, it's your job to also overtake cleanly. You can't just expect the GT3 ahead of you just run away, just go off track even if there's an opportunity. You have to be the overtaking driver. As you see here on the Lamborghini, he keeps his line. It's on the BMW to get that overtake cleanly done. Sometimes you don't understand if the car ahead goes on the inside or outside or sticks to his line. You have to calculate that as well. Here the Seat Mafia Cologne 891 car is fighting for 7th place with the 731 Mystic Visual team.
Yeah, only a 3/10 gap here, and it looks like they've been catching for a while. Just trying to find any opportunity to get past, sniffing the rear of that LMDH, closing it up in the S's. But as we see, look, there's a few Mercedes in front, and this is really going to impact him as look, he has to slam on the brakes to try and avoid the Mercedes. And oh, and there's massive contact. The Keisha Mafia car just maybe misses his braking point and just drives into the Mercedes. That's definitely gonna give him some damage, and maybe that's gonna be the end of this little battle.
He is not being happy with the Mercedes. Keep pushing him as well. You have to think also the braking points of these cars are different. The GT3s have a longer braking point than LMDH, and also as we saw the battle day, they were nearly side by side. You cannot take the advantage on the late braking if there's a slower car up ahead. That this BMW, the 891 car, really focusing now maybe to catch that up. He's probably really mad right now, wants to get the position, wants to gain that time back that he has lost to the Mercedes. So yeah, it's just, you have to keep your cool even under battle. As we said, even the GT3s, if they're battling, you just have to be careful about your mirrors, even if you're the faster car. So you just have to be really careful with the track position, with your car positioning on the track.
Yeah, I mean, it was a cool little coincidence that as we were talking about lapping GTs and how important it is to be safe around them, I mean, that happens straight in front of our eyes, but it looks like the 891 car is staying back a little bit, maybe trying to cool down, maybe not as aggressive as they were once. Just trying to cool down the tires, maybe warm up for another attempt on the overtake on the 731.
Yeah, I mean, ooh, as we see the 731 car going wide, that's a
full course
nice
yellow,
clean overtake.
stationary car on the back straight. Careful.
Right,
Full course
the
yellow
731
into
car.
1, full course yellow, full course yellow, full course yellow.
As there's a full course yellow, there's a stopped car on the track. So everyone has to slow down to 80 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour. So this is interesting to see that 731 car just had the opportunity, lost it, went wide, and 891 car just said thank you very much and closed that book. And now, with the full course yellow, the 891 car can now calm down as well. The 731 car is definitely not happy.
We are ending the full course yellow. Green in 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
Yeah, now it
Full course
gives
yellow is now over.
now it gave both cars a chance to cool their tires down. What I feel like is going to be a massive part of these battles, just trying to overdrive just a little bit too much, creating too much heat in the tires, and yeah, just the safety car might have helped them cool them down and maybe even get a little bit of battery back. And well, it seems that the 731 car is now losing a bit of pace, and this might be the battle over.
We can't say that for sure, but as you said, yes, the tires may have been a big issue in that mistake there. The understeer, the dirty air from the GT3s up ahead can also massively impact your faster car. These cars have massive wings and all, but just a disturbance of air ahead of the car can really mess it up fully, as we saw in turn 8 that the BMW of 731 just slightly lost it on the entry and just went wide. The 891, yeah, just fully slipped past, and the full course yellow must have been a real help for them. And now, as you see, they're running away. Already have a big of a gap here, more of a 1.5 seconds. It's incredible.
Yeah, and well, now we move on to the GT3 leader, the 907 Park Motorsport. Now going into the final chicane, I believe that is a lapped car ahead. Maybe want to try get through them as fast as possible, because they don't want to be held up. Even though there is quite a bit of a gap still, the dirty air could still affect them from this range, and they're just going to try and get ahead as soon as possible, not lose as much time as they can.
Yeah, just also saying, lapping does not only count for the different class. You can also lap your own class. So there's also the possibility maybe the car ahead has been going slower for maybe tire strategy or maybe saving up a bit of fuel. And then when you see a lapped car behind trying to lap you, and you maybe pick up the pace again, and you'll trouble the car behind. So you just have to really be careful. Sometimes you get too hot-headed with a lapped car, maybe miss your braking point, lose a lot of time, make a massive mistake and lose a lot of time.
A car
So
97 Park Motorsport, blue flag, blue flag.
we hear the blue flags also being waved. Sometimes that's also a big issue. The car ahead is just being too focused on their own race, not knowing if there's a blue flag, and just sometimes fighting a faster car that's lapping you. That's really, as a driver, you have to focus on so many things at once. It's just interesting to see. Luca, tell us, you've done your stint. What were you focusing about?
Well, I had quite an interesting stint myself, and the issue with these GT3s, even when there's a car behind you, you never really know if they're lapping you or not, because even if they might be the faster car, usually the gap between the pace difference isn't enough to like really attempt a move or get anywhere close. They're usually just stuck in your dirty air, so it's really hard to tell if they're lapping you and when you have to let them through.
Yeah, that's just really, as you said, there's a lot of stuff to focus about. It's just, as a racing driver in an 8-hour race as well, there are multiple drivers per car, but you just have to focus on your own race, on your own stint. Sometimes you have pit stops or multiple pit stops per stint, and you just can't lose your focus with this racing, with these cars. Just one slip up may cost you your race. Maybe you have planned your stints perfectly, and just one mistake put you out of your loop, and just makes you lose your 8-hour race early on without even noticing it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the one good thing about these endurance races, you never really know where people are with the long stops. It really messes up the leaderboard here, as some people might be going on different strategies, might be doing their long stops later on, doing their driver stops later on, but some might be doing it at the start, maybe trying to get them out of the way, quick and simple. So it really messes up the whole leaderboard, and it makes for a cars coming through the field just with maybe a little bit more pace than others, and it's just really interesting to see in endurance. It's one of the big reasons
Yellow
why
in turn one, yellow in turn one.
we hear a yellow flag in turn one. Maybe someone's
Green.
spun or had a little issue there.
Yeah, as you see now here, the fight 446 versus the 157 for 15th. There has been a mistake from the car ahead with the 157, which has massively helped the Race Sport QS car 446 gain, and now in the slipstream, they may be looking for that move. They're in the slipstream tucking it, maybe waiting for a mistake for the car ahead to make. It's also, sometimes with this racing, even if you're in a battle, sometimes you don't go full out pushing. Maybe even if you think, oh, I'm gonna lose the position, in your head you're like, maybe later on I can regain on that mistake or on that position change. Let's see, we see also the GT3 keep it sticking to its line, and just the 157 having issues putting their car away from it, going around it, as now they're going side by side into turn 6. Are they gonna do anything? Running outside, later braking, still side by side. And he stunned the move. He stunned it. 446 has gone up from on 15th. 157 is not happy with that mistake he's done before. And yeah, now they're going to keep the eyes up ahead. Not that a GT3 will ruin the race, as we see the Mercedes just casually driving, just sticking to his lines. As yeah, the 157 is having issues operating its car around the GT3s.
Yeah, this is the importance of being able to lap cars in the best way possible and finding them in like the best possible place, because in turn 1 and 2, it's very, very tricky to make a move on a GT3. You have to really stay behind them and just wait till the corner's finished and going onto the straight, we can accelerate straight past them. But we saw that 157 car have a bit of an issue doing it, just getting stuck behind, and it meant 446 could just go straight through and take the position away into 15th.
It's really interesting to see. As you also said, the battery might also play a big game here. Depends on how they just use up the battery. Maybe go for an aggressive, as he goes defensive for the turn 1. Maybe the 157 might redeem himself, going around the outside into the 1. Are they gonna split the GT3 car? No, the 157 again having issues navigating himself through the lapped cars. As the 446 just creeped past, just slid through just like butter, but the 157 is not having that. He's having issues negotiating his way through these lapped cars.
Yeah, this is the importance of lapped cars, just being able to go through in the best possible scenario. And as we see him getting Alexis in the S's here, very tricky to overtake through there, with the GT3 being very heavy and mainly focusing on its mechanical grip, whereas this has all the downforce in the world, just having to slice through these GT3s. And this is one of the big parts of endurance racing and multi-class racing as a whole. Just so we see a little lock up there, going a little bit sideways into the chicane. We see a GT3 off as well, rejoining, and the 157 car goes through. Maybe being able to get a little bit of slipstream from these GT3s as well, deploying the battery, trying to get any speed back to try and fight the 446 car again.
Yeah, I mean, locking up might even hurt just that driving style later on. Flat spots are a massive thing that drivers are concerned about. Even if you have fresh tires, one lockup might ruin your rest of your stint. You'll have harder steering, your steering will bounce, your car will bounce. You might lose more grip than expected. It's just really sad when you make a lockup into a corner thinking like, oh, I broke later, maybe I can gain some time back. Notice that your car locks up, goes wide, and have a little slide. First, you lose tire temperature, the tire temperature will go high, but also you have a flat spot, and just the car just gets unnervous, jumps around. It's just, you cannot keep control sometimes of the car after a lockup.
Yes, we're now on board with the 98 OC racing car, trying to catch up to this, I believe it was grid racing. Trying to find any way through, but we see with the GT3s you have to have such a big pace advantage to have any chance of really making an overtake stick. You have to, there's a real big focus on, as I keep mentioning, the lapping, just making sure that it doesn't affect your lap time as much as it does for others.
In 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, full course yellow, full course yellow, full course yellow.
We saw the OC Racing having to dip his tyres onto the grass to avoid a LMDH there, maybe braking it a little bit too late with the LMDH with the superior brakes and GT3s with the more longer braking zones. Just having to avoid him.
We are going back to racing. Wait until green. Green in 3, 2, 1, and we are back racing.
And now the full course yellow is over, and it looks like the OC racing cars maybe benefited a little bit out of this. He looks a little bit closer to the grid racing car now. He tries to, it goes very much on the curb, and he's spun. He's made a mistake. The OC racing car off onto the grass. It means Grid can not look in his mirrors anymore and focus ahead. This might just impact the OC racing car's tyres, maybe locked up, had a little spin. The rear tyres are going to be very much cooked, and he's just going to have to take it easy for a few laps now.
Yeah, he's dipped his inside tires just too much on the grass, trying to optimize all his lines. That didn't go to plan, as obviously your grip will deplete, will decrease when you go on the grass. It's the tires just don't touch enough surface, and the inside tires just have probably spun faster than the outside tires, and you just lost it. And now the outside tires might also be cooking more. This is a clockwise track. You have the outside tires maybe going overheating. It's like more right corners than left corners, so you just have to be careful with a mistake like that. Also, OC Racing with this mistake, he's lost this opportunity to overtake the grid racing car. Is not happy at all, but sometimes that's part of racing, isn't it, Luca?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be a huge sigh of relief for the grid racing. He's not going to have to look in his mirrors anymore. He's got a few second gap now to this lifeless car. Just means he can focus on ahead and not focus in his mirrors, and it's going to be a bit of a morale drop for the lifeless car. I mean, spinning when you're trying to push and overtake someone, it's not gonna do you any good. It's definitely gonna make you a little bit more cautious. Maybe we're gonna see him lose a little bit of pace now. The Milan and Ailing in the car, just maybe having to take it a little bit easier from now on.
Yeah, with these stints, you just have to be just careful. You can't overdrive the car. But these cars are not forgiving. Even if you do a mistake, they will not say, okay, one mistake will be all right. You can still drive me like you did. It's not possible with these cars. Massive downforce, massive aero. Just one mistake can unbalance the car. Maybe a setup work you had. It just unbalanced it all, and you just cannot get a grip maybe again. But OC Racing will probably look maybe to gain its time again. They may have the pace. It's just interesting the driver's thought processes when a mistake happens.
Yeah, it's a big part of racing. You might not think about it, but the factors. When you make a mistake, it's going to affect you mentally. You're going to be thinking about that more often. It's just going to really mess with your brain, and you're more likely to be prone to making these mistakes. And when you're overtaking people, it's gonna also affect you, but in a better way. You're gonna be happy with yourself. You're gonna be a bit more excited, bit more ready to get on and catch the next car.
Yeah, I mean, overtaking, you may get flustered also. Maybe you think, oh, I went faster, I get the overtake done, and then just 2 corners later, you'll notice that maybe the overtake wasn't as easy as you planned, and the car behind just fights you back. As we see here, the battle for 5th, Kisia, Tamafia, Corleone, and Petronas into the SD team. They're close to each other on the slipstream, on the back straight. Is he gonna think to have a look down in the inside or outside on the hairpin? Down the inside, he's gonna have to look, later braking. Now they're going side by side. The big locker for both cars, but he makes it. The car 891 makes it stick for the 5th place. 175 to Petronas Sinfield SD team is probably not happy, but look to get the position back as the race is still long. The track has many opportunities. You don't have to just give up. The Petronas car just already in the slipstream. They're just having a look. Maybe they keep it behind. Maybe they look for a move, maybe a mistake for the 891 car. Just interesting, but that overtake was very good from 891. There was an overtake down the inside and the hairpin. Very well done down the inside.
Yeah, it was a great move. I mean, the 891 car definitely has a lot of pace, overtaking the 731 and now the 175. Some insane pace, being able to gap the car and now overtake and gap the 175 car a little bit. Nearly a second behind with all this traffic. It looks like he won't be close enough to have any sort of battle into the chicane on the final straight. But maybe the 175 car is a lot later on in their stint. Maybe the 891 car has fresher tires, maybe a bit more battery, just being able to push a little bit more than the 175 car, and it's really benefiting here. But we'll see how their strategy plays out.
Yeah, they have it 20 laps different in their stint. Maybe the Petronas car is maybe going to look for a pit stop soon. The tires, as we saw, maybe are not on pace as they hoped for the overtake. The He's your car just taking that opportunity with the tire advantage, with the pace advantage. They just took that opportunity and got that move done.
Yeah, as we see coming into the final hairpin here on the GLS PXN racing car, number 42, only 5 tenths behind the Mystic Waffle team, the 731. Maybe they're lacking from a bit of pace. We see 2 GT3s in the final corner, just having to hold back and not attack them, just let them through the corner, and now he can start the chase again, going down to around a second. Lost a few tenths behind the GT3s, but looks like he's gonna try and make this up into the first sector, hopefully getting close enough to give us a little slipstream and a big fight to the hairpin.
Yeah, I mean, these cars, you just have to focus on the car ahead. It's just, this track is really helpful, it's really wide, even if you have a lot of cars ahead of you. Just think about maybe going for a move that at the next corner, maybe have a look, maybe strategy-wise, go for 2 corners later. But seeing the Mystic Voho car also didn't really have the ease to go past. Yes, the GLS PXN racing team might be happy that the car ahead didn't run away with those lapped cars. It's really happy to see that. Sometimes your opponent is not getting that advantage that they are hoping to get. Now with the slipstream as well, we're going back onto the back straight here. Maybe they're gonna have a look here. The slipstream effect is strong on these cars. You can just have you look at the timing. 5 tenths here, but at the end of the straight, it will probably be lower than 3 tenths. So you're gonna interesting to see. But I guess he's out of the slipstream. The car ahead is pulling away.
Yeah, probably making use of their battery, trying to stay ahead as long as possible. Although I'm not sure if it's a good strategic decision with both teams being on different strategies. Maybe it's just better to let them go, try and follow them for a bit, see the lines they're taking, see how they can improve, and try and stick with them, and maybe even make an overtake in the next lap or 2.
Yeah, we'll see also the different strategies here. The Mystic Voho team is on 32 laps now, while the GLS PXN is just on 4 laps. So the tire advantage really might have a play here. You see that the GLS just driving on rails while the Mystic Voho team is sliding around. He's flashing his lights, maybe saying, you know, yeah, I have the tire advantage, let me pass. Let's make it not difficult for both of us. Because one mistake, one over-aggression can have a bad mistake for both, and maybe even end the race for one of these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be looking to not lose any time if they can. But, as you say, one little mistake, one little bit of over-aggression from one driver, it could cause them to have a collision, but hopefully they won't, and there might just be a move onto this back straight as we go through this little chicane. Very, very tight, very hard, especially when there's a GT3 ahead, as we see. There is one on the exit. I don't think it will affect them at all. Yeah, we'll get them on the straight, but maybe not close enough to make a move. Again, losing maybe a little bit of time on the straights, using their batteries, just equaling out. But this is going to lose quite a bit of time for the GLS PXN racing car.
Yeah, I mean, the Mystic Voho team got the bit of a slipstream from the GT3, got that slingshot effect up for that final straight. I mean, that's also important. The corner exit really determines what will happen on the straight. But as you said, on long corners, even if there's a lap car, you don't know how much a car will understeer. Sometimes, even you think, oh, your tires can make it, your grip levels will make it. You turn a little bit more, but your car just doesn't respond. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, a GT3 car might just be on the line that your car wants to take without you noticing it, and it can end horrifically.
Yeah. I mean, this battle won't be helping any of their races. Just, especially the GLS PXN. He needs to get needs to get past as quick as possible to make use of these fresh tires and even catch up to the cars ahead if they can. But so far, the Mystic Waffle team doing a good job of just staying ahead here. Just keeping them behind, having them to deal with the dirty air.
Yeah, I mean, the tire advantage, maybe even if you're on the tire advantage, staying behind will make the tires go warmer, tire temps will go skyrocketing. Maybe your grip levels might not be as good as you think just because of the fresher tires. The rubber on these cars may have a better window where maybe 10 laps in have the best tire advantage. But you just don't know sometimes, as even if you're in the slipstream, in the dirty air, you don't understand what the potential of your car is. You look, but then you just can't get the car.
We see a lot of lap traffic, a whole bulk of GT3s there, getting in the way of this battle. As we see the gap has dropped down to around 1.5 seconds. The GT3 is really affecting it, but we see Mystic Waffle making a move around the outside of a GT3 in the turn 2 and 3. That's a great little move to get past the GT3, but now PXN is stuck behind on the exit. Just needs to get his way past, and now he'll be able to look forward and catch back up to the Mystic Waffle team before maybe the tires fully wear out. He's still got a little bit of speed advantage over the Waffle team. He just needs to try get past and try make these tires of good use.
Sometimes what your thoughts are while driving, your mind is racing when you're behind a car, knowing that you have the advantage, you have everything, all the cards up your sleeve, but they just don't work. It's just not really helpful sometimes when your mind is all over the place, even though you want it to be at one place. Here the OC racing car as well for 25th overall. Here there's a slight battle as LMDH wants to also get past this little battle here. Well, what interesting is here as well, the Lamborghini, the car different. It's not the same car overall. The LMDH are driving the same car, but the GT3s here have all different cars. So there is always a slight difference in car management and car drivability. It's just interesting to why the drivers picked their cars as well.
Yeah, as we see a big bulk of the GT3 field going for the Mercedes. 15 of them are currently racing, with 5 Lamborghinis, 1 Lexus, and 1 Audi. There's a big group of Mercedes, and there's just a few cars mixing it up.
Yeah, the grid white Tiger team here maybe looking on OC Racing, as the OC Racing team has done a mistake before, maybe optimizing, maybe thinking, thank you very much, give me that much time, give me that slipstream as well. Maybe here on the back straight, they might have a look. They've got a better corner here, sticking it back onto the car. Even if the dirty is there, there's a slight bubble where there's no air at all, no resistance. That's what the slipstream effect really plays in. Are we gonna have a look maybe here down the final hairpin? The OC Racing team is defending the inside liners. Now the grid white Tigers goes around the outside. Is it gonna be an advantage? Is it gonna find the grip? No, the OC Racing got the better line and got his position back.
Yeah, it looks like that inside is king there. Maybe just on the outside running out of grip, just having to understeer wide and losing that advantage. The late braking did not work there for the grid white Tigers car.
Yeah, these two cars also being on two different stages. As a LMDH coming out the pit and LMDH lapping, that's... Ooh, that could have ended a bit worse if the timing would have just a split second later. But yeah, the strategy between these two cars is also different. The OC Racing being on older tires, maybe worn out as well. We don't know where the tire window is yet on these cars. So maybe the tire window is better on 10 laps in. But we don't know yet. But there's 23 laps on the OC Racing team car. So yeah, you just gotta maybe keep your head calm, not overdrive the tires, keep as much life as them as possible. As the Apex 1 team was the car that was lapping, and the 775 Esports car coming out the pit. So now they have just half a second between these cars.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see the 71 Apex 1 try and get ahead of the 755 esports as quick as possible, just to use our advantage as fast as possible and just try and drive away.
Yeah, just coming out the pits, the tires may not be at the up to temperature yet, but just one lap now, just being the end of the lap, the temperatures might be again on the right window. Maybe they can push all over again. So here again, the Grid White Tiger team now being nearly side by side on the main back straight. Let's see who has a straight wide speed advantage, the Lamborghini or the Mercedes. But the Mercedes has a line advantage on the inside. Let's use the ladder breaker. It's the Mercedes. No lockups, all clean, all tidy. But the switchback move from the Lamborghini, it's not working. The Mercedes got the position.
Yeah, it looks like the switchback attempt, maybe not be able to get on power quick enough, just very wide from the OC racing car. As he stays all the way to the right. It needs to be very careful. They're nearly running into the back of that Grid White Tigers car, but now he attempts round the outside of turn 1. We'll see how this goes. A little bit of oversteer, a little bit of wiggling there from the OC racing cars. We see an LMDH now trying to fight its way through. And this is not what you really want as an LMDH. You don't want to interfere in these battles like he has done. We see the White Tigers maybe getting caught up a little bit on the exit. It might give the OC racing car a bit of an advantage going down this mini straight and into the next hairpin, but not close enough for the OC racing car.
Yes, we saw also the OC racing car having a slight advantage there, going wide in the final corner. Nearly having gotten the overtake down into turn 1. But yeah, as we saw, the tires here, the tire difference. I guess the tires of the OC racing car are just not up to pace anymore and just having a bit of a slide now. They're just not gripping up as the driver wants it to grip. So the lines will be maybe different, maybe going for alternative line to have the most grip advantage that he can still get out of these tires. But the White Tigers car just saying thank you very much for that slipstream, thank you very much for the late braking move, and got the position, as we also here have the LMP2s just flying past, having their own lap races, having 2 different races on one track. It's really interesting to see.
Yeah, that is the beauty of the multi-class experience, just having 2 completely different races going on at the same time, and it just makes a really big mess, but a good mess. Just a lot of chaos with what strategies to do. I mean, to pit early and avoid maybe a few GTs, but now we see all the GTs have spread out quite a while, so it doesn't look like that will be a part of any strategy.
Yeah, also we're coming close to the halfway mark of this race. 4 hours and 25 minutes remaining on the clock. This driver's... Oh, what's happened there? Oh, there's a big incident. The Mercedes there has quite lost it and nearly became a roadblock. Careful there, hold your brakes.
4, 3, 2, 1. Full course zero, full course zero, full course zero. Respect your delta time.
As we saw the full Corsello coming out for this Mercedes, then he became a roadblock there. That's also, if you do a mistake, slide halfway across the track, you can't just hold your brakes as well. Sometimes the rule of thumb is, if you spin, hold your brakes, the worst that can happen is the other driver's making a mistake. But if you're in the middle of the track, you have to find a way to get away as fast as possible. It's a bit difficult if everyone takes their lines. As we saw here also, when he tried to spin back, he nearly spun back onto the track while cars were still coming around. It's just, you gotta be careful. It's just so many things happening once. You get angry about your spin, you want to get back on pace as fast as possible, but also have to...
Zero is ending in 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag, green flag. We're back to the racing again.
So you just want to have also back on the track as fast as possible. These other cars, these other teams now also are having a bit of an advantage. Seeing who got the advantage for Costello, who doesn't have the advantage. I was about to say, we are crossing to the halfway mark, so the OC Racing there not having the grip that he wants. Going onto the grass, careful, you can lose all your grip there. But the driver's still fully mentally there, full focus everywhere. As you'll still see the racing car, maybe not fully with the focusing there, so there was a mistake. But don't know what the car just handles with used up tires. So we're just gonna have to see how the drivers adapt to the car changing.
Yeah, especially with this Lamborghini, it is very, very scary with used tires. You have to be extra cautious. It's so easy to make a small mistake and lose a huge amount of time. A little bit of oversteer can turn into a spin very quickly with the dead tires. Pretty sure he is nearing the end of his stint now, so hopefully he can get rid of the tires, get new ones on, and hopefully make some progress back, and hopefully maybe make some time on the Grid White Tigers car.
Yeah, we don't know what the strategy game is here for the rest of the race. We just know that there are different tire strategies, different pit stop strategies. Maybe the use of tires, maybe they don't, maybe this is not their battle, maybe they know this is not their battle and just don't push it too much. But sometimes even if you know it's not your battle, you want to keep it as close as possible to the car ahead to maybe gain that slipstream advantage on later on in the race. So it's just, you want to play as many cards as you can. There's always a new playing card on the table that you can always pick. Even if it's not on your play, on your strategy, you can always get the advantage in your favor.
Yeah, we see now that the 61 Apex 1 car currently in the lead by over a minute, just lapping the 99 OC Racing car, I believe, the LMDH, the T-Rex, as it's supposed to be, just clearly having quite a big margin to the next car, dominating quite a bit, but we'll see if that's down to strategy. Maybe they haven't made a few more long stops than others, and that's why they got into this place. Maybe it's purely down to pace though. We'll find out near the end of the race, but with 4 hours and 20 minutes to go, there's so many questions going on around each team, what they're doing, their strategy, how they're gonna go for the rest of the race, and what they're gonna do about it.
Yeah, just the grid just shuffles when the first pit stops come around. Sometimes it's difficult to keep track on who is doing what, and what sometimes even in the team can also happen, where you think, is the car ahead of me fighting me for position, or am I fighting him just for on-track position and not race position at the end? It's just also the mentality. You don't know if you should go full push or just keep your mentality up for maybe a later battle on, which might be for position. It's also a mental game here. We're playing here 4D chess basically. We're playing here not only on board, we're playing also with time, where just not only if you're in position, on track position, you're also thinking, should I go for the move? Am I gonna get this move and be at the end of the race ahead of this car? Or should I not go for this move and maybe think, oh, he's gonna pit anyway, and I'm gonna just keep my tires, keep my battery for maybe later battles?
Yeah, that's the big part of the endurance racing. Just everyone's in their own little race. Like, even if you're in the same class, you're on your own race. You're doing your own thing. Everyone's got a different strategy. Everyone's managing their own race, their own tires, their battery for the LMDHs, and just focusing on themselves, seeing what's the best way to go about this race. We see a rejoin from one of the LMDHs, I believe. I was quite close to making some contact, but thankfully the 175 Petronas team managed to keep it on the inside and avoid them.
We also have that freeway battle there. That was really nice to see for sixth. The 731 car, the 175 car, and the 71 Apex 1 car. All not even a second between these cars. It's just from interesting to see. Maybe with the strategy wise, maybe the pace wise, maybe the driver wise, they don't know if they should all push, or maybe just one driver keeps the pace, keeps the mentality up, goes maybe like a bit slower to keep the tires as well. Just interesting to see, as there's a lot of cars on one part of the track here. That's in the snake part here. That's really difficult to see with the understeer of each different car.
And we see the Waffle Racing team trying to lap these cars and trying to catch up to the 891 Keisha Mafia team, but if we head back to the 175, the three-way battle here for the 6th position, going down the straight, there's a GT3 Mercedes in the way of the 71 car, but they're gonna have to stay back, hold back, and wait to the exit as they do now. But as we see now, 4 attempts between Mystic, Woho, and the 175 car. We'll be seeing if they can make some inroads on this car and try get ahead.
The 175 car and the 71 Apex 1 car are basically on the same strategy. They're both on 9 or 10 lap old tires, but the 175 car is just edging closer to the 731 car. It's just maybe the line of difference. Sometimes the dirty air it's faster to take an alternative line, not being in the dirty air, than sticking behind the car. Is there going to be a move here maybe? He's having looks, he's just always showing himself in the mirrors, just maybe hoping that the car ahead, the Mystic Woho team, just looks a bit too long in the mirrors, miss the braking points, or even just overdrives the car, does the mistake, and just these two drives, the Apex 1 and the Petronas car, just get in that position.
Yeah, as we see going into the very slow double left-hander, there's a bit of contact with the Mercedes, but the 175 car just trying to force his way through to keep up with the Mystic Waffle team, and just the desperate just being a bit desperate to stay within a small enough gap to try and make a move on the 731 car at the end of the straight here. But it leads to a bit of contact in the double left-hander, but we'll see now if he can make any moves. 7 attempts back. Looks like the Warhol team is very good at managing their ERS, maybe running even a little bit lower wings, just having a quite a bit of speed advantage on the other cars that keep on trying to overtake them.
Yeah, it's just the tire difference is just for 5 laps. I mean, the window, if these are endurance build cars, so the tires are meant to last as long as they can, be having huge windows. It's also not maybe just because there are 5 laps between the pit stops here. Oh, where's the Mercedes having understeer, pushing the MDH right, pushing this 175 car wide. That's a thank you very much for the Petronas car, and saying thank you very much. Maybe the Apex 1 car, maybe now optimizing, getting that mistake for the 731 car. That's now an interesting, as the GT3 cars just maybe overestimating the car, wanting to go out the way, sometimes thinking, oh, I'm going to go out the way. It's not the best thing to do.
Yeah, it's always the best idea to stay on your line as it is in the rules. Just stay on your line, let the LMDHs pass you. And maybe they made a little mistake going a bit too wide with the LMDH on their inside as well. Just trying to give them both enough space, but not having enough mechanical grip to keep the car on track fully and not push the Warhol team wide. But now the Apex 171 car has definitely benefited a lot from this, and they'll be looking to make a move into the final hairpin. Only 4 attempts back here. We'll see if they can make a move, if the ERS and Slipstream can help them get a little bit more speed down the back straight, but it doesn't look like it. The Warhol team good on their brakes, good on the straight line speed. Maybe their setup mainly focused on that back straight, maybe ignoring a bit more of the grip for the middle sector, going all in for the back straight and the main straight here. And it looks like it works for defending, but overall pace, maybe with the worn out tires, it's not helping them too much.
Yeah, I can say from experience driving the slower class car sometimes even if you know other fast cars approaching, you're just looking at the corner, look at the car behind, because it's the move has to come from the car behind, so you also have to look in the mirrors to see what the car behind is thinking to do. And sometimes you just miss the corner, as we saw in turn 1 there, that the Mercedes went wide, probably missing the corner, having to look what the LMDH behind thinks on doing. And then just the LMDH thinks on the last minute, okay, I'm going to go around the outside, and you, having done a mistake, going wide already, pushes then the LMDH even further wide, is not happy, because afterwards you also think, man, I've ruined this guy's chance for the fight. You also feel bad afterwards, even if it's mostly not your mistake. Your fault as well, maybe you did a mistake, but your fault sometimes isn't in your car. Maybe it's just the circumstance that happened.
Yeah, with racing, it's going to be a high amount of stress on any move, any lapping. Just your heart rate is going to be through the roof. Emotions are going to be high. Something like that might upset the lower class team, and it will affect the Waffle team. Maybe thinking it's a bit unfair to be pushed off, and hopefully they don't make any more mistakes. Don't let it affect them and make any more mistakes. As we see lapping into the final corner of the OC racing car, I believe they haven't gone into pit lane, but maybe having to take it a bit wider to let all the LMDHs through, to not bother them too much, not get any damage, and get caught up in any contact. But it seems
I believe
the
here
Waffle team. What
happened to the
made a
Waffle team?
mistake. He's dropped back a little bit. Yeah, maybe the Waffle team had a spin in turn 1, maybe being a little bit close to a GT3 and losing a bit of time again with the lapping cars, and it's allowed the 755 esports and the 71 Apex 1 to go through, and they'll gladly take that. It means they won't have to battle with the Waffle team, and they can look forward and get on with their race.
As you see here, the LMDHs are really close to each other. The 5-6 LMDHs here, just not so. There's like not even the same corners and the same straight.
50 stop and go time penalty for car number 7, WRS Interstellar Midas Racing. This is incident note number 17.
There's a penalty, a stop and go penalty for the number 17 car. There has been probably a mistake, the incident that we've seen before. But yeah, I was saying here, the LMDHs are very close now, lapping also cars. Now it's your focus on looking how many positions you may get. The top-down view of the hairpin, as there's the LMDH is there. Apex 1 maybe nearly have a look down the inside there, but it didn't quite manage to make it stick. With the GT3s there also playing a huge role for each of these drivers. We just have to see what the different strategy for these all cars, or what the different mindsets all make the car driving. Sometimes, even if you know there are 5 cars ahead of you, maybe I'll just stick back, look what happens ahead, see if there's an incident, as the Warhol team showed us, that can always happen. That maybe you just think, okay, I see this car ahead of me is a bit hot-headed, does maybe go for more moves, and oh, there's a car spun there, we just saw on the right. Who is that? We can't really see. But yeah, I was saying with the cars, you just maybe stick back. He's now flying into the pits. But it's the Turtle Beach car, I believe.
I believe that was the 891 Keisha team. And I think they pulled into the pit lane, maybe getting a bit of damage from that.
You are correct, it is the 899 Keisha team. But yeah, as I was saying, with a battle, even with a 5-way battle, you don't just sometimes think, okay, I'm gonna fly now back into his position. I'm maybe gonna stay back, maybe take like a second off, see that the car ahead maybe goes for moves that don't sometimes exist. And the next thing you see, maybe a few corners ahead, the car's facing the wrong way, and you just say thank you very much and gain that position.
Yeah, a big part of racing is just trying to fill your competitors' mirrors and make them make a mistake themselves, and just to go through and just gladly take the position like these teams are doing at the moment.
As you see here, also here for P2 the battle, they are on basically the same strategy, just four laps between the strategy pit stops. So the grip levels might be the same as the OC Racing GT3 car there, just taking its own lane, maybe even look at the CG, but we are eyes on the LMDHs. Are we going to see maybe a move for the hairpin, or maybe going to see maybe just mentally gains? As he maybe looks down the inside, late braking. Ooh, careful, don't touch each other. He's getting pushed off. The GSPXN got pushed off by the Turtle Beach team, and the Turtle Beach team got the position. Are we gonna have a look there? That was not very sportsman. I think that was like, we saw a bit of a push. Maybe it wasn't really of a push. Maybe it was a mistake. There's OC Racing in the background. Goes on the grass again. But wow, what a move down the inside, taking all the space that the 42 car gave him. The 91 car maybe not being off the hook yet, but the 42 car really looking for that position back, because I as a racing guy would not be happy seeing my position getting taken like that. I would try to get my position back, maybe compromise my lines, see where his lines different, and just take the position back.
Yeah, from that overtake, it looked like the PXN had to avoid the Turtle Beach car, maybe a little bit late on the brakes, maybe a little bit of lock-up, and just understeering as we see, contact into the double left-hander. Just maybe not enough grip for the LMDH to get through without any contact, and the Lamborghini turning in a little bit too much, as it is both drivers' fault through there. Maybe the LMDH maybe a bit sorry, I can't speak. I just won't say that. But
Optimistic?
yeah, sorry, that is what I'm trying to say. So we see a GT3 come on the track out of nowhere, I think that was.
Yeah,
so
taking the line a bit too wide there, you're right.
Yeah, as we see the fight for, I believe this is 5th position between 75775 Esports and the Petronas team. Yeah, a little bit of contact going into the hairpin as we see a GT3 Mercedes on the racing line. Ooh, very close, but good avoidance from the 75 car.
Yeah, it's just being the GT3 driver, looking behind, seeing the cars going too wide in a section where the cars can only go too wide. Where do you think you're going? You have no way to go. You have to impede the battle in some way. But it looks like the 775 Esports car didn't quite lose the time. It's still on that rear diffuser. Nothing the air. Maybe having just the move, maybe they're getting a bit of hot-headed here. The heat of the car ahead can ruin your front tires, making the car a bit more understeery. Let's see if maybe they can have a look at the hairpin. Both have quite literally the same speed, but the slipstream maybe will help. Getting closer, edging, maybe coming down the inside. Is he gonna look? He's making a move. He's sticking to his line. And the 775 car just makes a sweet move down the inside. They're still side by side into the final corner. But now the Apex 1 car, no, what I was saying, the 775 Esports car has got the position of on the hairpin with the inside move. Nice and tidy, no contact, no lockups, just nice down the inside and easy done it.
Yeah, maybe you gotta think the 175 car just letting the 75 car through, maybe for different strategy, and to maybe use the slipstream of this car to tow them along a little bit more, gain a little bit of pace on the cars ahead, just towing them along, and hopefully can catch up to the cars ahead there.
Yeah, it's just, you just sometimes just think of what the car should do. It's like 4 hours in the race, the car's probably done, maybe got a bit of damage as well, thinking of how many contacts we've seen already. This race has not been contactless, we gotta say, but sometimes you gotta think, okay, the car will handle differently. Maybe I'll lose a bit of pace to drive more consistently, having maybe the end race pace, not just on track, on that lap, but just the 775 Esports car took advantage of that little brain lag, I must say. I mean, just they were too comfortable, the Petronas car, and just the 775 took that and just said, thank you, I'll go down the inside and take that position.
Yeah, it was a great bit of racing, but now the 175 car a second back. It looks like there's quite a big gap starting to form. As we go into the GT3 leader, the number 1 Apex 1. Now, going into the final chicane, the hairpin, sorry, there's a big gap to the car behind 907 Park Motorsport in the pit lane at the moment. And then another minute back is the 203 Grid White Tigers. Looks like there's just quite a big spread throughout the GT3 field. But further back, it gets a little bit closer with people only a few seconds away. The battle for the 24th OC Racing and Quebec system, only a second gap between them. We might see a little battle forming between them soon.
I mean, this race, even if it's an 8-hour endurance race, sometimes the race isn't even in these 8 hours. It all depends on how you prepare yourself, how to practice. Qualifying yesterday was a big game as well, seeing there was also close to each other. Some cars having positions, starting close, but now having lost in this race a few positions, maybe even gained position. But it depends really how you prepare for this race. We've seen here a few drivers having probably prepared a little more than others, maybe got the pace advantage, even just raw skill wise. It's just interesting to really see what drivers are doing, how they prepared themselves. Sometimes they prepare themselves to go for long runs, or maybe sometimes they prepare themselves to go hot laps and just neglect one or the other. Yes, also I'm gonna say this racing here, we got the OC Racing team again and the Cubic system. Just turn 3, they're really close to each other. These cars, this GT3 can take a bit of a knock, so sometimes touching the rear isn't as rare as you think it is in racing. There's in NASCAR, there's a bump drafting, and in F1 these are really sensitive cars, but in GT3s, these cars can take a bit of a knock, and that's sometimes over your strategy. You think, oh, okay, the car brakes a little earlier, has to exit a little. Maybe I'll scare them a little with just a tiny touch. They're gonna think, oh.
Penalty for car number 217 Ścigałka 1 Vision. This is incident known number 19.
There's a drive-through for the 217 car. That's interesting to see, but as I say, sometimes you can maybe scare the driver ahead a little with like saying, I'm as close as it can be, maybe as too close, maybe touching your car. You think like, oh, this is not good, and just think, oh god, the next corner comes up, I have a car behind, what am I gonna do? And just in that second, the car behind has all the upper advantage on mentality and racecraft. There's also these cars, the Mercedes and the Lamborghini are quite different cars, setup-wise, and also speed-wise, corner-wise. We don't know yet where the cars peak and where the cars have a little bit of absence. As they're going side by side into the hairpin, is the OC Racing team going to defend properly? Down the inside, the OC Racing team is going to lose a position, maybe. They're still side by side, as the OC Racing team has lost a position to the Cubic System team, to number 31, going past on the straight and ending the move on the hairpin, as OC Racing is just not keeping out on track in the final corner. I've been seeing this car going off there quite a few times. Luca, can you tell me what do you think is happening there in the final corner?
Well, it's a very tricky corner, especially for these GT3s. You want to take as much speed as possible, but maybe not having enough grip to do so, and it's maybe just pushing him out a little bit wide and just taking the grass to I'm not really sure why, to be honest, but it looks like he is struggling to keep it on track within the track limits, and hopefully, as we see the OC Racing car just cutting the corner quite a bit there, just getting on the gravel, I think that was, and maybe trying to look down the inside of the Quebec System car, but clearly the gravel stopped him in his tracks.
Yeah, we see OC Racing still out of those tires that we've said before. He's not having the massive grip that he maybe wants to have. 37 laps on this tire. We see that he's struggling in the final corner the most, where he goes wide. In this corner as well, turn 10, he also goes often wide. Maybe not having the knowledge of the tires. Maybe thinking, oh, the tires, I've seen sometimes happening, it's Whoa, the OC Racing are really struggling. Maybe we see a pit stop soon of this team. As we're getting also in the stage where the battles are gonna calm down a little again. We are having high ups and downs. It's also depending on the pit lane and those the stints between these cars. Sometimes you have them really close, but sometimes you have between 10 seconds on each car. It's gonna know. Sometimes you think, okay, maybe on this stint I'll go aggressive knowing that I have another car near me, and then the next stint I can go calm, release a bit of my time, maybe calm rest the tires a little, have a longer stint with a bit of a chiller stint, and having maybe again the knowledge of maybe next pit stop I will come out it's close to a car that I'm battling. And yeah, it's interesting to see what these different teams will do depending on pit strategies and also pushing.
Yeah, a big part of the whole 8 hours, as we have actually reached the halfway mark. We've gone past the halfway mark. 3 hours and 57 minutes to go. I'm not sure if we did spot that or not, but halfway through, maybe we'll start to see everyone's final long stops come into play here. Still got half the race to go though. There's so much that can still happen. There's just a long way to go, a very long way to go.
You see the Sunset Outrun team here in the pits, jumping in. Mate, you talking about the long stops? Maybe they have heard us and have said, okay, thank you very much, I'll take my long stop now. There's 4 long stops between these drivers, so they have to take the long stops, 4 altogether. I don't think they'll take the last one halfway across, but some teams maybe have a driver that can drive way longer than another driver, so we really have to see what the different drivers. A team might have 2 drivers, maybe one with a bit more skill set than the other, so they maybe say, okay, I'll take the second stint, the second and third stint, you take the first and fourth stint, depending. And also, sometimes the cars just drive faster, drive slower. We don't know what the circumstances are, but it's not only driver dependent, it's also car dependent.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far, it's been a long race so far. The gaps are 4 hours in, and the gaps are still quite small. For the battle for 6th, there's a 1 second gap, and then there's a 5 second gap to the car ahead of that for the LMDHs, and the GT3 field is starting to get a little bit closer as well. More people within the same minute, within around 20 to 30 seconds of each other. Even a few people within a few seconds, and just shows even 4 hours in, there's still going to be really good racing throughout the field, and just great to see.
I mean, tell me, Luca, what corners do you think these drivers are struggling the most? And I've seen, as I said, the OC Racing struggling in the final corner, but each driver has their own preferences. Which corners do you think the drivers are watching out the most for?
Definitely that middle sector, the S's, especially when catching the lapped cars and, well, the LMDHs if you're in GT3. It is probably the scariest corners on the track, because you have to try and keep your line and not lose as speed and time as possible, while also giving enough space for the LMDHs and GT3s and to get through. And it's just very, very tricky, especially when you're on the used tires. Especially in the Lamborghini that I was in, it was very sketchy on the rear end. A lot of oversteer during them, and it makes for a very scary but very fun experience.
As we know, racing drivers are different opinions on setups. We know from high tier drivers that sometimes a loose rear end is faster, obviously also more dangerous, but sometimes drivers do like a more comfortable understeering car, which is less responsive, but less dependent on maybe the gas pedal, the brake pedal. Just with a loose rear end, you have to think about way more things in the corner. Maybe how much throttle I will include, how much brake I will include, how much I turn. With a loose front end, with an understeery car, you can say I can just be a bit more ballsy on the throttle and brake, but not risk as much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like the Mercedes is the safer pick out of all of the cars. Very much stable, front engined, lot of front downforce, front grip there. Whereas the Lamborghini, I believe it's mid-engined, and it means it can be very sketchy on the rear end, but it might just be able to get the most out of the car if you can drive it correctly.
I mean, obviously that is very interesting with the pit strategies, with the tires, with just whatever you will do, with everything you have to think about before a race. You have to think, how well do I want my car? In qualifying, I can think of maybe having a more aggressive car, maybe risk a lot more, but maybe in the race then I say, maybe I do want a more understeery car. Maybe think of optimizing my full race pace, maybe also my stability. Just wants to just pay a price of time to have the stability in the car, and it's just interesting to see. We have a few cars here in the pits as well, taking a few long steps. We have AOT Turtle Beach going from 2nd into the pits, now they're 7th. The Alonso will end soon, but yeah, it's just different cars. Just maybe you'll get used in training and practicing with one setup, but then in the race you think, oh no, this setup isn't working, I have to maybe change the setup, get used to something new. And it's always interesting. In the first part of the race, you always see the drivers getting used to the cars, and then in the second part of the race, as we know, over the halfway mark, maybe the drivers now getting comfortable with the car, becoming one with the car, as we've seen Senna and other great racing drivers say. If you drive without thinking, you drive the most, you get the most out of the car.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, big part of the difference between practice and the race. A few people might just be doing the quali laps in practice and not factoring in the heavy fuel load of a race stint. I mean, there's up to, I believe, over 100 liters of fuel extra than you would in the quali setups, and it just means it's a totally different car. One setup that works for quali, as you say, could be completely different in the race with the heavy fuel, and it can make your setup go from amazing to quite bad, just depending on how it is set up. And I feel like we will see quite a few people in quali focus more on the race setup and maybe not showing their full potential in quali and being able to fight back through the field in this race session now.
Yeah, it's obviously the car does change over a stint. Maybe the tires will get more used, more rubber will get used, but also the fuel load, your car weighs less each lap. So you always have to adapt to what the car says. It's not always the same braking point, the same turning point. Maybe here at the Esther section, maybe the car one lap understeers, but the next car, ooh, there's a car off. Oh, I'm sorry, but as I was saying, if the car understeers, oversteers, each lap might be different just because of the different fuel loads, the different middle point of the car, where the most heavy part of the car is, with also the tire usage. You just have to get used and adapt. As I said before, the Mercedes, they're going off. Maybe he didn't get used to the car. Yeah, we're just gonna say these cars just do change. We just practically as a curve. It starts drivable, and then it goes down, but it sometimes goes even up, knowing the fuel load goes down. Depends also on how you drive the car. You can go driving the car, overdriving the car, going with warm tires, overheating the tires, maybe using a lot of fuel, not lifting, coasting everywhere, saying I'm gonna use as much of the car as I can. But sometimes you think, as no one ahead of me, I have no one to fight right now, I can just let a bit of go of the gas, save a bit of tires, and the curve might not fall as much as it usually is. And then you say, oh, I'm 10 laps into my stint, but the car still handles as perfect as it did in my quali pace or in the practice that I did.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a big part of the drivers coming out of the pit lane. Do they want to focus instantly and get on with it, try and make up as much time on the cars ahead and behind, or do they want to play it safe and keep the longevity of the tires and making sure they can last for good lap times throughout the whole stint instead of just the start and instantly falling off?
Yeah, it's just, you just gotta think, man, what the car does, what the track temperatures are also playing a big game. Really careful there, you're taking a bit of too much curb. But the track temperature, as the time of day changes, it will get colder throughout the day. I mean, it's just basic physics here, basic biology, but the track temperature might get colder. Sometimes you think, okay, at the beginning of the race, the track temps are really hot, I might not over push it. But then you think, okay, it's getting colder, maybe I can go a bit faster, push the tires a little more, see what the other drivers are adapting, and maybe even get that mental advantage, upper advantage on knowing that maybe my tire temperature are going to the point where I know my pace will be up to the highest.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's only, we're now on board with the Mystic Royal team, the 731, only a 5/10 gap to the car in 4th position, Apex 1, the 71 car. But as we see, Apex 1, the leader currently in the pit lane, maybe doing a stop or just a short stop. Same with the 775 Esports and 81 Team Delta Infinite, all in the pit lane, all making some stops, maybe changing some tires. As well, a bunch of the GT3 teams now doing maybe some long stops, some drivers changes. We saw from the leader in Apex 1 car, changing their drivers. Maybe one's had too long of a stint, maybe gotten a bit worn out, a bit ready for a change, a bit mistake happy, and that they're ready to change the drivers to combat this.
As you see, the Vohol racing team again, as we saw before, having that incident, that mistake with the GT3s losing positions. Maybe they were saying, okay, now I'm gonna calm down, and now they got the chance again. Maybe now they think, yes, now they got the chance again, I can do what I wanted to do before and get that position. These cars, also with the stints, with the tires, it's always different. A battle isn't always the same. The drivers aren't always the same. The mental capacity, the mental strength goes down. I mean, your body strength also goes down the longer the race goes. So we don't know how these drivers are feeling right now. But it's just sometimes to say, okay, I had a battle early on my stint, I felt great, and then an hour later you have the same battle, you're like, oh, I'm exhausted, I can't, I'm trying to push everything out of me that I can, but it's just because nothing comes out, and then the car behind maybe gets that advantage on you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, going through the race, just having to manage everything, like even just the drivers, you're gonna have to manage your own self-esteem, making sure if you make a mistake, you're still happy, you're ready for what's to come. As we see the Warhol team really closing up on the Apex 1 car, only a 2/10 gap here going into the hairpin here now. With a GT3 in front, the Warhol team's gonna have to stay behind, maybe get them on the exit or in the mid corner. Try not to lose as much time as possible to the Apex 1 car, trying to find where he's going slowly at and where he can benefit over the Apex 1 car. We still see lap traffic still getting in the way, just slowing down the Apex 1 car a little bit more than he would like. He wants a free track just to be able to gun it and drive away from the Waffle team. But it looks like there's going to be even more lap traffic up ahead, maybe getting him after onto the long back straight. That's what Apex 1's going to have to hope, otherwise he's going to get caught up in this long right-hander, which is not what you want when defending.
And Yes, also the strategy on these two are basically the same. There's not a lot of laps between these used tires, so it's really an on-track battle here for position. We don't know if it's for third or for a better position, but this is an on position for, and it happened. Going running outside, I apologize. I was too used to talk about the tires. Maybe a switchback move, but the Apex 1 parked it on the Apex, but so the Woho team couldn't get it through. There's still a chance here that the Woho team may think to have a move down the inside or outside on turn 1, but wow, that was great defending from Apex 1.
Yeah, definitely. Just keeping that inside line from the Woho team, forcing them on the outside, and so far, every move we've seen around the outside has not worked. It seems like the inside is king around here. You have to be on that inside, get the sharp turn and where all the grip is, and be able to power out of the corner. And the outside just doesn't have enough grip to do that, not to go side by side at least.
Yeah, even if they're on the same strategy, there is still 5 laps between these cars, as the Apex 1 ahead is 30 laps on those tires, as the Woho team is on 24. Still a big gap a bit. Maybe the Woho team still is on that window where the tires are perfectly performing, but the Apex 1 car ahead has probably more used car, maybe a bit of raining as well. This tire attempts going there, hit the brakes as well. They get really used, and these long corners, these high-speed long corners, really use up the outside of the tires. So maybe the Apex 1 car ahead is having a bit more, struggling a bit more with the tires, as the Woho team just doesn't get off the rear of that Apex 1 car.
Yeah, I mean, now we see with all the lap traffic as well getting in the way, 3 cars all within a matter of tenths. Here's a great, exciting little battle here we've got. Nearly going 3 wide.
The
3 wide is not going to make it.
The 775 esports car wanting to unlap himself out of the pit, so this is not their battle, but they know that if they get stuck behind these 2 cars battling, they're just going to lose more time. It's just, they're getting into a battle. It's not even a full position, but sometimes, as I said, you don't even have to think of on-track, but you have to think of end position. So this race here, this freeway battle.
775 Racing Esports.
I didn't quite get that what the 775 do, but he is getting told off by the race director here, being quite of a... We've seen this in different motorsports where sometimes the lap car just says, I'm faster. There are rules in different motorsports that say if you're faster than the car that lapped your head, you're allowed to unlap yourself. But this is not the way to unlap yourself, is it? Just pushing your car where you sometimes shouldn't as a lap car. Is it, Luca? What do you think?
Very aggressive from the car, from the 775 car. Oh, sorry.
Right, so yeah, it's just the 775 car. Maybe now, because they have pitted just a few laps ago, they got the tire running. Maybe now they're running away, as we see here, with the GT3 car in between them. He is getting a bit of a gap, so that unlapping did help the 775 car, as the Woho team still on Apex's 1 rear end. Maybe he's gonna look for a move, edging his way through, but he just can't find that position. He can't squeeze himself. It's just always, he looks sometimes on the inside, sometimes on the outside, but he just doesn't know if the tire grip will help him, and just backs off. Into the happen, the Apex 1 goes defensive on the inside. Is the Woho team gonna think of something? Ooh, on the outside. Who has the later braking? Oh, the Woho team both go a bit deep, but the Woho team goes like straight into the happen. Maybe that's not very good, but no, that's not helpful for them both. They're both shooting their tires. Their tires are already nearing the end of their life, but they're still trying to push every tiny drop of the tires they have. Just not sometimes possible if you think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both locking up and a massive lock up from the Woho team. The tires are going to be near dead on that front. The front tires now. The lock up is going to make for a lot less grip, especially in these fast corners. It's going to really affect them, and we'll see if they can maybe catch back up to the Apex 1 car, but I'm not entirely sure with that damage they got from the tires.
That was a big lock up there. So yeah, the flat spots might play a bit. You can see our cars just bouncing now a bit more. We haven't seen that before. Now in the that is understeering more in this S section, where you want all the tire to work. But if you have just a tiny, just like a cubic centimeter of tire that's flat, sometimes when that tire touches the floor, you just jump in and lose all the mechanical grip you have. You have to rely on your aerodynamical grip. It's just sometimes. Even a mistake like that, you think, oh, it's just one corner. That mistake would cost you the entire stint. Maybe the Apex, maybe the Waho team is thinking of maybe keeping it stay behind, knowing that the Apex 1 tires are a bit more used, a bit older, so the pit stops on these two aren't long, aren't gonna take long. They're gonna be coming soon. As there's an LMPH going, LMPH flying off the track there, but he just rejoins just safely, no contact, no problems. LMPH just are going off the track here. That's Team Delta Infinite who just went a bit off, and now no one's fighting, but they're still here for not track position, but maybe they just want to be as close to the other cars as they can. Maybe get a bit of, maybe unlapping themselves is also a big problem here. So you're just gonna have to really think what you maybe want to do on this track.
Yeah, everyone's getting very aggressive now. I mean, everyone's fighting for, well, not even for positions at this point, just on track, just trying to get past each other, trying to get past and be the faster car to get. Alright.
I'm sorry, so I'm going to jump in there. Oh, you're back? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, to unseen circumstances, I have to quickly leave, and I believe Ethan Mills here will be taking over my spot. So thank you for having me, Project Endurance.
You're fucking the last corner.
It's been great. It's been great to commentate, but I'll have to see you guys later.
Alright, so now I'm here joined by Ethan Mills.
Okay.
Hello, Ethan.
Hello, Luca. How you doing? How's the race going?
So there has been some epic on-track battles here. It has calmed down a little bit, a bit more pit stops happening. But it's just saying, I'm just saying here, the car just, sometimes even, if we have seen some cars being on 10 laps different, older tires, sometimes having 10 laps difference between the tires, but the pace difference is still not seeable. They just sometimes just show each other and just have all the pace they still think they can have.
That's strong to see that the cars or maybe the setups they have just keep it quite consistent, keeping it easy for the driver.
Yeah, it's just, oh, the Mercedes, talking about tires, the usage on this track. Sometimes you push, you think, okay, I'm comfortable, I'm having like constant high lap times, and then starting to have one mistake, it will start costing you down the line. You will think, oh, one mistake is nothing, then you do another mistake, and you start dropping. You just have to think, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do with the pushing I can do? Maybe I have a bit of tires, maybe they don't. Am I gonna look for a pit stop? Even if the tires are used, you can't just say, okay, I'm gonna fly into the pit. Fuel is also a big play in these cars.
Yeah, I mean fuel is a bit big in a lot of cars, but I'd say especially for is the hypercars. Yeah, because the lighter the cars are designed to be, any small amount of weight change will affect the handling a lot more than something like maybe the GTs or like a Porsche Cup car, where they're quite clunky, they're quite heavy, and they're designed to just sort of lap at any sort of fuel range.
As you see here, the grid racing car fighting the cubic car for the 22 place overall. The cubic car going down the inside into turn 1. Nice and tidy. Thank you very much. And is the grid racing car maybe going to have a look again? This is interesting. This just came out of nowhere. It was a mistake before. These cars were not as close as I thought they were. There's also the tire difference between these cars. Is the grid racing, the cubic system cars ahead is on 10 lap old tires, while the the grid racing on 28, so just that tiny, just 20 laps. That's about 40 minutes of tire difference. So that's a lot of time difference between the tires. So yeah, just gonna have to look. Maybe being 40 minutes longer on a tire isn't as good. Maybe the window is already over. Maybe just gotta look, nursing it back to the next stint, maybe the next pit stop, as locking up there. It's also not healthy on those tires. You said, Ethan, the cars, the fuel amount. On GT3 cars, it's maybe the less fuel amount doesn't really change much, as these cars are pretty heavy, but you're right, by saying the LMDH is just a tiny fuel amount changes a lot on the car, as the cars don't weigh a lot, and just mostly it's the fuel that weighs a lot on the cars.
Well, I mean, these two cars we're watching now that are battling might have to look behind them a little bit, because the number one car of the Apex one is only on 4 lap old tires, I think. Yeah, 4 lap old tires going on to 5 laps, so they could be closing up quite quickly. Looking at the pace difference, it's pretty big. It's about 2 seconds a lap, so definitely gonna have to keep an eye on that mirror as that Apex 1 car closes the gap.
Apex 1 car being the car that has been quite comfortably leading the GT3 packs before for a few hours, having probably done a long stop losing that tire, so probably they have the advantage on having a fresh driver, fresh mental power, fresh body and fresh tires, everything maybe playing in their own here for this battle here for second overall, second in the grid, not overall, I'm sorry, I apologize, for in the GT3 class.
Yes, I mean, a podium in this GT3 class is going to be good because it's quite a strong grid. I mean, the pace is very similar between most teams and most cars, and it seems to just be the strategies which is making the difference. So we've got a very strong grid here, and so anywhere near the top just shows sort of the top of the top drivers.
Ethan, I got a question for you about these cars with the setup. Sometimes, as I said to Luca Casale, these setups in qualifying, sometimes might want to go a bit aggressive with a looser rear end, maybe get all the power the car has, but in the race you then think, maybe I want a more understeery car, more predictable car. What do you think is the better key here with these cars?
Well, I've had a little bit of a look from the actual Discord server from these cars, and I'd say the Merc itself, it does handle quite understeery, so if you was just do what you would naturally do for a setup, the car would still come out quite understeery, while if you are pushing for a quali setup, you would go very much like esports per se, where you do sort of min-maxing on some of the settings, where it's like, I've seen for one of the cars that we're not racing here, but one of the other GTM cars, you have to like max rear, 0 wing, and the car still feels quite understeery. So it's all about learning how the car itself handles. So just knowing how to make a setup is a skill within itself, but you also need to learn what the car needs. So for the LMPH, the BMW, it's quite stable. So you just sort of need to do what you normally do, maybe stiffen the rear for a bit more rotation. For the Lamborghini, you definitely need a softer rear because it wants to turn a lot. But for something like the Mercedes, it's very much stiffen the rear for a lot of rotation for sort of qualifying, but it will use quite a lot of tyres, and then soften it or maybe stiffen the front just to use the tyres a bit less, be a bit nice to the car, maybe run a slightly higher pressures. But it's all just so the temps are good, so the wear isn't too high, and just so the car still handles quite nicely.
Thank you, Ethan, for the technical talk about the setups and the car's handling. As we think, maybe a few drivers going maybe as optimizing as possible. Maybe some drivers didn't get that optimization that they want. Maybe we just know how long the car has been on those tires, but we don't know how much the car itself is using those tires. Some people can say a car is on 30, the old lap tires, but it's as maybe less usage than the 25 for old lap tires. It's really interesting to see. Sometimes just different strategies are also involved in that. Sometimes you think, my car uses very little tires, so I can just go longer on these tires. And I know that my opponent, ooh, there's a slide there from the BMW. It's Virtual Racing here. But sometimes you say, oh yeah, my opponent's probably faster, but he's using a lot of tires, so I can just say, maybe I can get them in the pit stop strategy, the pit stop fighting. This race is not always on track, but also pit stop wise.
Yeah, any car that is on track, no matter if there are cars around them or not, they'll be having some sort of battle. If they're on their own on track, they'll usually be in the middle of some sort of strategic battle. So maybe the cars that were around them have pit and now they're trying to get the overcut, so going longer on the tires, but still trying to keep the pace compared to what an outlap might lose you, to see if they can come out ahead of those drivers and then hold them up when they're on the colder tires.
As we just saw the fun fact, 90 crews signing up for Season 5. Record number for Project Endurance here. This is growing here. It's interesting to see how much bigger it's getting. That's very nice to see that the community like this is getting all together like this. And also the drivers all pushing, all having a nice race. We haven't seen some dirty driving yet. Just all keeping it professional, all having fun together is what counts the most. Obviously, while driving, it's not only you want to win, but also have the most fun you can have. It's very interesting to see between all these drivers. As Ethan, have you seen the liveries of these cars? Can you run me down? Maybe do you have a favorite livery here? As now the race is calming down.
You just get up the where's the spotter sheet? I had it up earlier, but then I closed it.
For me, I must say the OC Racing Lopen LMDH, the dinosaur car, is for me the favorite. The green one isn't probably not having one of the. Is actually quite there in 5th place, not getting a lot of screen time, but just driving, having their own. But that's for me one of the LMDH's favorite liveries. I mean, tell me, Ethan, what do you say about the LMDHs?
LMDHs, I'm just looking through now. I mean, that Camus that I've seen on track a couple of times does look very nice. And the, what was it, both Keisha Mafia cars, they're very nice with the sort of leopard print over the engine box. Very interesting to see.
I mean, liveries over the time, all types of motorsports have gone. We have, I gotta say, this season of Formula 1 have gone a bit of downgrading on liveries, but every motorsport has. We've seen the Endurance Real Life series having beautiful liveries, having the Porsche having also a bit of color here and there splashed all over the car, just like the OC Sim Racing here, OC Racing livery, which is basically the Porsche livery, the Porsche livery with the face, but on the Lamborghini, which quite fits, as the Lamborghini itself looks like an aggressive car already.
Yeah, definitely having sort of. I mean, but both the Porsche is a quite aggressive car to drive, and the Lamborghini looks like a very aggressive car. So I think having the shark and the dinosaur and all that kind of things does it suits it in a cartoony way. Adds a little bit of fun to the race. Where while with some of these cars, it's like very sort of black in a single color, looking very professional. But you got to have a little bit of fun with liveries sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that's also part of racing, having your own livery in these events where you can create your own one. Sometimes having your artistic minds just go all over the place. Some have gone very professional with just paint schemes that just look like standard, complete beautiful ones. But also some have gone, you know what, I want to have a lot of color, a lot of personality on my car. Like here we see the Lexus looking like a Jaguar type livery. That's beautiful to see.
Oh, we do have a Lexus. I was looking through the timing screen. I just saw a lot of Lamborghinis and Mercedes, and I didn't quite notice that lone Lexus on the grid. Yeah, the Lexus is the car that I was talking about when I said that at least the one version of it is like, even if you have max max anti-roll bar, 0 wing. It's a little bit under series, so it'd be interesting to see how that team is set up the car. But I think we are using the vanilla physics, so it should be all good for handling
We have
wise.
here the battle for 5th between OC Racing Lopen and 775 Esports. The 775 Esports car having a great race, being sometimes even in the lead with their strategy. It's just the tire difference here doesn't look to be that huge. I mean, they are on 50 laps different, but as I said, depends on how these drivers use the tires. As you just see, 775 nearly for an opportunistic move there down the end on the hairpin, going too deep and just getting the move for OC Racing, having a down under, good old switcheroo there. That's also part of it. Sometimes you say, oh, I've just very rubber is still on the tires. Oh, that's a slide. That's killing the tires. Just because you have the tire advantage doesn't mean you can drive the tires like that. In 2 laps, the tires will be just the same. It's just gonna be interesting to see what the mentality here is. If they say, I want to get past as soon as possible, as the 775 guy is flashing the lights, wanting to say, let me by, I want to get this position. Oh, that's an very opportunity. That was contact. The 775 guy does want to get the position done as soon as possible. Let's say he has done here now into turn 6. That was wow.
That was a strong move. Late on the brakes, straight down the inside. No hesitation, no waiting for the gap.
Yeah, that's just really nice to see that the drivers just say, okay, we're getting closer to the end of the race. It's over halfway done. It's time for me to just push, get as many positions, get my time back that I maybe lost going a bit slower. It's just all the stuff. As I said before, in your mind as a racing driver, you don't have only one thing going on. You have like 6 different things. You're basically multitasking, not physically, but mentally, having 10 different thoughts about your tires, your fuel, the corners coming out, your speed, your gears, everything you have to think of. And it just, sometimes you think, okay, let me get rid of one thought by going all out. Don't have the thought of knowing how fast I will go. Maybe just saying, okay, I will push as hard as possible and just give out my tires. Just go, okay, for the next of the race, I will just pit as probably more often, but gain as much on-track time as I can.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, something like how much tires you're using, that can be sort of split between you thinking about and your teammates. Usually you'll have teammates in the voice call as well, so you'll have your teammates there to talk to, and they'll be like, okay, we want to get to this lap. Okay, we want to be aiming for this much tire usage. You're using this much tire. Like, maybe you can push a bit more, or maybe can you just try save a little bit, or fuel with that as well, and making sure you know what drives are around you. So for some teams that you don't have to worry as much, but for any of the GT3s, you'll need someone on the radio at all times saying, okay, this is the LMPH coming up. You are not fight, just let them pass as quickly as possible.
Yeah, having your teammates in on your ear as well, giving you information about everything that's going on. Sometimes we don't know, but in the beginning, some people have already put their eyes on someone as an opponent, as a rival for the race. And for the rest of the race, we'll always keep updated about that driver, even if they're like 5 positions ahead or behind. It's always nice to know that you have always teammates that will help you spot. And also, if you're in a GT3 car, you always have also the teammate that tells you, okay, there's a fast car approaching. Don't fight too much, let him by. Don't be too much of a burden, but also be careful, you all want to fight the car ahead. Giving you always information, always tips. Sometimes as a driver you don't notice when you do tiny mistakes that your teammate can tell you, hey, you've gone here a bit too deep, here you broke a little early, and you just always get that information that you always want about the car.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say you'd also be commenting on like the handling of the car. So say like going into turn 4, the car felt a little bit oversteery, so your teammate might advise you to push the brake bias a little bit forward for either the entire track or to try and push forward just for that corner if you've got the mental capacity to be able to do that, as well as driving the car at high speed. So definitely with paying attention to cars around you, even if they're 5-6 positions behind, that's where the strategy will come in. So the Apex, like the AOT Turtle Beach team may have been constantly updating their driver on what the Apex 1 driver was up to, because he'd pit and gone back, and so now there was this. It would be the Mystic Wolol team. You would have had them being told about how the Apex 1 team was up to, because they'd pit and fallen back a bit.
Yeah, it's always nice to see something. You as well. You need positive information saying the car behind that is trying to catch you is doing more mistakes in this corner and that corner, and you're like, that's good to know that it's being on their mind as well. Maybe they're over pushing, over driving the cars more than the car wants to, and you say, okay, that's good to know that they're having mistakes. I can probably let go a bit, mentally charge up a little. It's just a lot of this isn't just normal racing. We're having here a mental game.
So 4-0 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4-0, 4-0, respect your delta time.
Yes, we have a full course yellow. Someone has gone off probably. Let's see which cars will have the advantage here on the full course yellow. As now everyone drops down to 80 kph. That's what the rules say, and let's see who, in the restart, maybe who is gonna get the best start here. As we're looking at the Mercedes off.
Okay, so guys, 4-0 is ending. Green flag in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag, green flag. We're back to the racing again.
Interesting. Short yellow flag. I looked over to the to our timing screen to see if I could see any drivers going slow or stopped on track, and I couldn't see them, so I'm not quite sure what caused that, but maybe we'll get an update at some point on the cause of that yellow flag.
As everyone is now up back to racing speed, doesn't look like there has been some position changes, so everyone kept it nice and tidy, nice good restart, no problems. As the Apex 1 car here, the 61 entry, just nice, 1 minute ahead of the ALT Turtle Beach car. They're probably just keeping the nose down, keeping the head down, just calm down, just have a nice calm head drive. If anything happens, they always have 3 hours left in the session where they can just push maybe a lot faster, maybe push now, maybe push later. It's just always so many strategy calls yet. The race is still so long. See also the Apex 1 car having only been done 15 laps on these tires, as the AOT Turtle has 18. They're still basically on the same strategy, so there's still a minute between those two cars. But we're gonna look out for the Apex 1 of the 51 entry. They just freshly pitted, so if the one of the cars ahead pits, there's probably gonna be some battle here. As again, the OC Racing X-Lopen car is fighting against a 32 GLS PXN racing car. Maybe here we have to see what the battery, what they have with the battery charge. Who has more battery? Who's gonna go more aggressive? Who's maybe gonna keep the tires though? Sometimes it's better to even keep the car. Maybe if you're having issues with tire temps, you can stay behind the car ahead, keep your tires in the window you want, and just maybe make the move later on. Stay a few laps behind.
Time stop and go penalty for car number 203 Great White Tigers. This is incident no number 23.
But there's been an incident here. Let's say calm, be a bit more calm. Just don't overdrive. Just keep your head down. Don't be too aggressive. As we also here see what the perfect example is of having your head down, being calm, not showing yourself too much in the middle, but showing that your opponent knows that you are behind them. They know the OC Racing car is there driving, knowing, okay, behind me is a car that's fighting me. Maybe I should look for more defending. Maybe they know that pushing isn't good, as the OC Racing car just laps the GT3 OC Racing car. Maybe there's been some play, but no, they're still behind. maybe some battery usage now on the back straight. Is there going to be something happening here between the 32 and the 99?
We'll have to see us down to the hardest braking zone on the track, the penultimate corner. Braking was about 150 meters, I want to say. Yeah, very hard brake. We're now onto the Mercedes of the Apex 1 team, the number 1 car. Very prestigious number to have. As we go through turn 1 and 2, the swapping from right to left, trying to close the gap on the is that the cubic system just ahead. I was saying earlier about how they're gonna have to keep an eye on their mirrors as they're on slightly fresher tires. So the two Mercedes. The Mercedes was quite a popular car for this race and for the entire season, I believe. But yeah, the cubic system car just keeping on its mirrors slightly, and the Apex 1 will probably just be pulling out to the sides of it to make sure they know that they're there. We're now on board with the Pro Endurance team. Is that a blue flag or is that a on-track overtake?
For position. That's for position for P19. I apologize, for P15, the other GLS PXN racing car, and the Pro 157 Pro Endurance team. We have seen before a bit of action with the Pro Endurance team. They have gone a bit quiet in the past hour, but now they're showing they're still here in the race and they still want positions. As you're right, you said the Apex 1 car and the number 1 Apex 1 car and the cubic system cars also being very close to each other. There's now going to be some bold battles here as the pit stops have again shuffled a bit and the cars are now closer to each other. Sometimes even battles that aren't meant for position but still are battles.
It definitely is. Yeah, that the grid racing, the 794 that was racing with them, I think pit about 4 laps ago. Yeah, about 4 laps ago they pitted, so they've fallen back a bit. But we'll have to see how that race goes, how the race unfolds. We've still got 3 and a bit hours to go, so anything can happen.
Yeah, it is a long race. I mean, we are 5 hours in, nearly. The teams are probably tired, even if the drivers aren't driving as just spotters. Even your mental power just also goes and just looking at the teams, looking at your positions, looking at timings. There are a lot of numbers here, a lot of information you have to process. The drivers of the teams might get a bit more tired, or maybe a bit more lenient on the cars as well. Maybe the pace is gonna drop altogether everywhere, as it's also getting darker on track. The time is going more. It's going darker, the temperature might drop as well, so that's also something the drivers have to account for. The cars might handle just that tiny bit differently. Here in the S section, for example, just the tiniest of change can make a car more understeery, maybe even more oversteery, and just one mistake and you're flung into the wall.
Yeah, definitely. And as we are getting darker, we might see that at pit stops teams might lower their pressures a little bit, and we'll see maybe the tyres struggling a little bit more at the beginning of stints as they're sort of under pressure, they're a lot colder, but then as we get into the stint we'll see the teams change, the times change a lot from the beginning and end of the stint as they bring the tyres in, because it might take longer as it's a colder session. It will be a lot darker, so visibility will be difficult, so they might not want to push the car as much. And then tyres are a big thing in racing, and especially endurance racing, because of how long you have to be on them and how many sets of tyres you have to go through. Strategy takes a long time to unfold.
Yeah, these tyres are basically meant for that, as we see the Lopen racing, a OC Racing Lopen car going into the pits there. But it's also interesting, these tyres are meant to be used for a long time and hard, but is it really sometimes useful to go as long as possible? Sometimes you think, okay, I may have 5 more laps, but you know, I'm going to the pits, get aggressive, maybe gain the time that I lost from the pit stop, and maybe attack the car that I was attacking before with a lot more ease. As you see here, the cubic system car.
For car number 820, Team Delta Infinity. This is incident node number 24.
Been a penalty now here, as the cubic system car is probably lapping a lower GT3 car. As I said at the beginning, this is interesting. Not only are you fighting, are you gonna have two races here between the LMDHs and the GT3s. Sometimes you also have to think about, oh, there are GT3 cars that I may have the pace advantage over and may lap. So sometimes you think, oh, I have to think about how to get past this car. Blue flags are a thing, and the car ahead does have to yield after a bit. But sometimes you think, oh, am I gonna have to fight hard to get the position, or am I gonna get it? And just overuse the tires, or make me stint maybe here. You stint a bit too much. It's just all interesting. The mental game here.
Racing is a very big mental game. It's not very much about being side by side with the driver, but it's everything you do before the move that is a lot more important than making the move itself. So when you're behind the driver, are you moving around a little bit, trying to put the driver off? Are you sort of just sitting behind, making sure you get the slipstream? It's stuff like that which you're trying to either off-put the driver or close the gap as quick as possible. That's more important than making the actual move itself sometimes.
As I'm nearing the end of my stint, so I'm gonna have to say goodbye to everyone here. I am really honored to be here commentating for you. I'm gonna now leave it to you, Ethan, and to you, Dominic. I thank you so much for having me here. This is the first English commentating of Project Endurance. I am honored to be here, and have a nice evening for you.
You too, Luca. Now I'm joined by Dominic. How are you doing tonight?
Good evening. Very well. Yeah, nice to be here with 3 hours remaining in the race. So, yeah, the last 3 hours always a bit special. I mean, it's not full go time right now. But,
little push there from the Apex 1 on the Cubic car. Could see a move coming up very shortly as they are being lapped, so they have to break the gap a little bit.
They have to be careful. It's not a very good stage of the track to get past by a faster car. As you can see here, a little bit of contact between the hypercar and the GT car.
Yeah, that Cubic car was not going lightly. I'm not sure if they're related with any LMDH cars, and maybe we're trying to sneakily help a teammate or a sister team, but that was definitely not an easy move for the BMW, even though the car is much faster than this Mercedes. Oh, the Apex 1 is getting on the inside a little bit, trying to get away. Now they've got the slipstream right at the beginning of the straight, so this could be a move. This is the hardest braking zone, so it's who's braking that meter or two later.
Yeah, lovely use of the hypercar there to get a bit of slipstream while going on the side of the Cubic car, and he goes through on the inside. Lovely move by the Apex 1 car, but now he has to defend, and there is another straight coming up where the Cubic car could make a counter-attack with slipstream, but there is a slide, and that will cost him a lot of speed going onto that straight.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of a slide there, and with how high the skill level is here, just that little slide has lost him, what, half a second on just the front straight alone. So yeah, with the high level of these drivers, any small mistake, the car getting a little bit unsettled underneath you, or you getting a little bit of understeer or oversteer in the corner where you don't quite want it, and you will lose a lot more time than you may would in a lower level where maybe I'm racing.
It's just a small mistake while we see another hypercar coming up, and that costs Cubic again a bit of time as they have to go for the outside of the corner. And these small things that can cost you a lot of time over one lap, small mistakes like a slide or like a lapping maneuver on the wrong side, and there is a spin, there is a crash between a hypercar and a GT3.
Is that, which car is that?
That is, let me check.
I couldn't quite see a number.
The Skigala One Vision team, the 217 in the GT3 class. And in the hypercar class, it must be one of the Kichita Mafia Corleone BMWs. So the 899.
899.
I am.
Yes. It's unlucky for them. They're at the back of it, but they're definitely still trying to race because again, it's endurance. Anything can happen, but each incident like that, or even a small mistake, definitely, even though we have 3 hours, definitely makes it a lot more difficult to close up the gap in this race. So there's a little bit of a moment. Maybe the rear's looking a little bit too much because it looked like the car slid wide as they were entering that really hard braking zone, letting by a lapping LMDH there.
And now they lost another lap to the Apex 1 car, and yeah, the crash was in the S's, a difficult part to overtake with a faster car. You have to be very careful and watch the line of the GT3 cars, what they are doing. But a contact like that can happen very fast, and then you lose a lot of time, as we just saw.
Yeah, you can see the Cubic car hasn't quite dropped back from the Apex 1. They're still there or thereabouts, so definitely still pushing to try and be at the front of this GT3 pack, but they've still got 3 hours to go, so they've just got to maybe let Apex 1 pull away a little bit, just so they can save their tyres and not chance making a mistake, not pushing it quite 100% for an endurance race. You want to be at sort of 90% for the entire time, because if you're pushing at 100 all the time, you might be more likely to make a mistake.
Also, could help them if they stay in the slipstream to maybe save a bit of fuel, save a bit of tires, and over the long run that could be a benefit. Now another car coming up, traffic there for the Cubic car. They were lucky, it hit them on a small straight. Now the Apex 1 will have it in the corner. And the Hyper car is through.
Wasn't too close, but yeah, there's an upside and a downside to staying close to the driver ahead. All they've got the slipstream. The Apex 1 is not going to take this move lightly, because with these GT cars, dirty air isn't that much, but it still will affect the car through the corners. So you will use a bit more tires running close to a car, but then you'll save a lot of fuel with them braking the air, especially down that big straight. So the Cubic car not quite making the pass, but the Apex 1 is definitely not going to take this move sitting down.
And also it can make the Apex 1 car a little bit more nervous if they always have the second place car in their mirrors. Will not make it easier for them, as they are going for it. Nah, he's pulling back once again. But he shows himself quite big in the mirror of the Apex 1 car there.
Making himself known very much so. I know I wouldn't have been dealing with this pressure as well as the Apex 1 driver, as I would have made a big lock up into a corner and let them through, but these drivers are very highly skilled and have a lot more patience than I do and a lot less nerves when driving, so they're keeping hold of the car very well. The gap is only about half a second, so they are still staying close. They're having to let the LMDH car through, and yeah, now it's hopefully going to calm down a bit to give us a moment to breathe.
Oh, a little slide again for the Cubic car. That will not help the tires at all.
Neither with that, taking a lot of curve and the rear just sliding its way out to the edge of the corner.
A Cubic car has, I need to do maths, 9 lap older tires than the Apex 1 car. So that can make a little bit of difference, and
15 minutes
I also think they will have to stop.
Car number 28, Sunset Autodrome. This is incident note number 26.
As we just heard, another drive-through penalty for the 28.
If I'm looking at the strategies quickly, the Park Motorsport car has just come out of their pit stop, so they are on fresh tyres now. They've got, not quite sure on the gap, that looks about 7 seconds on our timing to the driver ahead. Is that right? Where's Park Motorsport gone? Yeah, about 7 seconds close to driver ahead, but there's a 39 lap difference in tyres, so that will make a big difference when it comes to the end of the race and when it comes to especially these next couple of laps where they're gonna definitely want to get past them.
Now they can push, they can use them, but it's still, let's say, early in the race to push all you have on these tires, so they still have to last the whole stint. You have to be fast over all the laps and not just the beginning. And that is always a bit of a risk if you want to attack as soon as you come out of the pits, especially if you are new in the car. You just started your stint. You have to come into a rhythm, get down to the car, to the track, to the other drivers, and just learn how it all goes along and drive as fast as possible, but save as much as possible as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about, especially with endurance racing, it's less about who's the fastest driver and it's more who's the most consistent driver, who's the best on their tires, but who is still the fastest while being able to do all that. So while someone like Max Verstappen might be extremely fast, he might not be the best on his tires, especially in an endurance situation. So he might not be as good in an endurance race.
Also, another big part, as we see another hypercar going through, or he got stuck a bit behind that Apex 1 car. You always have to get along with your teammates, so you can't just set up the car for yourself. You always have to find a middle way that everyone likes the car.
Yeah, it's definitely about compromising. So usually you'd hope that all your drivers have similar driving styles, so there isn't too much compromise. To say they all like a little bit of understeer, but one driver compares a lot of understeer to another. You'd sort of want to set it up somewhere in the middle where the really understeery driver isn't spinning it everywhere, but the lightly understeery driver isn't constantly complaining about understeer.
That is not always easy, especially on some tracks. The discussion is quite big, how to set up the car. But here Shanghai, I think it's not the easiest track, but there are sure more difficult track than that one. It's still a very nice track to see them race on. And a good track for multi-class racing as well.
Yeah, Shanghai is it's a very good track, and hopefully we'll be able to see it back in this year's Formula 1 calendar, but we'll have to see about that. For now, we are in Project Endurance, which is a bit easier to go to any track with us doing online racing. But yeah, with how setups are, you saying about how it can be difficult sometimes, I definitely have my fair share of difficulties where I had me and two or three other teammates, and two of my teammates had drastically different driving styles. One likes to drift the car and one likes to slowly introduce the car into a corner, which that was fun to deal with those two drivers as they were saying, oh, the setup's too understeery, oh, the setup's too oversteery, but we got to a middle ground in the end.
The good point is when both complain, one about the oversteer and one about the understeer, then you know it's the middle way.
Yeah, because it was on the exact same setup they were both complaining about, so good fun. As we are watching the 41 car of the AOT Turtle Beach team coming through the S's now. Difficult set of corners for the GT3, because especially with something like the Mercedes, where it's front engined, it's quite a heavy car, and it doesn't quite want to turn sometimes. And so when you're trying to make it turn for a very long time and very consistently, it can be quite difficult as you're trying to speed up and take the correct amount of speed as well.
A lot of Mercedes here at the start. To be honest, not my favorite car to drive in sim games. I prefer it cars like the Porsche, who are a bit more tricky to drive, I would say so, or just a bit more alive with the car itself. For me, easier to drive, but yeah, everyone has another taste in driving cars and in the cars itself.
Yeah, Porsches are quite rear happy, where they're rear engined. The weight is very a little bit sometimes.
And we have another fight, the 222 Affendal RT against the 907 Park Motorsport. Park Motorsport here. Kubik will have to pit, I think, in the next 15-20 minutes as well. So then the gap will close. But yeah, then the advantage will shift again with Kubik and Apex One, I assume, with new tires. And yeah, they already put a big gap to the 222 car. Nearly over 1 second. Yes, now over 1 second. 1.5. No chance for them to follow the Park Motorsport car here through the SS.
Yeah, they're just going to have nowhere near the same amount of grip as the Park Motorsport car. I'm not sure how long the stints are, but surely the F&L team aren't far off of their pit stops with how much difficulty they have with keeping up with fresh tyres.
That's always very hard for the drivers if they want to fight, if they normally are able to fight, but they just can't because their tires are too weak, and then you just have to let them go. Never an easy thing to do, and that's the moment where you just have to stay calm, where you just have to remind yourself, okay, I am on all tires, I will have to pit soon, but then I can push again, go full attack again, or in that case, go 90 to 95% attack again.
Yeah, Park Motorsport at the minute won't be worrying too much about tyres.
Now they are in. Sorry for that. The
F&L team.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tyres were getting very much to the end of their life cycle. But yeah, the Park Motorsport team at the minute, and a team like the 203 of the Grid White Tigers, they won't be worrying too much about tyres as they're on very young tyres. They're very much brand new, fresh out the pits, just sort of getting lap times as quick as possible to close the gaps ahead, and then once they've gotten to a comfortable distance, comfortable pace, then they'll maybe bring it down to maybe 203s, 204s, just so they don't burn through their tyres.
The Apex One car now has quite a bit of a gap to the Cubic System car, 7 seconds. That is not easy to drive down 2-0 again for the Cubic car, but now they just gained 2 seconds, so I think the Apex One car might hit some traffic, or the timing is a bit off, because it's back to 7.8 seconds gap.
What I'm noticing, at least with the, I've been looking at the top speeds of the IMDHs, and it's definitely, it looks like usually a lower downforce setup is what you're looking for this track. Sort of compromising for sort of turn 1 and 2, and maybe compromising a bit for the hairpin, but making sure you can get as high a top, compromising for the back straight, but keeping good speed through Sector 2, because Sector 2 takes a lot of corners.
Yeah, you have two very long straights on this track, and if you are lower on downforce, you have to try to keep the other cars behind you in the corners, and then gain again time and create a gap to the cars on the straight. And that can really annoy the enemies if you have a low downforce setup, because they would be faster in the corners, they can't overtake you, and then when they could overtake you, you just go away into the distance with your low downforce setup, and that can drive them insane.
As we are watching the 713 of the Mystic Wojol team coming to the end of the lap through the final corner. They're being followed very closely by the 775, just under a second between them, which is opening up. But now they're on a straight. They are definitely getting that slipstream, and it's just if they can close the gap more.
And both their tires have the same age, so they are on the same strategy, it seems. So this is a real battle for position with the same strategy. For P4 at the moment, may even be P3 or better. And the 775 appears to be a bit quicker, the gap down to half a second, and now they are coming up to traffic in the S's. A bit close there for the 775, but it all went well.
We're looking at off the rear of the Mystic 731 team. The 775 is definitely getting in our mirror. They're definitely trying to distract us a lot, which we'll have to see if it's working, because at the moment it doesn't seem to be doing too much. They seem to be keeping it quite consistent and just sort of getting into the groove of things.
They didn't have the best exit onto the back straight, and that cost them some time. That cost them the chance to set an attack here. There was no traffic. That was very good. And it looks like they are having a clean track ahead of them.
Yeah, we can definitely see there's a good amount of clean air at the minute. I mean, they're in quite their own pocket at the minute on track. And looking at the timing, yeah, there's not many cars around them, but as they're getting close through there, we're definitely going to see an overtake at some point, or we're just going to have to deal with this really close battling. If they're trying to get a slightly better exit down the inside, they've got the inside there, but now they're sat on the outside. Seems the next couple of corners.
Oh, they are going for it.
A little bit of contact there, but the 775 has made it through nicely. The Mystic are flashing the living daylights out of them, but seems to be all good.
They are not very happy, it seems, with that overtake. Yeah, a little bit of contact, as you said, but Robin is racing.
Yeah, that's the best way. We don't want to be penalising for every small tap, because then we wouldn't see as amazing close racing like this and the amazing dive bombs that we've seen today.
It's always sad when you have to be scared of even coming too close to an opponent just because you could get a penalty. And we see the 775 esports team already has created a bit of a gap to the Mystic Watchroll team. 0.8 of a second now. They have a GT3 car coming up. Oh, that cost a bit of time for the 775. But it will also cost the 731 a bit of time.
Yeah, the number 75 of the 775. car is definitely pulling away. I'm going to presume that they're probably a lot nicer on their tyres then. And they have got slightly higher top speed, but they're definitely a lot better on the tyres than the Mystic team, as the Mystic team seems to be struggling with pace. But the 775 aren't so.
After 18 laps, if you are not careful, it can be that your tires are quite older than they seem. And if you overdrove them, then it's easy for the other cars to catch you and overtake you. But let's see if the 731 car can stay close to the 775 esports team, or if they will lose more time. The Petronas Synthium SD team on P6 is right now 8 seconds behind the 731 car. Let's keep an eye on it, if they can close the gap and if they will catch them.
What's going on the track? So you can see the OC Racing and lifeless Lamborghini Shark is being overtaken, just going on to that back straight. They are in... where are they in class? Quite far back.
And off that mouth. Looks really mean. Now when the lightning is going to fade, when the darkness comes, looks even better, the Shark livery. Now the gap between P4 and P5 was shortly over 1 second, but the 775 esports can't really lose the 731 car at the moment. And nice fun fact there, that Shanghai could have made a debut here in Project Endurance earlier. It was scheduled as a replacement track, but Suzuka didn't have any issues, so Shanghai has its debut now. The Petronas car on P6 also didn't manage to close the gap to the 731 car. Still around 8 seconds at the moment. Looking back to the GT3 class, we see that the Apex 1 car now has a lead of over half a minute. I'm not quite sure. Let me just check if the Cubic car went to the pits.
I wouldn't think a 30-second gap was a pit stop, because a pit stop is about 3-4 minutes.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't expect
saw it. They are still on the older tires.
Yeah,
so they really lost a lot of time there.
Yeah, there's a 5-lap difference between the tires. The Cubic, I think Cubic had a mistake last lap, because it's about 13 seconds off of the pace they should be looking for. So something could be going on with that Cubic car, because they lost about 10 seconds last lap.
Yeah, that doesn't sound normal.
No, but yeah, 6 lap different tires, so presumably about 6 lap after we see the Cubic car in, we'll see the number 1 car of the Apex 1 team. But yeah, it's just we're getting to the end of this tire's life, because at the moment they're still, for race pace, they're still looking pretty good, sort of 203s, 204s, so it's once we dip out of that window that we might see cars starting to look at the pits.
The 731 car got stuck a bit in the traffic there, and still has a GT3 car ahead of them. Clears it through the S's. And the race leader, the 61 car of Apex 1, is in the pits. Yeah, now we have it on the screen. The second placed 91 AOT Turtle Beach car 1 minute behind. the 17 and 203 cars in the pits as well. Nice full moon here over the grandstands of Shanghai. Clear weather, no cloud inside.
Not a single cloud, lovely full moon with 2 hours and 38 minutes still to go in this 8-hour-long endurance race. It's definitely been an endurance as it is with just under 6 hours past. So we've got a little bit more to go. Ooh, close battling. And the Mystic have gotten themselves back past the 775 at some point. Which just means we're going to have to see even more battling. We'd love to see.
I assume the 775 must have made a mistake or got stuck in the traffic because the gap was quite big. Now will they do another dive bomb like they did last time? Not this time around.
No, they were trying to force the Mystic Warlord team into a mistake.
And now this time the 775 car, or number 75 car, this a bit confusing, was flashing their lights. Wants to distract the 731 car.
Yeah, they are racing them, but I think the flashing lights being used as a bit of a distraction and a show of the frustration that their pace is faster than the Mystic team, but they're doing a very good job at defending, which, when you're the car behind, is quite annoying.
Now the question is, where can they clear that GT3 car?
As we cut into the 21 car in GT3, getting lapped. 28th position. GT3. There we are, with the AOT Elmar team.
10 seconds behind 27th position. And the Mystic team stayed ahead. Still on P4. The AOT Elmer car has 1 minute gap to the car behind them. But they don't have any pressure from behind except the hypercars who laps them as we go back to the fight for P4 in the hypercar class. And the 775 esports car lost a bit of ground in the last lap. They are not as close as they were before.
And maybe the dirty has been affecting them a little bit through this middle sector, but down the straight is where we're going to have to see how much they can close the gap with the slipstream.
Oh yeah, now they have another GT3 car in a quite inconvenient position. The Mystic team clears them, so does the 775 esports team. And they are also catching up to another hypercar, which they are gonna lap.
It says that one of the driver's faces in the middle of the steering wheel there, not quite the BMW logo that we're used to seeing in this 775 esports car.
I love those small details.
It's always good to see the drivers and the designers having a little bit of fun with the car.
I love those onboards through that turn 1. Oh, there was contact. Yeah. And they spun the Mystic team around.
And the 731 car has been spun around having to donut, which definitely isn't going to help their tyres. Neither is that contact.
Also, they lost a bit of time there. Yeah, I think that is something the stewards will have to have a look at.
Yeah,
hard to make any judgment from the onboard didn't saw if the 731 car lost the car or if the 775 esports car just was a bit too fast there.
And now they have to make it past the car, the Mercedes there. Just slipping past, not too difficult.
Now in front there you can see another hypercar, that is the Petronas Synfium SD team, the 175. They gained a position from that contact. They are now in 5th. The Mystic team fell back to P6. And now have to catch them again. 14 seconds behind the 775 esports car.
Yeah, so we're watching the Petronas Synfium team, which have gained quite a lot from that contact between the 775 and the Mystic Wojol team. So we're just gonna have to try and see if they can close the gap to the 775 ahead to maybe gain more if there is anything that could possibly happen to that car.
I think they were on the same pace as the Mystic Vocal team before.
Well, the
They
cubic
had-
system cars is in the pit lane. So after how many laps is this? Cubic just changed to 0.34. So after about 40 laps on the tyres, they've come into the pits. Park Motorsport have made their way past. Will anyone else, or are we going to get them at the pit lane before that? I'll keep my eye on that while we jump on board with the OC Racing and Lopen dinosaur car.
Currently Racing Esports it's about number 30.
Number 30.
It was race decision number 30. It is drive-through for the number 12 car, the Kirito Racing Esports.
I missed that. But yeah, that's gonna ding a bit as they are quite far back in the pack as it is. So drive-through penalty is just gonna hurt them a little bit more.
It is a drive-through for a jump start, so something that has passed quite some time ago.
Yeah, it definitely is passed, but they can take their time with incidents that happened at race start. They've got a lot of time now, and we aren't going to have too many issues of incidents being reported, I don't think, as the Apex 1 cars are letting each other through. As we have
that was
3 Apex 1 car on track.
That was a lapping maneuver, I think.
Yeah, that was a lapping maneuver. I'm not sure which car that was lapping, but that was the position 9 to Apex 1 car, the 71. As we pass the
Lexus, always nice to see.
The Kishita Mafia Lexus.
I think there was a bit of contact between the 61 and the Lamborghini there. The race leader looked like they sensed them a bit wide.
Yeah, that's the P9 car being lapped by the leader there. That's such a good looking car. It is very well designed. Like, hopefully at some point I can design a car just as well as that.
But I wouldn't wish to see that car behind me.
Definitely not.
A little slide.
Yeah, a little slide isn't going to help, but the GTs do like... Oh, they're lifting.
I think they had a blue flag, yeah. Nicely done.
Through.
That's always the most annoying thing, if you are a faster car in the same class and the others don't let you through. Especially if they are like 4 or 5 laps down. A nice detail to the Lexus on the back. You have a license plate.
Yeah,
But
didn't notice that.
I'm not sure if you can
How do you
drive
do?
with them on the road.
Not quite sure if that car would pass its MOT, but missing a lot of safety features. But if they've got it there, at least it's got some sort of qualifications.
Well, they have a lot of safety features, but not those you need to go on the road with the car.
You definitely wouldn't have an airbag in one of these.
Well, but you wear a helmet, and that's something you usually don't do in a normal car. We have a battle here,
Battle here for P8, it looks like. There's the Dinosaur Lopen OC Racing car. OC Racing going for move around the outside. They're going for a animal-inspired liveries for this race weekend, it seems.
And they have to be careful.
61. Yeah, the 61, the leader is actually there, catching just behind, so they have to be careful they don't hold him up too much, but they also don't want to lose time or position because they had to slow down to let him through. Squeeze
Very
him out a little
close
bit
situation.
there. We might
Also
end up
with the
with
GT3s.
we might end up with a blue flag call for some of these cars at some point. We'll have to wait and see about that. The cars do look very similar, so I can understand how drivers may get the cars confused, but they should have their teammates on the radio saying, leaders behind you, let him pass when you can.
Looks like now they do, or they don't lift like the Lambo did.
No, I definitely didn't give him the they just gave him a little bit of a squeeze, but he's still going, so all is well as the Lopen makes it down the inside of the Mercedes.
That has cost them a lot of time to the 71 Apex 1 car. And not sure if that will get reported or not, because they cost the race leader quite a bit of time. So I'm not sure how happy the 61 will be about that.
Yeah, no, the 61 won't be too happy about being squeezed to the inside, but I think we'll have to wait and see the race director's view on that situation, because I think it was just I think it was just the fact they were in a battle and they had GT3s around. I don't personally see much up with it, as the Apex one is making it past another GT3 actually, making his way down to turn 1, starting his 177th lap of this race with 2.5 hours to go. You have Apex 1 leading both the LMDH and the GT3s, with AOT Turtle Beach and the second Apex 1 car as your top 3 for LMDH.
Drive to penalty for car number 98, OC Racing is lifeless. This is no number 31.
So we have another drive
9-8. So the lifeless Lamborghini OC Racing lifeless car got a drive-through penalty.
For a collision with the 665 car. And I just saw that the Mystic Warhol team is a bit closer to the Petronas car, or at least it looked like it on the timing screen. Now back to both of the Apex 1 cars, 61 and 71. The 61 still behind the 71 at the moment on the track. Didn't close the gap a lot, but the Apex 1 car has increased the gap to the OC Racing low pan car quite a lot, 4 seconds. And was that a spin? Just at the screen? I'm not quite sure if I saw that right. Looked like a car that was spun. And I think in the background there was a GT3 car a bit slower.
So we're watching the furthest back Apex 1 car in 7th place up to 71. You can see a teammate of theirs behind, not quite sure which one, if I check.
That must be the 61, the leading car. And now they are quite close, so I think there will be a lapping maneuver soon. While we see there is again the OC Racing low pan car close to another hypercar, but that is a lapping maneuver. Or no, it isn't a lapping maneuver, it's the GLS PXN racing car. That is the fight for 8th position. And out of the slipstream comes the low pan car, the 99 onto the inside for the hairpin. And that should be enough even before the hairpin to get that position. The GLS car looked on the inside, but there was no chance to get that position back at that place.
No, that was a nice move. Got it done before the corner, and then just took their normal line.
And we have the race leader in the GT3 class, the Apex 1 car in the pits, which means the 907 Park Motorsport car is now the new leader. Here in the picture.
You have Park Motorsport with a 3-minute gap to the next LMDH. Apex 1 in pit lane. I'll keep an eye on where they come out. But yeah, while Apex 1 in the pit, I'll leave setting the order.
The Petronas Synthium car in the hypercar class is in the pits as well now, which means the 731 Mystic Bochel team is back in 5th position. On board with the 32, they are still chasing the 99 of OC Racing low pan, but they are a bit further behind than the low pan car was the lap before. A tenth, now 1 second, that is not enough to close the gap. That will not give them enough slipstream to really catch them. And they have to hope for a small mistake of the low pan car in the hairpin to get some time back. They should gain a position, or the Petronas car exited the pit before they can catch them. So the Petronas Synthium SD team has exited the pits on P7, just behind the Apex 1 car it seems. Yeah, here on board now, they are about 1 second behind the 71 of Apex 1. But they are on fresh tires with a full fueled car.
So out still in 2nd place, which is very strong from them. It means they built a very nice gap to 3rd. But now they have almost a lap to close, it looks like, on the timing here. And Park Motorsport are on a bit of a deficit, with both teams behind them being on significantly fresher tyres. We'll have to see how that plays out, but for now, the GT3 pack fronted by Park Motorsport has Apex 1 and Cubic Systems trying to close that 1-2 minute gap to the leader.
And the gap between Cubic and Apex One stayed the same as it was before they pitted, both cars. Still half a minute, and we have the AOT Turtle Beach car coming out of the pits. Still on the second place. 13 seconds, now the gap is closing to the Apex One car in third. And we have the 446 Race Sport QS in the pits as well. And the car behind them, the 42 GLS PXN Racing, is also in the pits. While we see another Mercedes coming down the pit road as well.
Just looking at the times quickly, the F&L car just set their fast lap of the race at a 2-minute 2.0, which is a very, very respectable time on 13 lap old tyres. Good on them. But yeah, Apex One looking like a very, very strong team. We definitely in LMTH, maybe if the pack does get closed up for one reason or another, we'll definitely see some teamwork there against the AOT Turtle Beach, sandwiched in second.
And the GLS PXN Racing has closed the gap again to the OC Racing X-Lopen car. Half a second coming onto the back straight. With a bit of traffic, but I think that will not be enough to set an attack here. But I stay behind them. There is a bit of more traffic coming up. I think I've spotted the Lexus, which was overtaken by the Petronas Synthium hypercar. And they just lapped the another Warhol car, the Lamborghini. Apex One 51 car in the pits. They are third at the moment, but the 775 esports car not far behind them. So I think they will gain a position, so will Mystic Warhol team and maybe even the 71 of Apex One. Back to another Warhol racing car, the 665. Coming onto the back straight with a bit of traffic ahead of them. But that should be no problem to lap them on the straight. A bit close there, but it all went fine. They are on P12 at the moment. Approximately 1 minute behind the 11th place of Park Motorsport. Back with the OC Racing Lopen car, who still has the 32 chasing them around the track. Still for 7th position, as we see the 51 has dropped down to 5th position for the moment, still in the pit lane. On the back straight now, but still the gap is over half a second, and I think you have to be within 2 or 3 tenths to really make an attack into the hairpin here. That's not enough. But a little mistake of the 99 car. Came a bit wide there on the exit of the hairpin corner. But sadly the 32 can't make a profit out of it, stays behind them. And there is no overtaking maneuver. They overtake the 51 car, but they are still in the pits. 51 falls back to 9th for the moment.
As we jump on board with the 42 car and 16th of GLS PXN Racing, as they carve their way through the GT3 traffic, sticking themselves on the outside of the corner. The red and blue car there, as now we're watching the luminous green 61 from Team Delta Infinite making their way downtown, walking fast and faces past. Down to the back straight now, where they are trying to keep up with the team ahead, but they are 30 seconds off, so they got a lot of work to do, but it doesn't stop them from trying.
I really love that livery, especially in the night. That green looks beautiful. Oh, there was a bit of a misunderstanding between the GLS PXN racing car and the GT3. They were coming through the hairpin quite slow. As we saw another GT3 going for the pits, a Lamborghini. It was the AOT Elmar car that has that problem with the hypercar, the 21. Not quite sure if there was contact, but the racing line of both looked very strange. Or maybe just a lock up, maybe a little bit of contact, but both are still racing, and that is the most important thing here.
As long as all the cars are still racing, that's all we want to see. We've still got just over 2 hours, so the PNX racing making its way through the GT3 grid, as we have GLS PXN of the 32 car keeping very close to its competition in the 99 car there. The dinosaur passing the leopard. The dinosaur skinned OC Racing Lopen passing the Lexus of Mafia 775, the leopard print car.
And we have the 775 car, the 775 esports car in the pit lane. The 51, by the way, exited the pits on the 9th position. They are currently 1 minute behind that fight we have on camera at the moment. While the 75 car lost at least one place to the 731 Mystic Wochel team. And maybe lose a bit more places in the coming minutes.
Thanks.
So now we have a decision on the contact we saw earlier between the 731 and the 75. It is a 10 seconds penalty to the 75 car, which they will receive at the end of the race. Alright, we will have now a 5-minute break and we'll be back soon with the live stream.
And we are back with commentating. We have Apex 1 leading first and second in the LMDH class. We have Apex 1 in second in the GT3 class. Park Motorsport is leading that. We have some very close racing going on, but right now we're just watching the GT3 in 38th of the Move Center SD car.
Yeah, over the last minutes, the Petronas Synthium team came closer and closer to the 71 car. Couldn't quite find their way through at the moment. But there is a battle brewing for second place right now. We had some pit stops while we were on break, and also had a fight further down in the hypercar field. And now we are back with Team Delta Infinite. They were fighting with the 42 of GLS PXM Racing, which we just saw leave the screen ahead of them. They are now 3 to 4 seconds behind them. Maybe we will see them again on the straight now. They're in the foreground. That red and black car is the 42. The 81 is chasing right now. They have another hypercar between them.
That looks like one of the leading cars. I can't quite catch a number on it.
That is an Apex 1 car.
But it's just, is it the 61, 71 or 51? Should I? The Lopen esports car might be due to pit at some point. They are 55 laps into a stint, so we'll have to keep an eye on where they come out. At the moment, the Apex 1 car does seem to have quite a big lead to the car behind, about a lap, maybe more.
It's 1.5 lap.
1.5 laps, okie doke, because they've completed 190 laps, while the 71's only done 188. So unless they're a pit stop behind, then they're doing very well. Let me check his long stops here.
The Petronas car is a bit in the traffic with GT3 and slower hypercars. That slows them down and that hinders them to catch the 71 car for second position. As we have the OC Racing Lopen car in the pits, as you just said before, they were due to stop soon and now they are in. And let's see how many times they will lose. Here on the picture, the 99 car. Back to the Petronas car, and I have to say I really love that livery. I love the Petronas colors. And they are going very well with that gold and black. And together with the 81, I think my two favorite hypercars from the liveries. But that was a bit close there, going through the last corner. The Petronas car really wanted to catch them. And the 61, they are in the pits now. They had a big gap, as we just spoke before, and now they will lose a bit of them as they are stationary in the pit lane. Oh, there's contact, and there is a spin for the Shark Lamborghini, and he's coming back on the track. That is always dangerous. When you spin, just hit your brakes and stay on your spot. Looks like there is no time lost, or not a lot of time lost for the 175 Petronas Synthium car, but that sure was a scare for them 2 hours before the end, and it shows us how fast things can go wrong here. But that was very, very critical scene there coming out of turn 2 and 3.
Yeah, the OC Lifeless Racing car just getting a bit of a spin on there, and I'm not sure if we saw if there are any cars coming on track while they are rejoining, but I presume that the track would have been safe for them to rejoin if they were going to.
I hope so. It didn't really look like a rejoin rather than a just spin back on track while still not under control. Because it looked a little bit like the Lamborghini came a bit far to the right side and then there was contact. But we have to wait and see what the stewards will say to that. Sure, for the crew of the Petronas Synthium team, not very comfortable, such a scare, but at least they are woken up again.
Yeah, that definitely wake them up as the night is starting to come to this race. I was saying earlier about how drivers might want to be careful going into the night. They might not want to push the car too much in case of a mistake. Is there is another Lamborghini purple? Oh, I'm not sure on the teams. The purple Lamborghini there being lap 2 Lamborghinis. Lamborghini wasn't quite a popular choice, but I presume the teams had the choice of all 4 or all 5 GTMs that are out from RSR.
For car number 98, OC Racing, blue flag.
We just
Blue
heard,
flag.
yeah, for the lifeless car, that is the Shark car, if I remember it correctly.
Yep, the only GT3 for OC Racing, the lifeless team, being given the blue flags and struggling a little bit today. They've had okay pace, but they've not quite been able to keep it clean, it seems.
I'm also not sure if they took any damage from the contact before. And the Apex 161 car still in the pits. They might lose the position to the sister car and to the Petronas car. We have a lead change. The 71 car takes over P1, while the Petronas Synthium car, the 175, takes over second place. 61 falls back. Q3, we have a yellow flag. In the first turn, I didn't saw anything here.
Okay, all clear. Green flag.
Right, back to green.
Ooh, so you've got 3 cars, all on very similar pieces of tarmac.
Oh, that was
close hunting for that slipstream there. Didn't want to lose out on any tenths or hundredths that could be lost through not having the slipstream there. The Roger Racing Camus car there, taking very aggressive line, hunting for as much lap time as possible to get past this team Delta Infinite BMW.
The 61 car exited the pits on 3rd place, 6 seconds ahead of P4. Now, these 2 cars have to be careful. There is another hyper car behind them. Not sure if the car is getting lapped or if it will lap these 2.
The Apex 1 behind them, so I believe in any way it's going to be lapping them.
Alright, yeah.
As we jump to the 51 in 7th place. Coming onto the back straight now. Ooh, that's 5 cars. Ooh. Looking for the same bit of tarmac. I don't think there was any collisions there, but that was not far off.
Yeah, if I see it right, it's the 61 car, so the 3rd place car. No. 61 was on another piece of tarmac. It is a hard fight, yeah.
I'll check up on all the cars there.
The 665 searches the gap on the Delta Infinite car. Can't find it yet. Maybe into that hairpin. They are far back and it's not enough. A little lockup, a little touch. They try to use push to pass, even though the car doesn't have it.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too close there, getting a little bit too greedy on the brakes, asking the car for a bit too much, and then having to let the... Which car is that? I'm not quite sure.
It's the 91.
The AOT car. Ah.
No, sorry, the next one, but I think it was also good for the 665 to not gain the position against the Delta Infinite car, otherwise there could have been a penalty. AOT Turtle Beach not in for a good time at the moment. They have to fight for those lapping maneuvers.
As Park Motorsport are in the pits at the minute, they're making their pit stop and letting Apex 1 back to the lead of this race. That's going to be a lead that I think we're going to see swapping hands every so often for the next 2 hours. Be interesting to see how that race evolves. Cubic Systems have dropped back a bit from the lead of this race, but they might actually get past the Park Motorsports in the pits. But now on track we're looking at the Wojo Racing still trying to pass the Team Delta. They're just dropping back a little bit, sort of to about 2-3 tenths of a second, and they're just trying to keep with them and hopefully make up the position into 13th place.
I think the critical point here is at the moment that the Turtle Beach car is not much faster, or now it is, before it wasn't, which cost the Delta Infinite car a bit of time. And now if the gap increases, it should be no problem for the Delta Infinite car to increase the gap, and just as I say it, the Wojo Racing will close the gap.
Yeah, I think the Team Delta are struggling a bit on pace because both the Turtle Beach car is running away and the Wojo Racing is closing that gap. Down this straight with the slipstream, maybe using a bit of battery here just to close up. Not quite, but it's a very late move there. Defense. Very late defense, but they try around the outside. They try to get the switch back, can't quite. They're now almost side by side into this penultimate corner. Looking around the outside, can't quite get it done. Still 14th place for the 665 car.
Yeah, you always have to be careful with these late defenses. That's something that can go wrong very fast. And then this part of the track, at the end of the backstraight, you are quite fast, and if you have a contact there, it does not end well.
No, and if you have any sort of failure there, you definitely doesn't end well, as Sebastian Buemi found out a few years ago, with both front tyres having the suspension fail. But as we watch on the front bumper of the Wojo Racing car, getting oh so close to that Team Delta Infinite car, but not quite being able to close that gap. Ooh, they look like they're having a bit of a moment there through that high speed. The rear end might be stepping out, or that might just be the car rotating through and braking.
It looked like they were sliding quite a lot there. And they have another hypercar coming from behind. It's the 891. I know, the 899, sorry for that. So the 899 would unlap himself if he manages to do so. I think he's 1 or 2 laps behind those two who are fighting at the moment. So you can unlap yourself, but you have to make sure that you don't risk a crash. Otherwise you could get a big penalty, and I think the Delta Infinite car just entered the pit lane. Yes, he did. And that is good for the Warhol Racing, as he has now a bit of free air after he will pass this GT3 car. Not a good spot to pass slower cars. He has to go on the outside. That cost him a bit of time. But now he has cleared him, while we see the Delta Infinite car, the 81, in the pits. Here we see the 246 car, and there is a little bit of contact with the Apex 1 car. I think it was the 61 if I saw it right. Both stayed on the track, but that was again a little bit of a scare here for the GT3 car in 30th place and the 3rd place Hypercar car. Yeah, those S's are very tricky to make an overtake on slower cars. You have to be very careful there.
Yeah, as we watch the 30th position car here with the slightly blue lights as we're riding on the bumper now in driver's eye view. Down this long back straight, this car doesn't quite have the top speed of the LMDH. Braking down to first gear, full lock to the right to get as much turning down as possible. It's this high speed left-hander, still second gear, but especially in the hypercar does feel pretty quick still, munching the curb, especially in these GT3s. You can eat the curbs quite a lot. These cars aren't as disrupted by curbs. As we let past one of the LMDHs into this tightening, just constantly tightening right-hander, into quite a tight left-hander for these GTs, and just letting the car rotate on the throttle.
They have a gap of 7 seconds to the car behind them. So they don't have to defend at the moment. That's always nice when you can just go your pace, don't have to look too much to the front or to the back, except for faster cars. Really helps to just go your pace and drive your race.
Yeah, in endurances, especially as you get towards the end, you just gotta focus on your own race, or maybe on your team's race for someone like Apex 1, who are leading both categories right now. Focus on your team's race, focus on your race, just get to the end of the stint for drivers that mainly just swap at the end of this racing stint, or end of this hour maybe, but just focusing on getting to the checkered flag than gaining the positions. Obviously, a higher position than what you already are in is nice. For Apex 1 in the number 1 in the 71, it's a bit difficult to find a higher position, but it's always nice to finish higher than you are. But sometimes you just got to get to the end of the race, and that's a challenge within itself, especially when you're racing for 8, 12, 24 hours at times.
Also, what we shouldn't forget, it isn't just that one race, it is a whole season. It's the first race of a season, so rather take the points here for a 2nd or 3rd place and don't risk it all. It can cost the championship at the end of the season when it comes all down to some small margins.
Yeah, definitely. So it's all about just knuckling down, getting to the end of the race, taking the 3rd, 4th place, and then focusing on having the best car for the next race and making sure that you think the car can beat the teams that you haven't quite been able to beat today. So Apex 1 will be looking at optimizing each team to try and get a 1, 2, 3 maybe, and then someone like 775 Esports or OC Racing will be looking at where did we go wrong? Well, why did we end up further back than where we might have wanted? And then it's just getting the car to where they want it, handling wise.
It's important to look what you made right, what didn't went right, and just learn from mistakes. That's the most important thing. We are all humans, we all make mistakes, but we have to learn from them. And if you make the same mistake in 2-3 races back to back, then you really should think about why you are doing these mistakes all the time. Because it's all about consistency here.
Yeah, the Park Motorsport 97 has taken a Formula 1 style approach to their design with weight saving and being mostly carbon fiber, it looks like. Not too much paint on that car.
Not sure if that helps anything with hypercars.
I wouldn't think it. In sim racing, I think the car is more a determined weight than it is trying to save those couple of grams of weight in real life. But it's an interesting design choice, I'd say. It doesn't look bad, but it's just comparing it to some of the cars in this grid, like the either of the OC Racing liveries or the Patronus looks quite nice actually, thinking about it, and then the KCM Mafias.
The carbon livery, it looks good, but it doesn't stand out quite like other cars do.
Not at all, no.
See here the 41 car. Getting some traffic from behind. Okay. 41 AOG Turtle Beach. I think on 9th position at the moment in their class. So Turtle Beach has one car on 4th place in the hypercars and one in 9th for GT3.
For car number 98 OC Racing, it's appeal node number 6.
So we have a drive-through for the 98, the lifeless racing car, the Shark Lamborghini.
Have they already had a drive-through this race, or did they not serve it?
I think they did appeal on the drive-through, and it looks like they lost it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so if I get it right, it was just like a reminder you have to do the drive-through.
Yeah, appeal rejected, penalty upheld.
Another bad news for the 98. And the 71 now coming to lap 200. Another milestone reached here, with 1 hour and 40 minutes still to go. The Petronas car still about 4 seconds behind them. Now on lap 200, while the second Apex 1 car, the 61, is currently 20 seconds behind the second place Petronas car, 25 behind the lead. Here we have the GT3 leaders. Another Apex 1 car, they have a gap of 37 seconds to the Cubic car. That is quite a gap. The Park Motorsport car also has quite a gap, but they are on a very different strategy than the Apex 1 and Cubic system car. So we have to wait and see how that will go along at the end of this race.
Yes, definitely. So with passing 200 laps, the Apex 1 car has done almost 1,100 kilometers of running in this race alone. That is a big milestone to hit. 1,000 kilometers of running, 200 laps of the track.
And now it gets a bit close here with a lapped car for the Apex 1 car. The Lamborghini just exited the pit lane, goes a bit wide, and the Apex 1 car can pass him. The 666 car on place 27 overall. That should be 8th in the GT3 class. Not many cars in the pits from the hypercar class, only the Park Motorsport 97 car. They are on place 11, as we see the 175 Petronas Synthium SD team still chasing that Apex 1 car for the lead, but can't come close enough to really challenge them, to annoy them, be in their back mirror after the contact with the OC Racing Lamborghini some time ago.
No, they're keeping very consistent and very similar pace. They've set almost identical first sector times for this lap, and there was a tense difference between them.
I mean, even if you're technically close to the end now, it's still over 1.5 hours to go. And they only have like 5 seconds between them. So get that stint done and then maybe give it all in the last stint, push as hard as you can. Or, as we said before, be happy with the second place, even if it sounds odd right now. Take that second place, take the points, and try to come back stronger for the next race.
Yeah, SD Racing, they're not quite able to close that gap. They were quite a bit faster on that lap, actually, about 7/10, but can't quite close the gap.
I think what's also already interesting to look ahead a bit is the next race, which will be on the Hockenheim Ring. We have also some long straights on the track, which helps overtake slower cars, slower classes, but you also have, especially in the third sector, some tight corners, which can make it difficult and which can cause a bit of drama.
Definitely,
yeah.
a lot more. There's a lot more like extremely high-speed corners in that track, and then there's also a lot of like extremely low-speed hairpins. About two or three of them on that track. So Hockenheim is going to be an interesting race, especially with multi-class, because not the widest track at times. It can be quite tight through the corners. So we'll just have to see how that race is.
I think I would be scared the most from turn 1 there.
Yeah, definitely. But for now, we're looking at Shanghai. We have an hour and a half left of this race. You've got Apex 1 leading both classes, with Cubic System and the 775 Acacia Mafia car leading the GT3s, with Apex 1 in first and third, with Petronas System Synthium SD in second in LMDH.
Yeah, the Turtle Beach car still 8 seconds behind the 666 for 7th place. So they still have their track for their own. There is a hypercar coming, the Delta Infinite team. And here we have a little bit more traffic. Hypercars chasing each other's around those GT3 cars. There is, I think, a small contact between the hypercars. But that all cars stay on track. Racebot Academy car 246. It's another fight for position we have here. But the Lamborghini still wants to go ahead. It's the 79 car. With chasing the 246, and there's another Mercedes behind them. Which is also flashing their lights. Yeah, the WRS Interstellar Midas car on P34 overall. They try to unlap themselves. But yeah, they have to be careful not to cause a crash there. And now they have to let the 31 car, the cubic system car, through. They are second at the moment, short free wide there out of the hairpin. And now the 79 goes for the unlapping maneuver, which ends with success. Cubic system car came a bit wide through the last corner, while lapping those two cars we see here. Petronas car slowly catching the Apex 1 car for the lead. Last lap they were faster once again. So now they are pushing. They have newer tires. They have about 7 laps newer tires here in the picture. Still a gap of 3 seconds at the moment. The gap to the car behind on P3, another Apex 1 car, stays at 20 seconds, that for quite some time. And then on 4th we have AOT Turtle Beach ahead of the 3rd Apex 1 hypercar, the 51 car. Traffic coming up for the Petronas car, but they should be able to overtake them ahead of the corner, yes. Very good timing for the Petronas car there, didn't lose any time. There is another car coming up, another GT3 car, and this time it isn't quite convenient as it was before. That is the leading GT3 car, the other Apex 1 car, so the Apex 1 GT3 is helping a bit the 71 hypercar. Here in the picture, 40 seconds the gap now to the Cubic System car. Cubic System car lost a bit of time in that lapping battle we had before. But now also the Apex 1 leading car, the 71, is stuck behind traffic. And that's always a gain and lose in multi-class racing. Once you gain, one you lose time. It's also down to luck when you catch the slower traffic and how good you can pass them. Also, they are closing in on some other hypercars. That is the 42 GLS PXN Racing. Let's see if that will be a problem. There are two hypercars actually. I think the other one is the Pro Endurance team, the 157. They are on 16th place, so the 42 is also lapping them, and the 71 is coming into the pits, which means we have another lead change. The 175 Petronas Synthium SD team takes over the lead here on board with them. and it's the 206th lap, and Petronas Synthium team leads ahead of the 61 of Apex 1. And let's see if the 91 can take over the third place in a couple of minutes. And not many other hypercars in the pits at the moment. It's the calm before the storm. I think we will have other pit stops in, I would say, 15 minutes, and then in half an hour again, I think. Here the 891 Kia Mafia Orleone on the 8th place, 3 seconds behind the 731. The Mystic Bochel team, long time no seen. They were fighting for the podium before, but now after a pit stop they fall back to 7th place. They also had a contact with the 775 Esports, 75 car, and the 75 car had a penalty for that. 10 seconds after the race, 10 seconds will be added to their race time. Here in the picture, the yellow and black BMW. Good 20 seconds behind Apex 151 car. And now at that moment, the AOT Turtle Beach car takes over 3rd place overall. We have the OC Racing Lifeless Lamborghini ahead of the 775 Esports car. 51 car now also gained a position, so does the 75. Yeah, we have here now the Shark car, the Shark Lamborghini. The OC Racing X Lifeless. Really love that design. Now in a bit of traffic with hypercars and other GT3s, there is a bit of contact with the purple Lamborghini, and there is a spin again for the lifeless car out of the first turns. Now they have to be careful, but they are lucky. There is no other traffic coming at the moment, and they can rejoin safely. 33rd overall, that should mean 12th in class. And yeah, they had a similar mistake before, another spin now. Really not their race day today, and they are getting hit from behind quite hard from a hypercar there. It is... which car is it? Is it the 42 GLS PXN Racing, I think, the 9th place car, and that was a big hit. I think they will have a lot of damage here, the OC Racing. Yes, it was the 32, and I fear they also have damage on the front. There was a misunderstanding coming into the SS, the OC car. Not on race speed, I assume. Maybe from the spin before, maybe the tires were a bit too hot, and then there was another contact. They are down some kph as it seems, and I fear they have to stop now and repair the car. Oh, that is painful. Bad luck for the lifeless car.
Car number 157 Pro Endurance team, blue flag, blue flag, blue flag.
And we have a blue flag from race control. 157, if I heard it correctly. Top speed on the straight looks normal, to be honest. Maybe they can stay out.
Car number 157 Pro Endurance team, blue flag. Car number 157 Pro Endurance team, blue flag.
157 still has a blue flag. They are 16th in class. And overall, here we have them. They have the leaders right behind them. The 42 now lap them, but they still have a blue flag. And that is very crucial. The Petronas Synthium SD team right behind them, and I would let them through as soon as possible. The Pro Endurance team only in 16th place and holding the leaders up, not a good thing to do. And they could get a penalty for that.
Yeah, still not letting the leaders pass. They've had the, it looks like one of the GLS PXN teams, they've let that pass, but they can't quite seem to let the Petronas Synthium leader past.
And they already had 2 warnings. I'm not sure if the warnings reset because there is now technically another car behind them. But that is not the best picture for them. Especially
Well, we'll have to
because
see if they, keep getting a blue flag. Cool.
yeah, the Petronas car loses time now. Crucial time in the fight against the Apex 1 cars. The 71, by the way, exited the pit lane. Oh, there is a spin. Be careful, the 246. Ooh, that was critical.
That was close.
Yeah, should have waited, in my opinion, until the last hypercar has passed them, as there was a big gap now behind them. And the Petronas car still stuck behind the 157. They have a small gap to the Petronas car, and I could understand them if they would be in a direct fight with the 42 to not let them through, but I think it's not a good looking to not let the leaders through, especially if you already had twice the warning for blue flags. And as leader, I would not be happy with that situation.
Car number
There
275, move center SD, please improve your internet connection and swap the drivers. Car number 275, move center SD.
The 275 has to swap the drivers as the connection is not strong enough. We see them here, yeah, they are crapping quite a bit. Oh, that internet connection really does not look strong, or there is contact.
Is that
Or isn't contact? That's always the question with lagging cars.
Oh,
Wow.
nice drift through there.
They really have to swap them now.
Yeah, the game isn't quite sure what the driver's doing and what the car's doing.
And we have a fight here. Once again, the GLS PXN Racing against the OC Racing X Lopan. Yeah, last time the GLS car was close to OC Racing car. It did end in tears. And that the other OC Racing car used that perfectly. Now half a second behind them. Let's see if they can catch them. Quite some traffic in the background with some hypercars and GT3 cars. We also have a fight brewing for 6th place at the moment. The Mystic Wochel team against Kichita Mafia Gorleone. So now all of a sudden a lot of fighting again on track.
Yes, as we look at the OC Racing Lopen Dinosaur chasing the GLS PXM racing car just ahead. There's about a second gap between them. As down the main straight to the hardest braking zone on the track. Going from about 310 kilometers an hour all the way down to about 60 or 80 to try and make that corner.
Vettel open car was a bit lucky that the GLS car hit traffic as they can't quite follow the pace.
A fun fact for this race is that drivers from 29 different countries have signed up for this season of Project Endurance Racing.
Yeah, we have another fight
for 24th here between the Lamborghini of the Wojol Racing and the Grid Racing Mercedes.
And we also have the AOT. Oh no, that was wrong, sorry. Just misinterpret the timing tower.
It looks like a lapping car behind them catching this group. So we'll
right, the car behind them is in the
if
pits.
they let them past, they don't make it that difficult either. So now it's just trying to follow them and use the slipstream and following them to see the maybe the faster line or faster braking points. You've had let's call it 7 hours now, but it's always good to follow a car just to find anything faster.
Yeah, especially if it's the leader of the race. I'm sure that you can fight quite some time.
I mean, all the drivers are quite fast in these instances. The lap times are quite close, but that could be due to temperatures being different or something. But yeah, everyone in the top 5 have all done a 2:01 on that last lap, as the field's coming down and most of them are on quite fresh tyres. A 2:01 is their fastest. So, I mean, the grid spread is from sort of near the back of the pack, who are doing 2:03s as their fastest. So there's only about 2 seconds of the fastest lap difference, which is not much.
Apex 1 now has an even bigger gap to the second place.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course 0, full course 0, full course 0, respect your delta time.
Yeah, we have a full course yellow now. Let me just look if I can catch the reason. Not seeing anything.
Car number 12, if you can't move, please use back to pits and DNF from the race.
Right, number 12, if I hear it correctly, had a problem and is DNF.
Looked like he was stopped on the outside of one of the corners.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag, green flag. We are back to the racing again.
That is the Kirito Racing Esports car, the purple Lamborghini, which apparently had a problem and is now DNF. While we are back into the fight between OC Racing and GLS, and there is also another hypercar who tries to lap them. Now the Petronas Synthium SD team car came into the pits. I didn't quite catch if they managed to come at the start of the full course yellow. I think so, because they exited them already. That would have gained them a bit of time. They came out in second place again, 30 seconds behind the 61 Apex 1 car, who is now back in the lead.
Yeah, as we watch the Lopen BMW trying to eke its way through the GT3 traffic, it seems to have caught a big pack of them all trying to race, which is a little bit difficult for that 99 car. But this is all part of the racing. They've been doing this for 7 hours now, so it's just nature, and it's just getting through these last hour and 15 minutes.
But now it's the point where you really have to stay awake. You are getting tired. It's dark on the track. You're coming close to the end, but now the chance to make a mistake is even bigger, so you have to be very careful to not do that. Oh yeah, the full course yellow was for the 12 cars stuck in the gravel. Oh, that is a shame. But yeah, once you're in the gravel, it's hard to come out again.
Yeah, that is a shame, them getting stuck in the gravel there.
Oh, there is contact, and there is a Lambo flying.
That looked like a big lag spike for the Lamborghini. Because that BMW seems fine with 0 damage. And it looked like the Lambo jumped back into the thing.
And there is a spin again.
A lot of damage. They're struggling a lot with the car. Oh,
that was risky. That was very, very risky.
That was a very unsafe rejoin. We'll have to see if anything comes up of that.
It was the second time now in, I think, 50 minutes that the GLS PX and Racing Hypercar, the 32, has hit a GT3 Lamborghini.
Yeah, I don't think there's any sort of penalty there, because it just sort of looked like the Lamborghini was fine, and then was all of a sudden inside the cockpit.
But the Lamborghini sure isn't fine. Also, the tires will be quite warm.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be carrying some damage because they almost flipped up onto their side. So we'll have to see if they come in this lap or not. Now on board with the 157 Pro Endurance team, who have struggled a little bit with blue flags today, but they are looking fine down the back straight. I'm not sure they aren't racing the car ahead. I presume that's a car that has passed them. Now we're watching the OC Racing Lopen car, who are closing up for a battle, who only have 2.5 seconds between them and the driver ahead, who they are competing with.
But thing is, they were closer before, and the GLS car, the car in front, has hit the Lamborghini, and they didn't really catch them, so I think their Lopen car is a bit slower and always makes profit from some traffic problems of the 32.
Into turn 1, the Lopen's trying to close the gap as much as possible. The gap seems to be fluctuating a lot. It's down to less than a second now, but coming out of this corner, we'll probably see it explode a bit. Yeah, up to 1.6, I think that is. For the rear, looked like it stepped out a little bit as they came off the brakes there. But good driving from most teams. 1.8 seconds they're trying to close now to the driver ahead.
And it looks like the Petronas car also lost a bit of time to the Apex 1 car. The gap was around 30 seconds, now it's 37 seconds.
Now down the back straight, the GLS PXN racing car is, I'm going to presume, being lapped? Not quite sure on that car behind. That might be...
It's one of the Cheetah, yeah, either the 891 or the 899.
Yeah, so that would definitely determine if it's lapping or not. It would definitely be annoying for the GLS team if that is the 891, because they're only 3 positions up the road. If they are a lap away on track, then definitely makes finding positions a struggle.
And now they also have a bit of traffic with a GT3 car through the S's. Can clear them on the small straight here, that's good. There was a hypercar quite off track there in the background, while we see the leading car once again. Alright. And yeah, with that, soon another hour comes to an end, and for me, that's it for today. Thank you very much that I was able to be here, and after a 2-minute break, Mateus will take over for my role.
Car number 32, DLS Bakes and Racing Blue Flag. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the final hour of 8 hours of Shanghai. I am your new commentator, or joining Ethan Mills is me, Mateusz Mai. Hello and welcome to everyone. Well, hello from myself and hello Ethan. How is the race unfolding so far?
Yeah, the race has been unfolding well. It's definitely been a strategic battle from the front three. The gaps have opened up quite a bit at the minute, but Apex 1 have just been dominating both the GT3s and the LMPHs a little bit.
So it seems like the Apex 1 is the team to beat here in Shanghai. So we will have to see how well it bodes for them for the rest of the season. There's still quite a long, still an hour race left, so anything can happen in endurance racing at the end of the day.
Yeah, so it's just sort of getting into the groove and getting into this last bit. The gaps are quite wide open in most spots. The GLS PXN looks like they're quite close to Visual, but most gaps are 5-6 seconds or above, so it's just getting into the groove and just getting to the end of their race, because there's not going to be much more on-track action for position, I don't think.
Oh, so some may say that the final hour could be the most crucial at the end of the day. It's not where you are in the 7th hour, it's where you are at the end of the race, and we see quite a bit of look up here on the screen with GT3s and lapping traffic.
Yeah, no.
I was gonna say GLS PXN was catching up, but they are now within a second and a half behind Voil, now under a second behind Voil. I wonder if there's lap traffic that is paying into the hands for GLS in the battle for 11th place.
Yeah, as we can see, there's a looks like a slightly slower LMPH ahead, but not too sure on which one that is, but they're definitely not helping.
GLS, PLX, and now on the rear bumper of Voil Racing. We could have a race on hand now as we are entering the final hour, just 2 minutes into the final hour.
Yeah, that LMPH head is not quite helping the Visual Racing team from keeping PXN behind as we go down this little mini straight that leads onto the back straight. PXN do pull out to show them that they're in the mirrors, but down this back straight I think we'll probably have them because of the slipstream. Oh, might even be before through the long sweeping left-hander. They do get past them already, but this could be...
Yeah, this is a battle that Voil Racing just could not win, I don't think.
Oh, we have GT3's off.
3 off the back.
Oh, big crash, big crash.
This could
That's
bring
going to be
full course yellow.
Full course. Yeah, that should be full course yellow. I'm not quite sure if that was lag again, because this car we've seen a couple of times that when a car gets close to it, it'll have a bit of a lag spike and go into the car.
Ooh, very close for another lapping car. LMPH.
That looked like a little bit of lag, because from how I'm looking at it, they almost went through the Lamborghini. Yeah, Lamborghini's got a bit of lag going on, so into the pits. There you go.
Hit like that. Little bodywork damage could be a deciding factor in straight line speed, but moving back onto that battle with Voil and GLS, yeah, there was a battle that Voil just could not win. GLS PXN with just like 30 laps younger tires. They definitely had the speed advantage there. I think Voil might be going into the pits sooner rather than later.
Yeah, as we're on board with one of the GT3s. As again, the fun fact that 29 countries is where all the drivers are from, as we're on board with the 30th place Mercedes of the grid racing car. 29 drivers from 29 different countries have signed up for season 5 of Project Endurance.
As we have Project Endurance, I've stated before, this is the biggest turnout that Project Endurance has had before, and it's such a wonderful feeling to see, or thing to see, that so many drivers from so many different countries come together to partake in this ritual of motorsport on this virtual environment.
Yeah, online racing has always been an interesting place, but I'd say since sort of 2019, 2020, it's exploded quite a bit thanks to the need for going online. But yeah, it's definitely lots of places have taken advantage of it, and now we're at this point where in esports levels you see like hundreds of people sign up for a race, or here we've got like a very strong grid signing up for an open lobby, basically.
One might not be able to say an open lobby, considering the what you need to do to actually get in. You do need to have quite a bit of packs to here in Project Endurance. Only the top 40 teams get inside of Project Endurance, and there were 90 teams.
Yeah, that was the big thing. It's like you do need to have pace, but the fact that like the top 40 were as skilled as this and the pace is close enough that this week we could have, like, looking at Lifeless, they're 33rd overall at the minute, but I know all those drivers and they are very, very skilled drivers, and easily if they are able to have a clean weekend, maybe next week they could be even closer to the front.
So you do have a feeling that might be the case. But then again, it looks like, well, from Shanghai at the very least, Apex will be the team to beat, and by a long margin. It seems like multiple entrants that Apex One has in this championship. So it will definitely
you have 3 LMPH entrances. Sorry.
That's all good. So yeah, 3 LMPH entrances like you've seen, and another couple in GT3.
Yeah, and not only do they have so many entrances, it's that every entrance is very, very highly skilled. You've got first and third, and at points I've seen all 3 Apex One entrances in the top 5 for LMDH, and Apex One has been top 3, top 5 for most of this race. So very strong team to keep an eye on throughout this season.
A big look up from Grid Racing right there with a chasing car. Is that a lapped car that is sitting behind them? Let's consult our live timings. I do believe that is a lapped car that is behind the Grid Racing team, trying to unlap themselves. And again, with endurance racing, traffic will be a big determining factor. Oh no, it's actually battle for 30th place, it looks like. AOT, one of the AOT teams, behind the Race Sport Academy. Well, Grid Racing team, sorry. Yeah. Oh no, I was right. AOT Racing team behind the Grid team. So we do have a battle for position right here.
Grid Racing taking a slightly tighter line just to defend against the AOT car. Now down this straight, can they get a bit of a slipstream just to help them, and maybe have a little bit of a dive bomb like we've seen a couple of times today? Does not look like it. Keeping it nice and clean, letting the 2 of the LMPH's classes, the Grid Racing, gets a little bit closer as they try and open up the corner.
Yeah, it looks like the tyre advantage is with the Grid Racing team. Their tyres is 8 laps fresher than the chasing AOT Turtle Beach. So,
yeah, 8 laps is definitely going to make a big difference in this, as we've seen larger gaps, and it's been a lot easier for the newer tyre.
Indeed. The only advantage AOT has is less fuel load, meaning their car will be lighter. Could maybe leverage that in the straights, but that would mean they would really need a much better exit. So far it just seems like a little bit of flashing there, just to encourage or dissuade the driver from taking proper racing line. It's a sort of distraction method.
Yeah, just trying to distract them, put them off a little bit. Maybe if they were closer, we might see a little bit of stepping out to the left or right just to prove to them that he's in the mirrors.
Ooh, and he goes very wide through that corner.
Very
And
wide,
he
but
pulls
also
himself
very
alongside.
close.
Pulls himself very alongside line. For me,
Now
this
he's
would be an illegal overtake in that matter. It was basically an overtake done because they managed to get outside.
Yeah. We'll have to see what comes of that. Maybe they'll decide down this straight to let them past, or maybe they'll just try pull away and take whatever penalty may come their way because of it. You can see
Indeed,
the
grid
racing car
flashing their lights
flashing for their position back.
Indeed.
They aren't quite getting it.
No, indeed. They might have to be a little bit more persuasive next time around and send a stern worded letter into the AOT, window.
As
Maybe a letter attached to a brick.
yeah, just letting a bit of lapping traffic past, but everything is looking fine so far.
That does spark an interesting discussion about methodology such as AOT. Just if you think you are faster than the driver at the hand, do you risk making a move that might borderline legality, and accept the penalty and hope that you can pull off another gap to negate that penalty?
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw it a lot in Formula One, and they've had to stricten up the penalties so that drivers don't think they can just go off track to gain the position. But yeah, here it's all the same car. It's all like stock cars, so we're gonna have to see if they can actually pull a big enough gap, because right now I don't think that gap's actually opening up too much, as the PXN LMDH is starting to make its way through this group of 3 cars.
Yeah, and like endurance racing, you do have that the advantage of having all those 8 hours to build yourself a gap. So, do penalties in endurance racing need to be much harsher than they need to be in like sprint racing? And we see, I think we have a battle for P3 between GLS PXN Racing and Petronas Syntheon. Gap went down to under a second for a moment.
Yeah, the Apex 1 GT3 making a shorter pit stop, only about 2 minutes. So,
And yeah, we do see Petronas Syntheon SD now under half a second behind the GLS PXN. So we could have a battle for the final podium playing Petronas with, again, much fresher tires. So this should be quite an easy maneuver, or relatively easy in the world of LMDH driving, to get themselves by final podium sitting GLS.
Yeah, just looking at the front of the GT3 pack, you had Apex 1 have just left pit lane, so they're on fresh tyres, and Park Motorsport are just making a pit stop now, so we'll see if Apex can pass them. I believe they should be able to, but it's all about when they come onto track.
Oh, down the inside on the GLS PXN goes Petronas, making a very clean move. Just too zealous on the brakes, I think the team at GLS was. Or that was maybe just lap traffic and I am talking out of my behind. That was a lapped guy indeed. I need to get myself a new pair of glasses, it would seem. So a gap now opened up a little bit for a moment.
Yeah, it's that white car ahead is the GLS. I think one of the cars with the impact may have hit. Oh no, it was the Petronas that was up there. So it seems good. We've got about a second and a half between the Petronas and the GLS. but that gap is closing. And if I check the tyres, the Petronas have significantly fresher tyres, so they should be able to make that stick and get past.
Especially in this first sector where the tire, all you have is mechanical, the grip from the tires to get you around the corner. It's a very, very awkward section of corners, turn 1 through 3. Ooh, big locker from GLS PXN. It's not going to help their tire life.
As the both race leaders at the minute are in pit lane, so Park Motorsport, who were leading before Apex 1 passed, and I think Cubic have just passed them, and Apex 1 in the LMPH car are all in pit lane at the minute.
Now, the question is, are we expecting any more driver changes from any of the teams for the last 3/4 of an hour?
Park Motorsport have been in pit lane for a while. They're already at 3 minutes 30 stopped.
So a few more changes in position could still be made depending on, well, strategy of the teams. And it's that's another well, one might say disadvantage, some may say an advantage of endurance racing is it's difficult to prepare as Petronas is looking down the inside of GLS, side by side they go, maybe a little bit of rubbing around the corner, but Petronas now making their way by the GLS and can utilize the tire advantage to pull themselves away and play into the strategy.
Yeah, like a very, very close but very clean move, not forcing a driver off the track, not forcing a driver.
Well, GLS was very wide. It looked like a little bit of snap of oversteer.
Very wide from the GLS PXN car there. The gap has definitely opened up a lot now, as we have the Park Motorsport just behind them, which has been lapped, but they seem to have better pace. Ooh, as 4 cars try to go into one corner.
A little bit of
contact.
Yeah,
a big amount of contact.
GT3 off behind the barrier. GLS now having a much worse result as a result of that crash.
And there would be no chance for them to they still
I'm not
still
sure.
stopped there. I can't see them on the timing, so I'm going to presume they have gotten themselves going again.
Presumably so. I did see, I'm not sure whether that was just the issue on my end, GT3 car going through the through the barriers way past.
Seemed a little bit dangerous from the PXN car there, jumping in front of the Mercedes to get the line. But seems
10 seconds stop and go penalty for car number 79, whereas Interstellar Midas. This is incident no number 39.
But we have a penalty.
Penalty for car number 7 something.
I think it was Midas.
I'll have a look in the decisions.
That incident, I believe, was caused by a LMDH car trying to lap and bumping the rear of the Mercedes car, which in turn ping-ponged into the GLS PXN racing. So PXN did nothing wrong there, and yet we're on the receiving end.
Yeah, car 79 with a dangerous rejoin have a 10-second stop and go for
WRS. Yes.
Ooh.
So GLS PXN now back into the pits after that spin. I think they decided this now might be the opportune time to just get the pit stops on our. At this point, we could be looking at final pit stops for vast majority of these cars. Maybe about a splash and dash right at the end, but I highly doubt that at this stage.
It does look good at the minute. Not many people are close anymore after these pit stops are being made. The gaps are about 30 seconds everywhere. Apart from grid racing in 30th, they are only 1.2 seconds off, so we could see the battle for 29th on track.
'29th on track, but it's a top 10 for the GT3 class.
Mm-hmm.
And it does in fact seem that the Mercer, looking at all the entries, that Mercedes is the favorite choice of car in this championship. We don't know, not many Lux or, well, Lexuses, or, well, we do see quite a few Lambos, not as many though.
No, the Mercedes does seem to be a favourite for this season of Project Endurance. So in fact, this is the first season in history without an LMP2 class.
Indeed, Project Endurance following the footsteps
Car
of its real
79, Interstellar Midas, blue flag for 775, blue flag 79. Thank you.
a little bit of blue flag action for Midas, who have been on the receiving end of penalties just a few moments prior. But as I was saying, Project Endurance following his real life counterpart in eliminating the LMP2 class. And I do have to say, I'm a big fan of the LMP2 class. Not because I'm biased or anything, or because a certain Polish driver named Kubica won the in WEC in LMP2s.
Blue flag, car 81, blue flag.
They forgot to put the steering wheel in the in the car, so whoever's been driving that is an extremely skilled driver driving the car with just the pedals.
That is what I would call the Eastern European driving style, where the steering wheel is gone, so you drive with just a spanner.
Steering wheel is optional, as always.
Steering wheel is optional. As long as you have a spanner, that's all you need.
Or maybe he's been driving like that NASCAR driver when his wheel came off. They've just been holding the steering rack and turning it that way.
Or that's merely the Logan Sargent strategy.
Logan Sargent didn't get a car. Albon got gifted it for his birthday.
Exactly.
That was a funny clip to find. Just Alex Albon's birthday and his present, Logan Sargent's car.
We do not have favourites in our team.
Nope. We are merely unbiased. Also, Alex, here's Logan's car. Okay, back to Project Endurance. We have Apex 1 leading both races 1-2 in LMPH, with Petronas Cynthium in third, AOT Turtle Beach in fourth, and the third Apex 1 car in fifth. For GT3s, we have Apex 1 leading, Cubic Racing in second, the 775
Ooh, that's number 246.
car. Ooh, almost doing what Lewis Hamilton did a while ago. Park Motorsport are in fourth in GT3, and Rojal Racing in fifth for GT3s. Still no steering wheel in that car. So, driver's doing very, very well there.
Indeed, what you have to do is you have to become one with the car. As you enter, you mold yourself into the car, and you become its consciousness. Or again, he's merely just got the car, or merely he parked that car somewhere in Big Dosh, probably. And that's what happens. It is the Lamborghini. Cars one after another. It looks like a battle on track again. Is it our good old friends Grid Racing in AOT? It is in fact, and there's a little bit of a network issue here and there. down the straight they go, and side by side. Ooh, almost contact through there. Very tightening. Especially at this stage of the endurance, you've already done like over 7 hours. You don't want a little bit of contact to, well, forgo your chances.
As we are on board with, or we are watching the 4th place in class Park Motorsport with just under 40 minutes to go. They are hunting and hoping for a podium today, but there's 47 seconds between them and P3, so unless there are any more pit stops to be made.
There might be. Park Motorsport have 14 laps. They've only pitted 4 laps earlier. So the team's up ahead. There's 40 minutes left. Looking at the tire life of drivers from P1 to P3 in GT3, except for Apex 1, Cubic, 15 lap old tires, Kicha, 19 lap old tires, so
yeah,
there may still be a pit stop for both of them.
I think I think Cubic maybe could stretch their tires out to the end if they're super nice to them, but it will be a big struggle. And then Keisha, I don't think it's possible because the tires, they only go for about 40 laps, and if they're already halfway through their lifespan, then it's going to be quite difficult.
Indeed, considering we're looking at what now, at least another 15, 16 laps that we're looking at. It will be very close to the limit that these cars can do.
Yeah, we can see the Mercedes being driven with a steering wheel, and the driver nodding at the fact he has one.
So, yeah, that one definitely came from Germany and not from anywhere in East. Or at least they didn't leave it there.
That car has been taken straight from the factory here.
And then it seems to be running quite well so far. This is
all
a
the cars are running.
on track.
All the cars are running quite well. Only 4 cars I can see that aren't making it to the end of this race at the moment.
Indeed. And all of them, all bar one in GT3 class.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see that even though the Mercedes was a popular choice, that there's still it isn't like, oh, because the Mercedes was popular, it's like taking up the entirety of the top 5. Like,
no.
Yeah, we've got
all 3 cars are in top 5.
3 cars in top 5. The lone Lexus is in P3 as well, so that's been a strong race from them. But I believe they're still yet to make one more pit stop.
Indeed, they are still yet to make one more pit stop. I have a feeling anyway, but I'm sure the commentator.
Watching the live times, it looked like there was the lifeless car maybe was on the inside of turn 2, so there may have been an incident there that we'll have to keep an eye on the penalties for.
But it does look like the second team of Grid White Tigers are now on the back of AOT Turtle Beach, who now themselves instead find themselves on the receiving end of having a car with much fresher tires on their back. So we shall see whether Grid employs similar strategies, or will they very risky maneuver with the lapping car so close behind.
That LMDH seemed to be cut off a lot. Ooh, but they did get through.
The Grid did not need to wait for AOT, or did not need to employ similar tactics. Ooh, a little bit of a contact between them. AOT just nudging the Grid car off the track a little bit.
That isn't the AOT car coming into pit lane. Ooh, there's an MDH trying to slip their way through. No, both cars are there. You've got the Grid leading the AOT still. The Kishita Mafia car just getting past there. Very easily recognizable with the leopard print.
Quite the striking livery, if you ask me.
Personally, the green from the Lopen is a color that I'm liking at the minute. So if you do catch me racing in any other leagues, you'll notice that if I'm making the livery, I might be in a green.
And let's admit that there's been quite a lot of diverse range of artistic expression throughout these GT3 cars. The grid delivery is quite striking with its black and orange, which is a beautiful, beautiful color combination.
Yeah. Black and orange, and they've taken purple for their LED strips across the top.
Right, nice. And it does look like the battle between the AOT and grid may be put to bed, providing that grid do not put wrong for a couple of laps. I think with the tire advantage, the AOT will be running quite far back. And the grid racing team behind them as well, 23 seconds back, albeit are on 8-lap fresher tires, but I do not think they will need to make another pit stop. Grid, they may need to pit. They have the oldest set of tires in the current GT3 field.
AOT Turtle Beach drew 22-lap old tires. Same with the 217 also have 22-lap old tires, and the Kishita Mafia have 21. So there's definitely going to be a pit stop needed for those cars unless they somehow stretch their tires out for about 45-50 laps.
Yeah, that's quite a double-edged sword of stretching. Yes, you may save yourself the pit stop, but the amount of time you lose, the grip you lose, well, the more grip you lose, the easier it is for you to slide. The more slide you use, the more tires you use. The more tires you use, the less grip, and you're putting yourself in a very much downward spiral where it may have just been quicker for you to pit, and safer, and just a better overall.
Yeah, so it's just sort of taking care of the car, but I don't think it will be worth the cars that are on 20-ish lap old tires stretching the tires to the end. I think it will either have to be a short stop and then take the fuel to the end and push for fastest laps, or yeah, that's the only way. It's either take an earlier pit stop or pit normally and have a really short stint at the end.
A little bit of splash and dash right to the end. I do wonder if anyone will, well, at the very end, employ the use of compound other than hard. In strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we could see some medium tires. Are the mediums, or is it hard and soft? Not quite sure on the tire choice for these cars.
Regardless, it might be worth stretching. Well, you have a little bit of few choices. You can stretch these tires and then put on a softer compound at the end, and then make up any ground you lost through the pit stop. Alternatively, but for some of the drivers on much older tires, a full course yellow, that would be their ticket.
Car
to
number
secure.
97, please, one person from the team show up onto the voice channel for person meeting.
Somebody is being summoned to the principal's office as we see Racebot QS losing it through the, I believe that is parking at the moment. Seems like they're having trouble letting the car
Trouble finding a spot to join.
Yeah.
Now they are.
Like it was, yeah, it looks like the first compound of corners. Very, and just not surprised that it's an easy.
71 of Apex 1 are in the pit lane right now. Let's see if they can come out. They've dropped down to third. Could they get replaced in their position by their teammate? How long have they been in pit lane? Only about 2 minutes, so they will be out soon.
P1, P3, P4 for Apex 1. This is quite the domination we're seeing from that team. We've mentioned it before, but it's definitely the rest of the teams do have a lot of work to do between the next between now and April.
It is impressive that not only have they been able to get three teams onto the grid, that all three teams are right at the front fighting.
if we count GT3, there would be 4 total team entries for a singular team organization at that hierarchy, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely amazing how they've been able to find so many skilled drivers to put into one organization.
Well, and that so many of them are from the same country that it's amazing they managed to find so many drivers just from Poland, you would see. Apex,
yeah.
Apex one, I think it's an all Polish outfit. Yeah, all Polish outfit for every single one of their cars. So it's definitely impressive. From, well, a country that only produced one Formula One driver, that they produced how many today? About 12 drivers today.
Yeah, you can
racing,
probably say about 12 drivers. Let me get.
completely dominating today's event.
Yeah, definitely good to see. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a Red Bull domination.
It's only one race of the season at the end of the day, and different strategies could have played a hand in that, as well as on-track and off-track action.
Yep. As we have just under 30 minutes left in this race, we are now watching the Petronas Synthium SD team running their way down the back straight just to finish their 234th lap of this race. The leaders have completed 237. So
that is quite the advantage in lap time, but Petronas have been in pits again. We have
The
seen
penalty given to 97 is restored from previous incident. It was suspended, but it is back now.
more woes for team number 97. Pro Endurance makes a very interesting line through the final corner.
the Parkway Sport car of 97 having a penalty reinstated after appealing it, I presume.
Drive-through for car number 1. It is for suspended drive-through penalty for cutting. We received the cut, so the penalty comes back.
So car number 1, that will be Apex 1 in GT3. So the leader with a minute advantage over Cubic now gonna have to serve a drive-through penalty. So could we see Cubic System in the very late stage of the race come back to challenge Apex for that top spot?
We could definitely. I mean, the gap's already. I'm not sure they've taken it yet, and the gap's already dropped to just under a second. So we'll have to see what happens here. Or just under a minute, even.
I haven't seen the pit notification come up on the live timing yet that they have gone through the pits yet. They are currently on the back straight, so this may be the lap they will have to come in. And at the moment, it looks like AOT Turtle Beach have taken the lead as the leading Apex 1 team have gone into the pits. So there may be few final minute dashes, splash and dashes going on. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone above the Apex 1 team or AOT Turtle will have to come into the pits again.
There we go.
So we see Apex 1 currently making their way down the pit lane as Cubic System now they're very far back for them to make any sort of inroads.
Yeah, they're almost on the back straight now, and Project Apex 1 have just come out of pit lane now. So drive through taken, I believe.
Right, somebody mentioning in the chat that car number 61 has disconnected. I believe that is what has happened, or may have happened in the race. That race director notifying us that the car number 61 has disconnected. And fun fact, only one track will make its debut during Season 5, and that is Daytona. And honestly, I'm not sad. I am not a big Daytona fan, and I know a lot of people will crucify me for saying such blasphemous things.
Let me have a look at the calendar, just to... There we are, calendar. So, no, what that infographic is meaning is that every other track on this calendar is making its debut. So it's 8 hours of Shanghai, which we are watching right now with 23 minutes left to go. Then we'll have 6 hours of Hockenheim. Then we'll go to 9 hours of Istanbul, 12 hours of Kota, 6 hours of Portimao, and the final race of Season 5 will be 24 hours of Daytona.
And I was so happy hearing that. But here we see again. Final race at Daytona. Oh, almost. Which car is that? Shigawa almost going to the back of Voyo Racing. That was almost a disaster for both of them. Could have ended very badly, but it looks like Shigawa now going to be harassing the 665 Voyo Racing car.
Oof, that was a very close moment there, and then could see these two battling for a while. But yeah, so every other track on this calendar is making its debut this season.
And some very good tracks out here, like Istanbul Park, for example, and Hockenheimring, very, very good track. But back to the battle on track, Shigaoka and Voyo Racing both on similar strategies, so this is a battle that will be purely decided on the on-track pace. I don't think strategy will play much in terms of an outcome. And it looks like Apex 1 might not be making their way out at the current moment. So at the moment, it looks like AOT Turtle might take a very unlikely win with 20 minutes left of the race. Oh, contact between Voyo and Shigaoka. Voyo spun around. Shigaoka just very sternly worded way makes their way by the Voyo Racing team, and Voyo Racing will not be happy at all at the way that they were dislodged from their position. So I think somebody else might have to go sit in the principal's office.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to have that one looked at. It looked like it was clean racing, and then Shigaoka just made a slight mistake.
Like Shigaoka are waiting and have let Voyo Racing by once again. Good sportsmanship right there. You made a mistake and said, okay, you know what, fair enough, that wasn't the move that I should have made. Clumsy, and I'll just let them on by.
Definitely. So the 61 Apex 1 car is dropped to 11th place now, 20 seconds off of the next car, so it's just taking the car to the end of the race now.
Indeed, that's very unfortunate for the 61 car. They've been running in very, very good place, but technical gremlins, even in sim racing mode where you don't see explosions of the engine, tire failure, anything of that sort, you find other ways of technical malware, and unfortunately it's just part of racing. It's unfair, one might say, but so is an engine blowing up in real life. It's just racing at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's just part of racing. You'll have something happen at some point within your racing. I've had it plenty of times where I've been racing and gotten disconnected through bad internet or ill-ready software and hardware, but at the end, racing's racing.
Yeah, at the end of
treated the same as a car failure.
Indeed, unfortunate, but life's not always fair. And Shigaoka now, with racing resuming, Shigaoka will try and make their way by Voyo Racing. This time, hopefully without any assisted spinning or pirouetting.
Yeah, the GT3 pack is looking a bit more spread out, but they're still quite close between P3 and 2, with only 5 seconds between them. So that could be an interesting battle if that does close up. Watching the lap times, it is closing up actually a little bit.
Indeed, and
There's-
somehow Royal Racing is just putting the car just in the right place to prevent Shigaoka, who seems to be just better overall throughout the lap, but not good enough to make a attacking move, though they may get a chance down the main straight here. They are closing slipstream, they will pull around the outside. Speed advantage with the slipstream. Now they just have to keep it clean. Oh, they go very deep. That is not something that the driver of Shigaoka would want to do, especially since that has allowed Royal Racing back again. Just breaking themselves.
Yeah, it's unlucky to see, but we will have to see. We still have 17 minutes of this race to go, so quite deep on the brakes there. But could they get a switch back to help close it down a little bit? Maybe, as it looks the inside, getting very close on that front right. Are they going to make a dangerous move into here? I wouldn't expect so. No, they are.
I think what Shigaoka trying to do with the first couple of corners is go deep and get a much better exit, or what they were hoping, and then get them on the following straight, but fortunately it just didn't seem to work out that way.
Yeah, 775. They're on 29 lap old tyres, and we still have 18 minutes of this race, 17 minutes of this race, so those tyres might be able to make it, but they'll definitely be end of life when they get there.
That will be 18 old lap tyres, the 29 lap tyres of Shigaoka of GT3.
So yeah, they can definitely.
So they could still make it to the end, and I think,
Yeah.
considering I have a feeling these may be a little bit more durable than the GT3 tyres. And down around the outside, Shigaoka will try again, Voyo forcing them. Oh, this time Voyo goes very much deep. A little spin from Grid Racing GT3, but Shigaoka with a switchback on Voyo Racing, a textbook maneuver, goes a little bit deep on the final corner, and that might permit Voyo Racing back again. Both of the LMDH cars splitting the GT3 car, just like Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen once did, and there's the spin, there's no contact. I think Voyo Racing has closed in just a little bit too much onto Shigaoka closed in a little bit too much on Voyo Racing, and that just put them into a little bit of a spin, a little bit of a miscalculation from Shigaoka, in my opinion. That was a callback maneuver to Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen, where they split the lapping car between themselves, and it's this time Voyo Racing that has taken the advantage of that.
Just to remind you, pit lane will close for mandatory long stops in 5 minutes, so if you have any long stops, serve them now.
5 more minutes into the pit stops will be closed for mandatory pit stops. It does not mean that drivers cannot come in after those 5 minutes and do normal fuel laps, tire changes. Just if you have a mandatory long stops, for example, like in a driver change, and I believe the mandatory is 2 minutes.
I think not. A normal pit stop can get to about 2 minutes. I think it's 4 minutes more. So what I notice is that 4 or so minutes is what I notice if the driver's doing a longer stop.
And Shigaoka around the outside will try again. Voyo Racing again much later on the brakes. Ooh, Will just drive in front of Shigaoka. That was a
very close there.
very close, very well judged by the Voyo Racing team. Deep on the brakes, and they will retain that 15th slot ahead of Shigaoka. Shigaoka might be getting a little bit annoyed in that seat, or they might be enjoying it more than anything, seeing as this is, you don't often get close racing like this in endurance racing, so they might be just sit back and enjoy themselves for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, this has been a very close battle that we've had sort of for the last sort of 5 or so minutes, and doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. The pace is very close. The Wojol team are doing very good at defending their position, and the Shigaoka team are struggling a little bit to get past. So we could see this like all the way up to the line if it keeps the way it is.
Indeed. But we do have a blue flag. Or that is just a park marker team.
That's the PXN racing one, the PXN racing cars. So that'll be blue flags, and they'll want to get past as quick as possible.
Indeed. So yeah. So there will be blue flag showing, and PXN will hopefully try not to lose too much time sitting behind this battling duo, of which some have a very liberal interpretation of track limit, it would seem. Again, side by side, they go, and again, Shigaoka.
Lamborghini has run into the back of the Shigaoka car, it seems. Maybe they had broken a bit early, or the dirty air put them off, but they have just been run into the back of. That is not what you want to see. Yeah, look. They're struggling a lot with rear grip now. So we'll have to see through T1 if they can keep the same pace they have been.
Later or not, it's definitely GT3 should not be going as late as they are, given there's an LMDH in front of them. You're not even racing them. Why are you trying to brake so late? I know you're trying to pick up your lap time, but come on.
I think that was more of just as the Shigaokas stepped in to do their own braking, the Lamborghini has been caught off by some sort of dirty air and broken at their normal point, but not had the same stopping power. We'll have to see how that comes up on the... Ooh, side by side there. Very good move, even with some possible damage. That was a very good move from the Shigaoka team on the Wojol Racing.
Indeed, and they are now ahead, and they have shown to be a faster car overall. So I wouldn't be surprised if Shigaoka will now be building that gap to Voyo Racing. Oh, and we have a Mercedes parked on the side. Taking the just right moment to return back on track. 246 race for Academy. Down in the 34th, nothing gained, nothing lost. 2 minutes behind and 1 minute ahead, so they're kind of in a no man's land. Being stuck in a no man's land in long endurance race? Oh, you're pretty much at that point just having your own race. You're hot lapping and you're trying to keep it out of the walls.
Yeah. Or maybe you're not hot lapping because trying to just take the car to the end isn't quite what you want to do if you're trying to push at full pace. You just want to sort of take it easy, ease the car through the corners. If you are on quite old tyres, which it looks like some of the GT3s are, you just want to sort of nurse the car through the high speed so that you don't wear the tyres out. And it's just getting through corner by corner. You've only got 10 minutes left to go. The Wojol Racing car, they're struggling to get past that GT3 before the corner, and then now stepping out and making the move very easily.
But just like Shigaoka may be hampered a little bit by the PXN car up ahead, not pulling off as much as they probably hoped. In fact, Voyo Racing is still within touching distance, 1.2 seconds, but that was due to the GT3 car a couple of corners back.
Yeah, that gap has opened up now, but the
pit lane is
Petronas...
now closed for mandatory long stops and yellow flag in turn 2.
The Petronas Synthium Team SD is closing up, but that is...
Clear now.
Green. In the flag, and they seem like they have been battling Cubic Racing for P2, and that P2 has now just slipped away a little bit, and it might pull Park Motorsport into battle for that podium place. Oh, another contact between
PXN there.
Yeah, that's Shigaoka running into the back of PXN, making a little bit of a miscalculation in braking, or PXN just braking too much. Either way,
PXN making a mistake, because it looked like they may have already been a little bit around when the contact was made.
Regardless, Royal Racing now down the inside on Shigaoka. We saw how it came out a few laps earlier, and more contact. Royal Racing shoving Shigaoka off to the side by side. Shigaoka's still there, returning the favor on Royal Racing with a little lockup on the rear quarter. Oh, with the rear quarter.
This is great racing, cloak racing. We love to see it.
Great racing. I would attribute this to more like touring car racing with the amount of door banging they're doing.
As we say, rubbing is racing, so we do love to see them getting close. Maybe not too close sometimes, but yeah, the Petronas SD car is closing quite a lot on this dinosaur-inspired Lopen OC racing car.
It is quite a creative livery, but yeah, Petronas just seems to catch leaps and bounds each corner. OC Racing at Lopen getting very wild on the exit, and that could allow the Petronas team to close up. It doesn't appear to be. It looks like Petronas actually had a much worse exit than the OC Racing. Let's have a check. Yeah, Petronas does have 9-lap younger tires, so they may, well, with 7 minutes left, they may now be pushing the tires more than they would in the previous stints.
But Lexus getting caught just in between this little battle there. Through the corners, everyone doing a little bit of contact there.
A little bit of contact. It looks like they were just dragging each other through that corner.
Yeah, the Petronas SD just got a little bit on the brakes as the Mercedes turned in.
Yeah, very lucky for Petronas that it did not end much worse than it did.
That Shigaoka Washu Racing battle does seem to be going on. I'm just looking at the timings, and they're still sort of within 1-2 seconds of each other.
Oh, it looks like I think Petronas went into the back of the Mercedes, and Mercedes just got extremely wild, barely on the edge of control, ran into the side of Petronas, and the Petronas itself into the side of OC Racing. That was that could have ended much. Number 28 Sunset Outrun. That could have ended much worse than it actually did. And not what Sunset Outrun have done. I do know the drivers of Sunset Outrun. I do know the team owner as well. But not what they would have definitely wanted. Very unfortunate for the drivers.
Well, Petronas have gotten past OC Racing Lopen in the end.
It was
due
as
to
a
the
result
contact,
of that.
we don't know.
Yeah, I think it was just the contact because Petronas banged into the side of OC Racing, and I think OC Racing briefly went onto the grass, and Petronas just capitalized on that and went on by.
That car does look very good, the golden blue. But yeah, at the moment, Apex One, who were taking this race pretty well, leading most laps in both series, but now, and then being sort of first and second at points, they're now only second place with 14, let's say 16 seconds to the lead, with AOT Turtle Beach are actually leading this race at the minute.
Indeed, and AOT Apex One number 51, 13 seconds to make up in 5 minutes, 15 seconds now. Make up in 5 minutes, it's I don't think it'd be quite doable.
Yeah, it's going to be a big struggle if at all possible, because they need to close over 2 seconds a lap. which at the moment they closed a second on the last lap, but they aren't quite able to.
It looked like, I'm not sure that was a timing error, but it seemed like the time is going up and down.
Yeah, I think that's more with the on-screen timing. Looking at the live timing pulled straight from the server, it is just sitting around 12 seconds.
Yeah, so far. Although they did close in by 1.1 seconds on the last lap, but 1.1 seconds is just not enough in over 1 minute 50 lap time.
Yeah, you need to be getting sort of. You need to be hoping that the driver ahead's doing sort of 1 minute 50s to be able to close that gap at all. Because the fastest laps we're seeing are 1:47s, so at this pace, I don't think that gap's going to get closed unless AOT make a pit stop, which they shouldn't do because Apex are on older tires.
Yeah, at this point you have to run until the end. They don't have enough gap to pull in fresher tires and maybe try and get a faster corner.
Be careful.
And we do have number 731, Mystic Voyo, and number PXN 32 in the walls. I wonder if there's
Still
been a
danger
little
in
bit of a
last
stop.
corner and full course yellow in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow, full course yellow. This will be a quick one.
So we have a quick full course yellow, number 32 GLS PXN in the walls, and 731 recovering from a little bit of an incident. I wonder if these two were involved in, or correlate with one another in any shape or form.
As we look at our race leader after completing 250 laps of this track, this full course yellow will probably take us onto the final lap, I presume. Depending on how long it is, it could.
246 race spot. Please, if you cannot drive out, teleport to the pit lane.
We see the race spot stuck in the gravel. For what reason? Maybe some sort of damage? Or was
Full
there
course
a
yellow
reason?
ending, do not exceed 80 kilometers per hour. Green in 3, 2, 1, and green flag, green flag, green flag.
Indeed, that
So
would be
where are
a
Turtle Beach
DNF.
on track? That will be probably penultimate lap.
Yeah, regardless, 1 minute 55, that will be penultimate. And OC Racing and Patron is now back battling with each other side by side. OC Racing will
Still
try.
very close.
Yeah, OC Racing will try probably and get the better of Patronus after the favor that has been bestowed onto them by Patronus a couple of laps earlier.
Yeah. So this gap is not gonna open anytime soon. I think this is going to be a battle to the line unless any major mistake is made. But the Shigalka, I'm still watching that gap out the corner of my eye, and that's still quite close. Three seconds now, so it has opened up. But
definitely not as close as the gap we have here, 0.3 between P7 and P8, and late on the brakes go OC Racing, and more damage.
OC Racing aren't going
More
to take
damage
that
to
position.
them, I think. No, they won't, and they shouldn't really, even if the way they lost position was a little bit sketchy itself. But OC Racing, this is now the last lap.
Final lap, white
as
flag, white flag.
As AOT Turtle Beach crosses the line.
It's great to see that Patronus and Lopen are still able to battle, because Lopen have 9 lap older tyres than the Patronus Cynthium SD team, so the fact that they are still able to battle close just shows how long the tyres can last for and how well I think Lopen have also kept their tyres.
Indeed, Apex One still leading GT3, so at least they will win one of the categories today after what should have been a double victory in both categories. But we would love to go back onto the possible battle between OC Racing and Patronus.
Time's
it looks
over,
like
leader is on final lap.
so we have
Leader
final lap.
is entering the last sector, just to let you know.
So the leader is now entering the final sector as OC Racing still trying to make their way by. The leader
Yeah, so just watching the leader coming onto the back straight now. There's a lot of traffic that will probably just want to let them pass so they don't have to go an extra lap.
Indeed. And AOT now coming through the final sector. Oh, I believe so.
Turtle Beach, just watching them down through the final corner now.
And Apex 1. A little bit of a crash excursion from, was that a GM car? As we see,
The
AOT
leader
crosses
has
weaving.
crossed the finish line, so everyone that
Two.
goes over start finish line
Ooh,
now
that's a big
will
crash.
have their race over as checkered flag.
Indeed, just a little bit of a exuberant celebration.
Yes, yeah. Kashita, one of the Kashita Mafia cars, having a big moment just after the checkered flag there.
I think it
But
was
this Lopen battle
imposed.
is still going on, I think.
Yeah, the Lopen battle's still ongoing as Apex
I'd
1
love
is
to
now
watch that.
crossing. Yeah, the Apex 1 is now crossing to win GT3 class. And yeah, the Petronas Auto Racing Lopen battle, I think, has pretty much just died down now.
Yeah, they've opened that gap up a little bit now to 1 second, so watching them come through the final sector, I believe.
Apex 1, yeah, coming across to win GT3, a very, very good drive for the GT3 car, and it should have been a double win for the team. Unfortunately, through disconnecting network issues, hardware, it could be any number of reasons. It's the AOT Turtle Beach that takes the LMDH even, victory here at Shanghai, 8 hours in Project Endurance.
Everyone getting their celebratory donuts in after finishing 8 hours of long racing.
Yeah, 8 hours of long racing, and well done to all the drivers that have, because racing for 8 hours, especially with some teams only having 2 drivers, it is a phenomenal achievement. As my team boss and the team boss owner,
Everyone
the biggest
has crossed
achievement
the finish
is
line. Let's race over. Thank you very much for participating in today's race, and yeah, get some nice rest. Top 3, if you are able to, please join the press room. We'll have a press conference in around 20 minutes, and yeah, good night. Thank you once again.
Thank you guys for this race. It was pretty tough racing for us, but we finished it. Thank you, very nice overall, good racing, and yeah, see you in Hockenheim, see you in the next round. Have a good night, and top 3 of each class can join to the press conference. So yeah, thank you.
so as received. Yep, hello. Yes, I am here. But yeah, well done to all the drivers. The top 3 will have a bit more to say on how the race will went in the drivers, I suppose the press conference. Again, this has been a wonderful event run by Project Endurance, and great racing by all the drivers, regardless of incidents that were involved.
Yeah, it was a good race from everyone, and everyone got to the end, and there were some really, really good and really, really close battles there. At the end, you had OC Racing doing very, very well to battle against. Who was it they were battling?
Petronas.
Petronas. They're doing very well to battle Petronas on 10-lap older
the
tires.
server, so we can officially say that it's over.
So we can officially say that it's
Thank you
now
once
over.
again.
So I think this is where we say our final farewell words. I
Yeah.
believe.
Oh, goodbye, streaming.
So
That was
fantastic
a-
race towards the end. Even after 8 hours of racing, 8 hours of strategy, you still had amazing battles at the end between Voyo Racing and I can't remember now already.
Voration and Shijika. I can't quite remember how to pronounce it.
Yeah, Ścigałka. There we go. Ścigałka
Ścigałka,
and
there we are.
between Petronas and Lopen. So even then, fantastic action on track, and I cannot wait to join in again in Hockenheim, and I hope everyone else will join in Hockenheim as well.
Yeah, good racing from everyone. It was
to let you know, we have only 3 incidents left, so we all done during the race. So yeah, that's for let you know.
That was the race director saying that there's only 3 incidents left to cover. But yeah, great racing from everyone. Great racing from the hype cars, the GT3s. It was great to see most people get to the end of the race and still be within sort of a second, 2 seconds after 8 hours of racing. So thank you all very much for racing. Thank you all very much for watching. I've been Ethan Mills.
And I've been Mateusz Maj.
Goodbye.